What's up, everybody? I'm Bebe from G2.
Hey guys, I'm FurioCom.
This is Vic, and today I'll be playing 5-stack
roster.
Okay, this seems like a lot of challengers players with Oxygen. If I'm thinking about Oxygen, there's only a few Oxygen players that are still relevant, which would have been Verno, Scuba, Redux.
M80, MIBR Oxygen. This is XG2 last, this has gotta be current Sen, yeah? This is current Sen.
I'm pretty sure this is Sen, because Redux Oxygen, Jerwin Sad, G2 Jonah P, MIBR. Who was on MIBR that was on that? Oh, Cortezia, and then John QT.
Okay, this next roster, 2 Lev players, 1 crew players, 1 Energy, and 1 Sen. This is all previous VCT players on a team.
Okay, yeah, I'm blanking out here. This is tough. This is tough. Who was on Lev?
Lev, Energy, Crew, Lev, Sen. Okay. Energy.
The crew would have been Kesnet, Knights, and Glyph. I guess this can't be it.
Who was on NRG last? That's the question. I'm cooked. I give up. I concede. Who was this?
Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Not Furia. That's not loud. Cruz? I don't know. I think Cruz like Latham. I'm getting a brain fart. Oh, who else is Brazil? MIBR? Is that MIBR?
Oh my gosh.
Verno was on Energy. Previous teams of Aspas, Tex, Mazzino was playing with them on Lev, but then he went to Crew last year. And Sen, who's that 5th player? Mazzino, Zakin. Zakin was the Sen guy.
Ó. Você me deixou com um. Aí, ó. Oh. Zero ego. Zero ego, Jesus.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
Today, 2 more Challenger squads make their debut on the Americas stage. Can they score an upset though? That's the real question. Hello and welcome to day 2 of play-ins, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. It's Athena here hosting this desk, and with me today is Alexis and Emily. You guys, are you excited about the matches today? Because I feel like I personally am. What is going on here?
We're really excited. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, no answer to my question. That's fine,
I'm
because
okay.
you're stoked.
Yeah.
There are a lot of new players coming in today, taking the stage at play-in. So let's actually get to know them a little better. We're gonna do a quick little game of 2 truths and a lie. We'll get 3 statements about our players from challengers. 2 of them are true and 1 is a lie. We have to guess, okay? We gotta pick an answer together.
Okay.
We gotta lock it in together.
Yeah.
Let's see the first one here. Alvin Boy is a Swiftie. That's a wild one to start off with.
Okay.
Caillou builds boats as a hobby.
Are we talking like model boats or like boats?
I feel like model boats, like those cute little ones.
I feel like we gotta do
Right.
big boats for the plot.
For the
Right, because
plot?
that
For
doesn't
the
say model
plot.
boats, that says big boats.
That says boats as a hobby. And Paula used to practice ballet.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, Alvin Boy is definitely a Swiftie. Let's get that out of there.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
He's such a fan of Taylor Swift. We have to,
I agree,
we have to
I
assume
agree.
that.
Is this insider information? That's
No, they were
crazy.
blasting it earlier.
There we go. See?
Actually,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
heard it?
I heard it.
I love
Okay,
that.
so Caillou, boats, Paula, ballet.
I feel like it's gotta be the boats.
You think so?
Or do you think it's ballet? You know,
I
it's
know.
probably one of
I
those things
kinda
where
feel
they're
like
like,
it's the boat.
Let's do boats. Let's do boats, yeah.
Okay, we're locking in. Caillou builds boats as a hobby is a lie. You didn't specify. Hey!
Oh my God,
Let's
let's
go!
go!
All right, we're gonna get another one.
Okay.
And I can't speak. So we got 3 more. Let's see. Okay, when Tweez was little, he always wanted to be an astronaut. Gober served in the Brazilian army. And Chibizin was born in Edinburgh, Scotland. I feel like that's kind of suspicious.
Is that suspicious?
That is pretty suspicious.
I feel like I'm a little lost with
Why
all
Edinburgh?
of these.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh?
Edinburgh.
Anyways, I don't
Oh
know.
my God,
I feel
is
like
it
any of
bird?
these-
No, I think you're right. I think you're pronouncing it the right way.
Edinburgh.
No, you're
I don't know. I'm
We
not
gotta
great
get
at,
we gotta get a
English.
Brit
I
or
think
a
the
Scot on
astronaut
here.
one is probably real. I feel like
You
every
think
kid wants
so?
to be an astronaut.
Yeah.
That's true.
I feel like that's pretty.
That's
tame.
very true.
Okay. So we
Gobera,
have army
Brazilian
and
Army, Edinburgh.
birthplace.
I personally
Okay.
think it's Edinburgh. It's gotta
Go
be.
I
with
feel like
that
that's
one.
so
That's so
random
weird.
though. Like, why would someone even? I couldn't even think of that as a lie. So that's why I
True.
feel like it might be true, but I don't know.
Okay, are we locking in Edinburgh? Do you trust us?
I trust you.
Okay, we're locking in Edinburgh. We don't think this is real. Oh my God!
Well,
Wait,
what
that's
if you
so
want to be
random.
then?
Oh yeah,
a
what if-
gamer.
Probably.
Fireman, a gamer. That's
so
pretty
succeeding.
extreme. Okay,
True.
let's move on to the 3rd one. We've got Melzer used to be able to play the trumpet when he was in high school. That's really cool.
That's very, yeah. I did that.
Zanatsu's favorite animal is a corgi, and he brings a crocheted one on stage
I
with
think
him.
that's true.
Yeah.
Surely we've seen that, right?
Yeah.
And FRZ God's pre-game routine involves cardio and eating a banana with 70%
Okay,
dark chocolate.
but
I think
all
that's
of these
real.
are kind of believable.
That one has to be real. That's what
dark-
every
yes.
pro gamer does.
The dark chocolate is
That's a
like
deep cut.
Okay, sure.
70%. It's too specific. That's
Yeah.
real.
All right,
Fair.
Melzer's capping then. There was no trumpet. He probably
Melzer?
did harmonica or
Whoa,
triangle
what's
or
wrong with
something.
playing trumpet in high school?
Nothing. He's just lying though.
Okay.
Nothing. No, I'm saying he probably played like the tuba or like
Oh,
something.
yeah.
tuba.
Okay. Maybe the saxophone?
Yeah, like
triangle?
something.
Anyone?
Yeah, triangle maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sure. Is that what you played?
No, but that's what we're gonna hear because we're locking in Melzer. Melzer did not used to play the trumpet. Oh! way, you see that? You see,
Oh
we
my
actually
God.
ate. That's crazy. Okay, let's move on from this game though, because we have to talk about what happened on day 1 of Plains. It was kind of insane, you guys. We started things off with a LatAm showdown between Crew, Visa, and Bestia, and then followed that by Envy versus M80. Now, Crew, Visa, Bestia, a lot of us did pick Bestia to win this. By a lot of us, I mean
Speak for yourself.
me and Dan did.
Speak for yourself. Thank you
And
very
Crew,
much.
they had the don't buzz me. Crew had the reverse sweep to win that game out. It was insane.
I mean,
Envy
I don't
versus
blame
M80
you.
too.
I mean, for that first match, it literally looked like Bestia was going to
Yep.
run away with that. But then, you know, Crew, they really showed up. And in that second match of M80 versus Envy, we saw a completely new team out of Envy.
Yep.
Like, that's not what any of us were expecting. They actually looked great that time around. And M80, I mean, the nerves, I feel like you kind of have to say the nerves got to them. Their first showing on a tier 1 stage.
It was arguably an upset. Right?
Yeah.
I was gonna
It
say
was.
it's weird to me that
Yeah.
the challengers team winning
Yeah.
was the overall consensus.
Expectation,
Yeah,
yes.
that is very strange.
Okay, well, we're gonna look at the current bracket here. Only 4 of these teams will make it to playoffs. So you can see MIBR and Crew in that upper bracket with Zen and Envy, and then G2 after that. But coming up today, we actually have Furia versus G2 2G. No, it's happening again, you guys. Why have you cursed us? And Cloud9 versus Fluke Show. We're gonna get into that first matchup because 2G, they were our Ascension squad last year. But when they descended, they got back up here by beating Shopify Rebellion. Alexis,
Why'd you look straight at me?
I don't know. Why would I? They beat Shopify to get into here. And this team, they've been looking so good so far.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously heartbreaking for my org mates. But 2G did look really good, given that they were literally playing with the coach.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have to give them props for that. No hate to the coach. Obviously, he's a great player. I learned today that he actually has played in Reykjavik before.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even sure about his experience as a player, but they looked insane. They looked really strong.
Yeah, I think it was cool to see a bunch of these players that didn't really find the success they wanted to years ago on the partner teams. We have players coming in from MIBR, coming in from Furia, and QCK is a player that comes to mind because he was one of the players that actually made one of the further runs. They actually made playoffs a couple times on that duelist role, but since then, these players didn't find the success they wanted to, fall back into tier 2, but they start grinding. They actually form a team together to try and find the success that they never had in their previous runs, and they're hoping to bring that today and start it off strong.
Absolutely. This new 2G roster has been looking really phenomenal. I think those players are super important. But when we're looking at important players, the lone rookie on 2G, it's their IGL Brinks, which is kind of impossible. I mean, when you're a rookie, you're the new one coming onto the stage, and it's your first time, and you're IGLing. What is that pressure like?
I would be terrified personally. Because you think like, okay, the IGL kind of runs the system. They're telling everybody what they need to do. You're coming into another team system and kind of imparting your wisdom and kind of trying to take over what the game plan is. So doing that, being a rookie on the first time on the stage, I can imagine that being very daunting, but I think Brinks can handle it.
And I think that just goes to show the fact that like all these other players, there's so much trust going on within that team. They're trusting in their rookie to kind of guide them here in the tier 1 stage and find that success for them. And also when I look at 2G and the way they play on a lot of their stronger maps like Haven, like Ascent, like Breeze, where they thrive is on that attack side. And I think he does a great job at having those reads. He already has a little bit of LAN experience coming in from LCQ. So, you know, things are looking a little bright for him, a lot less harsh and a lot less scary, you know, just stepping on, not having any previous LAN experience.
Yeah, I feel like for the LCQ, that's where they really turned it around, at least for 2G, because they struggled a little bit against La Masia to qualify right away with that first seed. So going into this, what do we expect from a team like 2G? Do we expect explosive gameplay, or do we expect them to be a lot more calm, collected, and manipulating the map in a sense?
I feel like they looked really confident in LCQ. I can't lie. Like, they were getting up and talking trash. I feel like that's a really good sign when you win on such a confident note and then you come in, new stage, you have rookies, like, you want to have that kind of a little bit of ego and a little bit of energy going into it. So I want to see that from them today.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we can take from just their most recent run against SRB is the fact that they're able to kind of, you know, take their losses and learn from it. Because before, when they played against SRB, there was a little bit of a rivalry. I think they're 1-1 currently in that tier 2 league, just at LCQ alone. So I think the fact that they're able to kind of convert those losses into wins and use that to kind of fuel them here, especially if they don't end up winning this first match, I know they'll come back stronger in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think definitely definitely getting more games under your belt is never a bad thing. But we're actually going to check in with the team. We're checking in with Gobera ahead of his return to the Americas stage.
All right, so we're back with Gobera, and it has been a while since we've seen our friend here. We want to know, now that you're here with 2G yet again, how does it feel knowing that you did this again with 2G, and what's going to be different this time around?
Eu estou muito feliz, né, de estar de volta aqui no palco do VCT Américas. Eu acho que dessa vez eu estou mais preparado e muito mais confiante também. Cara, eu estou muito feliz. Eu acho que a gente vou dar tudo de mim dentro do palco, do servidor. E é isso.
All right.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be back. Feeling very confident to be here. You know, and I'm just ready to give my all in the server.
Awesome. Well, I know we're excited to see 2G once again, my friend.
Well, for more on this matchup and the new 2G, we've got a special guest joining us all the way from Brazil. It's Nyang. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, guys, and you. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, of course. No, we're so happy to have you because we have so many questions. And one of the first questions that we actually wanted to talk about, especially with a lot of the Brazilian talent coming in, is Brinks and Zanatsu. They're making their Tier 1 debut. Can you tell us a little bit about these players and their journeys?
Yeah, they are not only, I don't know if I can call them the star player because Brinks is like the controller and sometimes he do like a support role, but he's also not only IGL but fragging a lot, and he also likes to clutch a lot. But Zanatsu is this kind of players that we always talk here in Brazil, that they are gifted players because they know how to do their role very good. And Zanatsu playing duelist is really a monster.
I love that. Well, looking at former teammates from Loud, we also have Toys and STK. They're back in VCT Americas and they're playing on this stage. So what about that? What about these two? Especially because it's not a debut. They're so back to be on this stage.
Sometimes from our Brazilian players, it seems like when you have the chance to play in the VCT Americas and you didn't manage to get well, you lost your chance, you know? So for STK and Tuis, the moment they left Loud, it wasn't really good, and the community was charging them a lot about the recent results. So they needed that step back to prove themselves again, and now they are back.
Nyang, I'm wondering, is there anything that you want to bring attention to, that you want to tell us, like players to watch, anything like that that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, we also have a lot of players that we know them for a long time, like KCK, who is in good form right now. We have Gabi X, that is the coach from 2G, that used to be a professional player, and sometimes he managed to understand how to try to get his knowledge of a former pro player to their team. But FRZ is really good right now too, along with KCK. So if I need to say two players from Fluxo to you guys to look up, it would be Zanatsu and Pala. They managed to get a lot of kills for the team too.
I love it to hear it. Well, thank you so much for your time, Nyang, and really good insight from us. So for more on this Battle of Brazil, let's send it back to Golden Boy and check in with Furia.
All right, so we're here with Basic now. Look, you have some experience with these 2G guys. You actually teamed with Brinks for a little while as well. What can you tell me about, you know, your squad, how you're going to match up against these 2G boys? Feeling confident today?
Eu sinto que eu tô confiante, sim, vai ser uma boa partida. Eu tenho uma relação muito boa com os meninos da 2Game e eu acho que vai ser uma boa partida mesmo. E eu tô confiante para a partida.
Yeah, I'm very confident for the game today. I do know some people over there, and I know they're very good, so I'm really confident that it's going to be a great game today.
You know, Calm on the side was trying to get him to talk some trash, but it didn't work out the way that he wanted, but instead he gave a nice, good, dignified answer. Love to see it.
Well, if 2G wants to advance, they'll have to take down Furia. Now, this team has been struggling a little bit to find their identity. They haven't been able to push past a lot of the meta changes, and it feels like as just a team, maybe that roster change was going to help them, but it didn't. It just feels like they're stuck in their old ways.
Yeah, it really feels like they were kind of grasping at straws, trying to find a system and a group of players that actually makes them thrive. And I think a big part of that was trying to find a leading voice, right? Because, you know, you swap out EU for Calm, and EU was a very strong voice of that team, oftentimes doing the mid-round calls, keeping them kind of composed in the late rounds too. And Calm has had to step up, not only just coming in as that voice, but actually taking over that IGL role to try and fix a lot of their big macro problems. But for me, the problems still lie within the micro. I feel like there's a lot of disconnects in between players. I want to see more from the individuals, not stepping up individually, but I want to see them actually forming little plans together, making sure there's not as many gaps in their post plans, in their execs, and always being on the same page.
Talking about Calm.
Period.
As we were coming in here.
Oh no.
I was walking behind him. He had his little AirPods in. He's like, I was like calling his name. I'm like, Corbin Lee, right? Because we're cool like that.
Okay, we're just doxing him. That's fine.
It's on VLR. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was listening to my alpha male affirmations.
Oh, this is factual.
I was like, whoa. That's crazy.
I mean, that's where you need to lead, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if they can kind of spread that identity throughout the team of like listening to the alpha male affirmations, like making sure they're on the same page about that, like listening to the same frequency. I don't know what they have to do, but +1 to what you said.
+1. Okay, well, I think alpha male is really good because that's personally what I think Furia need to bring into the server.
Yeah.
Not just alpha male, their aggression has to be there. It feels like the koala we saw in kickoff is not the same koala we've been seeing. And I don't know if it's based on their setups for a lot of things or what is going on over there.
I just wanted to sit.
Oh,
Enjoy
okay,
it.
that's
Enjoy
fine.
it.
But I don't know if it's their setups, how they're setting up their duelists to go for a lot of those aggressive peaks, or if they're just not snowballing to get the operator.
I really think it's just a mix of both. Yes, Koala is great on the op, but since he's taken that step and become their main primary duelist, we need to see him actually taking initiative and calling for the utility that he wants to be set up to find success, especially in those opening fights, because Fear, that's what they've been struggling with. They've been getting shut down a lot, more and more again. So they need to come up with a solution as a team to be able to kind of figure something out.
Yeah, well, they might have had a rough stage, as you can see from the scorelines they've had behind me. But on the positive side, Basic was putting up huge numbers in every single match. And I feel like he's one of the main reasons why so many of these rounds were so close for Furia.
I feel like he's such a key component to their system. Like having a player like that who can frag out at any given moment, it just gives you so much confidence in these rounds. I think building a system around him would be great. I think Calm actually gives like a lot of good direction. You can see him on the player cams yapping away.
Yes.
So I think being able to like just build on top of that, you already have the fragging potential. All of these players can shoot really, really well. I think just getting on top of the macro, making sure the IGL, Artsyn, and Calm are kind of on the same page with their calling, I think is what they have to focus on going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, I feel like he has been kind of the glue for this team, and a lot of their big macro problems when it comes to gaps in their execs, all those gaps I was kind of talking about, he's been the one to kind of pick up that slack and fill that in. But I really want to see how far he can thrive when they fix those, when they don't have as many gaps that he needs to worry about. Because when you look at his utility, whether he's on the Harbor, whether he's on the KO, it's always great, but how often does he actually get a chance to use that to set his team up when he's the one having to pick up all the slack, he's the one having to go for a lot of those traits and get those multi-kills?
Speaking of those gaps, what are the kind of gaps that you guys see in Furia's gameplay? Tell me.
I feel like, when they're going for execs, it doesn't feel like they're always aware of what's open and what's not. It feels like if there's presence on a site, they get so tunnel vision on that one player that everyone is just focusing on him, and that's where things kind of fall apart. That's where players that they're not aware of come into play and disrupt or dismantle their exec.
I feel like you can tell watching them that their win con is more hero plays than it is team play. Like it feels like they're waiting for Koala or Basic to get a 3K, get an opening in the round. And obviously you want your teammates to get openings in the round, but it feels like they need that to be able to convert. Like they need a 3K, they need a hero round, where I want to see them, you know, get that opening pick and then just build on it as a team, you know, not having to rely so much on one person carrying the rest of the round.
Well, let's take a quick look at the predictions and see if we believed in Furia. Oh, whoa, okay, a lot of 2G on the board today. Emily, you're the only one who picked Furia. Tell me really quickly what you're feeling about them. Why do you think today is the day for them?
Okay, I think this play-ins will be the day for them, or this week, these 2 weeks for them. I feel like they have the players, they have the hunger, right? You bring in Calm, he's a guy that wants to win. He will do whatever it takes to win. And I think what Furia is going to be doing is kind of going back to basics a little bit. I think they're going to start simplifying things, especially now that Calm is IGLing, and really focus on the players and building plans, forcing players to kind of speak on what they want to hold, what they're going to do in the round, and just be more of a team rather than the individuals like you were kind of talking about.
Alexis, tell me really quick, why 2G?
They won the LCQ and they're building on that momentum. That's how I feel.
Period. Dude, I love that. I just feel like their aggression, their confidence, and their momentum is really up there. But enough from us. Well, just kidding. We're going to keep talking because Furia and 2G, they're ready to take the stage. Day 2 of play-in starts right now.
Vai ser um confronto bom contra a Fúria. Tem o Art, né, que é meu jogador que eu joguei no MBR. Então vai ser muito legal jogar contra ele, já até conversei com ele sobre isso. Vai ser uma experiência muito legal.
You want to try to go for this convergent path? No, Artesine's already in the forward line, so they're just going to farm here.
2G, they're the ones that beat Shopify in that grueling game. Going through something like that and coming out victorious is, they have a big mental advantage on all the teams that have kind of had a rough season. So yeah, they're good.
O QCK deu a volta, tá miado o Zander, ele já garante esse. Mais ponto brasileiro, tá na cara dele. QCK!
A Fúria foi uma organização que eu já passei, tenho muito carinho por todos que trabalham lá. Hoje eles estão com um time internacional, que são jogadores muito bons e muito experientes. Eu acredito que vai ser um bom jogo, mas infelizmente eu vou ter que derrotar eles e mandar eles de volta para casa.
2G, they've had such a turbulent journey to get to the stage today, but this team, they're not holding anything back and they're ready to prove themselves on the stage.
I mean, so many individual stories coming together to try and find success throughout all of Tier 2, and they did just that. They want to replicate the same thing coming into Tier 1. A lot of these players feel like they need to prove themselves because in the past, they weren't able to find success to kind of back up and show that, hey, we are just as insane and talented as the players that we've seen this entire year. And now they're coming together, wanting to really lock in and bring that momentum that they had coming in from LCQ, coming in from their whole Tier 2 run of just finding success and hopefully convert it here on the Tier 1 stage.
Yeah, and 2G coming back to the stage just goes to show how maybe as an org, they've made that environment pretty good for their teams to be able to reach the top. And of course, they have so much in store for us coming into the stage.
Furia is a team that really shines mechanically and has kind of fallen off in the macro sense. I think with the addition of Calm, he brings a strong mid-round voice that kind of pushes those shooters in a good direction. I really want to see stronger team play and cohesion from Furia today because they're absolutely capable of it. I know for me, I really, really believed in them during kickoff. I think I was one of the only people that predicted them to win the entire thing. So I think that was only a glimpse of what this team is due and what they're capable of, and I want to see them lock back into that kickoff mentality.
I think for Furia here, this is their time to shine. If it's any time to do it, it is now. They're facing off an opponent that maybe they've seen a lot from because they obviously, 2G had to play in that LCQ to make it here. So a couple more games, a couple more things to watch. Now, both these teams really good at working together and making sure that they're on point. But as we go into this, we're going to introduce the maps, which is Ascent, Split, and Sunset. Do you guys have any hard feelings about this or what?
I mean, when I'm just looking at this map, Vito, as a whole, these first two maps, Ascent and Split, I feel like it's very straight up. 2G should be winning that Ascent.
Yeah.
That is by far their best map that they played all throughout Tier 2. I believe they're 3-0 on it just in that last event of LCQ. Even though they've shown it multiple times, they're still able to come out on top, and I think a lot of that goes to show is how good Brinks is at kind of adapting on what the enemy team throws at them. And looking at Split, that's one of their worst maps. I think Furia had that prep going into it, and even though they haven't found that success that they wanted to, hopefully they went back to the drawing board, changed things up in the weak time that they had in order to prepare for this.
I feel like 2G dominated SRB on Ascent in the LCQ. Yeah. So for me, if I'm Furia seeing that, I don't want 2G to get a hot start because I feel like they are really good at carrying that momentum. Ascent is definitely an incredible map for them. So if they start off really, really strong, they make this a very dominant map, I would be very nervous on Furia.
Yeah, I would be really scared. For me, when I'm looking at Furia, I'm looking again, we talked a little bit about this, but a player like Koala Noob, to be able to essentially make the map his own, especially on Ascent, using Jet, using that operator, it's so easy to go for those early round picks, whether you're on attack or defense. That is really cute. See, that's the crochet, right?
Yeah,
No.
in the little
lie. Hey, it's real. But yeah, so Koala, I think he's the one to kind of look out for me here. And I think it's going to be really important what comps they're picking, if they're going to be changing anything up.
I mean, this comp looks it's the exact same comp they've been running the entire time. I think they do an excellent job, Gobera and QCK, at getting that aggression, whether they're on the defense or on attack, always ensuring that they have little trap plays going to them. They're able to take a lot of that main space so that, you know, Furia won't have a whole lot to work with here.
Yeah, QCK's Phoenix has been phenomenal. I feel like his flashes too, they've been so quick. And then on the other side, we have Koala actually on the Neon, so still able to be a playmaker in a sense, Alexis.
I feel like it's really tough for 2G to go against a Vice with their comp. They don't have much tools to bait it out. They're playing a Jet, they don't have a Neon, you know, run, do a little 360 no scope and bait out the wall. So that's gonna be tough. I'm really interested to see if they're gonna be able to work around that Vice util, if they're gonna be able to bait out the thorns, bait out the wall, get openings. I really wanna see how they make that work.
I think the name of the game for both these teams here is to be confident. But while our teams are locked in, so it is ready. The teams are ready. Let's send it over to our casters. Here's Shift and Ash.
Thanks, Des. Appreciate it. Yeah, a little bit of a switch up here for Furia. Honestly, it feels like it's kind of time for them to try something a little bit more brand new, not just by roster, but also by composition. Where on the other side, I love that the Des touches on it. Yes, this has been the staple for 2G by far. It doesn't matter who they play, it doesn't matter how many times they play it. They're ready to go.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It is going to be an uphill battle here for Furia. We are going to see if these compositional swaps will make the difference.
Well, it's time for the match start brought to you by Samsung OLED. Furia taken on 2G. We saw some fireworks early yesterday from Bestia, able to take map number 1 versus Crew to kick off our play-in. Does 2G have something similar up their sleeves? We're about to find out. 2G taking on Furia. Let's get it on.
I'm so excited for this matchup. Looking at Koala Noob, especially on the Neon on this defense, more of that opportunity for Furia to play a little bit of that disruption, slow down some of those hits. Nice flash to deny that information on the drone at the very least. But 2G, the rest of the team, they're hovering outside of A, playing contact.
Nice little early shutdown of any presence at B main, so does feel like this hit towards A is going to be pretty quick, pretty hot, pretty heavy, and it absolutely is. On site, though, Artisan is able to at least get a little bit of damage and not able to find the first blood. Defense rotating quickly through Heaven. Flash will push them off just for a moment as Gobera is waiting for a little bit of assistance, and as they make their way in, 2G will find absolutely everything. Flawless round to kick it off for 2G.
Damn, that was clean coming out from 2G. Kind of what we expected from this squad, but I think now, talking a little bit more through that comp that we are seeing coming out from Furia, it does also give a bit more of that opportunity, I think, for this squad to, in those moments, play for those mechanics, like the desk was talking about, right? Something that is never missing for this squad. And again, I think that we also know Calm on the Sova, on Ascent, he's always cooking. He's always got some crazy positions that he can get himself into. So the calling from him to enable these mechanical players is going to be so key to make this work.
And I think there's also something just in that pistol. If 2G decide to play with that level of tempo and aggression, it's going to put more pressure on Calm to try to make quick calls, quick adaptations, and quick adjustments. Little slide out here. Koala Noob looking for some sort of a trap play with these classics, but a lot of it dealt with. 4v3 early after all is said and done through B main.
Hot hands just to clear out Wine here, but for Artzian, he's going to have to look to evacuate, not want to give anything away here. Furia. You also have still Brinks on the other side of the map looking for that lurk in case something does go awry. Or
honestly, you could just play behind the play and just see if you can deny Furia from just sitting and dying to the spike. Could be an opportunity as Brinks makes his move. There's a defensive smoke up top towards Heaven, so maybe a chance to get a peek inside of the site if you are Furia, but largely speaking, this will be a contest round. 2G looking pretty comfortable through too, and they're going to get a really true and honest bonus here. 2 rifles are going to carry their way in. Now the only action to really call is to see if Brinks will make good on this long route over to the middle of the map, but instead Com will find him. Take the stinger away, but there will be no more exit eliminations, and 2G will casually go up 2-0.
Okay, now that we've got weapons in play here for the side of Furia, it's that question of how they're going to measure for some of those trap plays, the aggression from the defense. If they're looking to try and push 2G into that Vice setup from Shy on the B side of the map. I'm looking forward to seeing how they've been cooking in scrims, you know, what kind of layers we're going to see with the utility, what kind of plans here that Furia have.
Yeah, just a kind of another point here for Furia, kind of looking inside the numbers just a little bit. They have been pretty poor when they're playing from an eco advantage, only winning 65% of their rounds through stage 2, which is well underneath the average of about 72% through VCT Americas. So that is something that no matter what comp we're playing, no matter who's calling, we just need to be better when we've got an advantage. The 2G's looking to put the pressure on early, able to find first blood onto Shy. And there is no other defense here. Com has to sit and wait for help, and this is going to be a very quick post plant again for 2G, and Com gives away his life. That's such a scam. Now you don't have any information gathering tools to even really give this retake a go.
Gobera looking so confident already as well, looking for those picks, those opportunities to just pick apart that potential retake there for Furia. And in this situation now, okay, I was going to say they might even look to save, but getting that pick on Gobera definitely changed things. You see them racing over to market for the retake.
Yeah, you have to give this a try. You cannot just give away the third round for free. It's just such an uphill battle to climb. And honestly, with that reveal, now you are going to have to back away and save. That is just not what you want in the first 3 rounds for Furia. So 2G, through their bonus, is going to be feeling super zesty about how things are going. And honestly, if you're Furia, you need to find something here just to get your game book going, because at the moment, 2G is doing whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, like, you take a look at where those deaths are on that B side of the map, and not anywhere that Furia were going to be able to trade each other out, find that success, looking to anchor on site. Shy completely on his own, and Com not quite being able to support there from market.
Yeah, it just feels over-aggressive for Com to peek through market right there. Like, you're the only person who could get the information to even attempt a retake. You still have great agents available to break down that B post plant, but once Com drops, there's not a chance. So, possible mistake right there. 2G taking advantage early, and they're already well and truly comfortable in the banks. Their economy is going to be well established, and now you've got Fury on a scattered buy.
I will give Colin the fact that I don't think he was actually going for a peek, but just trying to make sure nobody crossed over into CT. Regardless, though, heading into this round, Furia getting a bit more proactive, finding success here in A main. The first time we're really seeing the picks go their way.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we've seen Furia try to do something like that through B main, but to get the early aggression off the one-way smoke at A will at least give us some battling fire with fire mentality. So now the first issue in this map is going to be posed over to 2G, how they want to try to handle a very early 3v5.
I like this insert, very least here for Shenum, but Fury aren't going to give anything away thus far, especially with this contact play crossfire that you have going on. Could be a timing, not going to be quite there.
Hot Hands will delay any playthrough tree. And 2G are going to need to make a decision here with 45 on the clock, what they want to do. Door will shut on the rotation into A, and there's going to be a little feel out over towards mid. It's the best avenue for approach if you're 2G. They're going to have weapons to try to take the 3v2 onto the B site. No defense rotating early.
Nice camera to clear out for a lane as well, but you have 2 players on Furia bunkered on site, Com and Shy. Still a dart available if they do get smoked out in back boathouse.
This contact could determine the round right here. Oh, and Koala's going to get tagged up through the wall. There goes the paranoia. Smoke to follow. The Vice Flash will at least allow an opportunity for this post plant to stay a little bit more contested. Shy waiting for a chance to try to peek. Com will drop. Shy following up with a fine 1. Then that will be enough for Fury to eventually come back into the site and get on the board.
Nice retake there for Furia, having the advantage in the early round, definitely making a world of a difference. The aggression works out over towards A main that time around. Now, it's all about looking to replicate it. Furia, a much needed round win for them. Com has that Odin online going into the next as well.
Yeah, that's big. That's the other thing we always talk about when it comes to Ascent. If the defense can start to get those bigger weapons, the Odin, the Operator, that changes everything in terms of what you can call in your playbook, because it's just the simple choke points become so much more difficult to work through. So Com on the stapled Odin, You know it, maybe you love it. Quick flash and dash up around in the back, but Zenom will find the first blood. Furia able to take away the first two. Another good set play with aggression towards A will work out nicely for an early 5v3.
These first bloods, something we're going to have to keep our eyes on for here for Furia. Being able to find those openers, just completely slowing things down, not really giving that opportunity to 2G to have those bursty executions that they like to have with the duelists. But Brinks has always been so good in these kind of lurk positions.
Yeah, the problem here is that, I was going to say the timing may come completely awry, and Brinks will drop trying to lurk through mid after the noise was created at A main.
Okay, but not checking that is crazy.
No, well, you gotta, it's one of those situations like you gotta have to force something. It just kind of goes awry, but Gobert tempted to be isolated and trapped. And honestly, 2G, after that 5v3 early, this round was just never in a position to come back and be winnable, especially once you lose Brinks mid-map.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that just about puts the nail in the bed. Let's see if QCK is going to be able to do anything. Not quite getting the timing there on comm. Let me take that back. Let's see if he can get anything else.
Curveball comes through. Koala is going to create some noise by high gearing his way forward. There's the last flash. Nice snap from QCK. But Basic will find the elimination. The Odin will be saved. Should be saved. It will be saved. And we'll get a one-round game here. Furia right back in it.
Okay, what do we have to work with? You've got Run It Back online here for QCK into this next round. For the side of Furia, not quite cycled up into any ultimates quite yet. But now it's about, okay, 2G are the ones who need to make the adaptation. For Furia, these early aggressive plays off barrier drop have been working out really nicely for them to get the first bloods.
2G says bet. We're just going to stack the box. See if we can catch him. There's the one way, nothing behind it though. And we're going to get Blades very early. There's the recon. There's the dash. Firewall will go up, trying to block some vision. Furia just trying to play on the backside of the site. The Vines will stop QCK a little bit on the way in. Good dissection of the site offensively to get on towards the back part of A, but largely speaking, Furia are fine with this. Just comes down to can they actually get their defense in position to stop this spike plan, because FRZ is on the way. There's the paranoia. Basic able to find you first blood. Dropping on in. Gobert, on the last knife, able to find Koala Noob. Now the follow-up. Shy able to find one more in response. Numbers will build for Furia's defense. Run it back for Basic, able to allow him one on the re-entry through, and 2G will be bounced out of sight.
One enemy remaining.
Brinks, spike in hand, still in a 1v4 scenario, completely surrounded by all sides. It was tough there, 2G. Sure, they get that sight, but I would have loved to see them maybe fight for that tree control. It was so fast that Furia were able to get that rotation over to A to call the execution and swarm around them. At that point, it was shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, and also simple call knowing that the run it back is up for the offense. If you're Furia, just stay a little bit further off site. Don't allow the run it back to get too far deep in towards your defensive setup. And then you've got to run it back of your own to counter. So beautiful design right there from Furia using the ultimates. Clean casual, the game of chess continues. And now we're really going to figure out what 2G is going to do, because the first 3 rounds, great. They win it in the first 30 seconds because of the raw aggression that they're throwing into Furia's defense. Maybe they weren't prepared for it. Maybe they were just winning their opening gunfights. You know, potato, you pick. But on the flip side, now that Furia has been able to showcase 2 rounds of countering the aggression with aggression of their own, and also showing good manipulation of ultimates, there's something here for 2G to have to talk about. Do you want to try to continue to fight in the first 30 seconds for that A main or B main control? Or are we going to try to hold back, save some of our utility, and burst later in the round? Tough decision. 2G need to figure it out.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see what direction they end up going in after this timeout. I think the other thing I want to touch on, though, is how good Basic looks right now. 7-2 to start things off, switching over to the Phoenix compared to the KO that he was playing previously, and having that opportunity to just enable this player to be that mechanical god that we know he can be. I think Koala has always sung his praises for him, how great of not just a support player he is, but just how insane he is when it comes down to being able to win out these rounds, and being on a self-sufficient Phoenix where he's not focused on supporting the team could make all the difference.
And talk about his fluency. I mean, he's got the China buffet of agents played so far this stage. He's done it in every single role as well. So to see him at 7-2, already getting it done on the Phoenix is great news for Furia fans. 3-3. Economy broken right now for 2G. Still have some weapons to play with, though, so don't rule them out, especially if there is some sort of a burst play to come through. Fury going to hold a crossfire inside the dark cover, and both players holding will find individual eliminations. Another early 5v3 for the defense.
Really nicely done there. Sharded step out there for 2G, and for Brinks still just waiting around the corner of B main, knowing that that Vice utility is always going to be present.
Shannon in some trouble. Able to get some damage in Artisan. Believe he does know Koala Noob is here. That's a good blood.
Still has a paranoia.
Aldrone to clear. Hot Hands trying to delay, but Zendem is already through. But Brinks isn't. Oh no, not great news. Zendem is able to do what he can on top of the site. Spike will make its way on. Still doable, but going to be hard pressed to work through the health pools and of course the weaponry that is still available for Furia. Nice reveal. Zendem is still alive somehow, some way. And they're going to call in the Steel Garden here just to try to make sure that there is no stress on this defensive round. Feels a little aggressive, but it works out regardless. So spend it, use it. Works out nicely. Furia still in the lead.
You guys can hear the shouting in the back as well. I love hearing from the side of Furia that energy on stage, considering the season that they've had so far during stage 2. Just being able to get that going early on is huge for them. That is for certain.
Yeah, it's really been a stage of heartbreaks, hasn't it? I mean, even on their own map picks, you would need both hands and maybe both feet to count how many times we've lost overtimes if you're Fury at this stage. It's been a bit heartbreaking, and it's caused, I mean, identity crisis in terms of the roster, the agents they want to try to play. They've had a tough time getting things going, but if there was ever a match that you want to be able to establish your dominance, why not do it against 2G right here, right now? But this is a little sloppy from Fury. Doesn't clear out your angles, but Basic is able to salvage the opening and turn this into an early 3v3. Pressure over towards the A site from the shadows from Zendem is going to be committed to. And all of a sudden, the defense has to kind of panic and try to play retake on A.
Yeah, and there's a confirmation the plant's actually going to be going down here with the Aldrone spotting the other 2 remaining players. Calm, though, still has the Hunter's Fury on that tap available.
Well, Zendem spaced from this ultimate will allow the plant to still come through. Dark cover trying to block off the play towards Heaven. QCK still holding onto a curveball. It hits, and how about Zendem? Able to take 2 more from on top of the site, and we're tied at 4.
Really nicely done there by 2G, forcing that refight, understanding that Furia were going to want to flood in when they had a player disadvantage, with one looking to get that plant down. Now, I think that we're seeing kind of those mind games coming into play, right? The reads here for this squad with how far back we saw 2G playing outside of B, very prepared for the aggression that was incoming.
And that's one of those things that we talk about the adjustments. It starts off with 2G playing with aggression once the barriers drop. Furia says bet. And now all of a sudden 2G kind of have them in a bit of a counter trap saying, all right, you want to keep playing aggressive, we'll be there to match it. Operator Odin is available though for Fury here in round 9. Hunter's Fury for 2G is ready to go. See what designs 2G have with our first really kind of slow approach for both teams.
Yeah, just I think still waiting to see where Furia want to bite for any sense of defensive-sided aggression, but Furia not going to take that play this time around. So it's those constant pauses. You see how Furia have now conditioned 2G in those previous rounds to just wait a beat. Hot Hands timing here for Basic is going to be key.
Here's the Hunters. Fury going to be called out for the defense. Counteracted by 2Gs, but one tag comes through. Another follow-up is there. FRZ is able to connect to the one defender on top of the site, but Koala Noob connects onto QCK through glass, and Basic holds his position through tree. Unbelievable presence there from Furia. 5v2, and if you're 2G, good try, go next.
Yeah, I mean, perfect timing on that Hunter's Fury. The information that Calm was able to glean there as well. And the save situation here for 2G. Now, I think what is going to be so fun about this series and just seeing this 2G roster on this big stage is something that the desk was talking about, right? You have these 4 players who have been here before. Within Shenum, within Gobera, FRZ, and QCK as well. But then when it comes down to their leader being Brinks, he's been competing for such a long time within Valorant, but has never made it to Tier 1 until this point. And to have led his team here is just insane, I feel like, as a rookie. While not just that, it's the fact that he is one of the most aggressive Omen players you're ever going to see, too. Like, he's fragging, he's calling, and he's doing it all. And it's just amazing how talented of a roster 2G have been able to field.
It's been quite a journey since they ascended. Obviously back and forth between VCT and then back again, trying to get to this main stage. The 2G find themselves a bit down. We'll see how they calm their way through round 10.
Nada. Sova B. Mano, vou dar um straight top aqui.
Vou drenar aqui, mano. Cuidado do AP quadra lá.
Relaxa, não deu nada. Cuidado varanda agora.
Não renovou, não é?
Parede, varanda.
Cuidado, Fogão, vai te tagar, tá?
Tem parede, vou beitar a parede. Vou aqui, vai e
Sova
B. Não, Sova drone no varanda, não?
Sim, Sova drone no varanda.
Já rodou. Pode ser Vaz e a Neon aqui.
Quebra meio, mas eu vou bagar.
Consegue side splitar esse mercado?
Consegue.
Tá, vai.
Quis pegar essa arma, meu Globo.
Tem smoke 3?
Não, smoke vocês.
Não tem.
Smoke base.
Sova aí, Fênix, bora.
Vem. Um de vida, Fênix. Boa. Tá B, vai, B.
Mercado, passa pulando.
Vai. Ok, base.
Voltou pra mim.
Voltou pra você.
Mirando você, Fênix. Um de vida. Embaixo, Quick.
Acho onde?
Spike down B.
Embaixo aqui?
É, tá embaixo da escada aí.
Outra aqui, aqui, ó.
I have the spike.
What a play from Shy. 2G set up that hit through mid perfectly. Everything was going right. You get the read. I don't speak great Portuguese, but it sounded like they called out where everybody was, what was being spent, how are we going to break down this play at mid. And all it takes is a small flash through the middle, a little bit of Odin play, and then Shy dancing with the devil for a mini 1v3 on market steps. Unreal stuff from Shy.
Massive heroics here for Furia. Again, to reiterate, the firepower of the squad was never in question. It was always coming down to, some of those bigger ideas from this team, and I think this composition really enabling the double duelists so that Koala is not alone in those fights makes all the difference.
Absolutely the case. Nice little snap there by Gobera. Koala lucky to be alive, catching a bullet to the dome. But is still alive to tell the tale. 2G looking to get a little bit deeper through mid here. This is going to cause some questions for Furia of how exactly can you deal with it. Now, the good news is they still have an Arc Rose deep on B, so they don't necessarily have to stay on the B site. But you need to try to re-clear out mid if you possibly can. And it looks like Furia are going to back up, join forces, and see if they can clear it with 50 on the clock.
Wall still up over at A main, but this entry through tree, especially with Shenum already prepared with the paranoia, perfect to push Calm off the angle.
Well, the run it back will be spent here by QCK to get the space. How much can be generated, especially with Gobera following behind this? That is a ton of vacancy on the backside of A, but do you expect 3 players walking back over towards
This is a crazy
You may
insert.
not. Gobera is able to find the first. Now it's just down to can you get the isolation to trade if you're Furia. Gobera dancing, able to get out of there. Huge. Not a lot of tools available in terms of Furia being able to retake here. They've got a recon bolt, and that's just about it.
Really bolt as well for Koala if it can find a purchase, but it really gets difficult.
The Arc Rose will be replaced back over towards Tree. Calm holding onto the recon bolt. And here we go. Hot hands over the top actually will flush FRZ out from behind the spike site. Diving on in is basic. Koala will fall simultaneously in 2G's post plant. Looks pretty stable. Calm, just the Odin left. Not going to be able to do too much with this. And we're going to get a 6-5 tally going into the last round of the half. Brilliant bounce back for 2G.
Such a back and forth map of Ascent thus far between these two teams. So hungry to make their way through the play-ins, get into playoffs. It all starts with this first match.
I think that's massive right there for 2G. I was about to call after that round where Shy pops off. That could be a spark that Furia just run away with this map with. When you see your teammate in an impossible situation, pull off a 1 versus 3, you're starting to think like you guys are invincible. So for 2G to bring them back down to earth that quickly is huge.
I think the other thing with Ascent as well, for 2G, it almost feels like they need to win this map with the record that they've had.
I agree, yeah.
Just for ego's sake alone, like not even for the series, right?
Absolutely. So far, it's been just as back and forth, though, as you can imagine. Spike will be left on the backside of any play towards B main. Furia once again able to bring the Op and Odin into play here last round of the half. There will be no ultimates, though, for the defense to work with, whereas we've got Knives and maybe a Nurdle Theft for Brinks if he can earn something.
Drawn out to get the information. They know that Brinks is lurking on the other side, and that pick with the Op changes everything here for 2G. They don't have that insert to B to look to rotate anymore, looking to commit to this pinch on A.
That is an unreal shot. I don't know if we get to replay that or not, but that's unbelievable. Paranoia is going to be traded here as we get the entry towards A. Shy able to hold the front door. There's still the Vice Wall in the way as well, so now it's just down to Shy isolating over towards Tree to find a second. 3 versus 2, big shots from Venom, but cannot finish off Calm. QCK. Last one left for what have to be a 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to navigate onto the site, and it'll be a 7-5 half in favor of Furia.
Really nicely done here for Furia. This is a half we didn't really get to see from them last time around with them starting on attack, but now having those rounds banked here gives them a little bit more of that room, and we're looking at them being a lot more comfortable, I feel like, with this new composition.
That's all it needs to be right now for Furia. Find some comfortability. We heard it yesterday. Hey, you're a tier 1 team. You should be handling business versus these challengers teams on the main stage. And for now, Furia able to just narrowly have an edge through the first half. We'll swap the sides. Come back with half 2.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
So, Briggs, I want to know, because we have a lot of players that have a lot of different things that they do before a match. What is your pre-match ritual? Do you have anything that you do to kind of get you ready for the next match?
Normalmente eu costumo acordar pouco mais cedo, tomo café da manhã pouco mais leve e chego aqui, converso com o Gabi X o plano de jogo e costumo me aquecer pouco.
Yeah, I wake up and have a little. I wake up early on the game days. I have a light breakfast. So we come here and we talk about the game with the coach.
Oh, wow, that's just such a straight up, simple, easy way to do it. Me personally, I would eat all the pan de quejos, and then we'll just be all up in here, and then that's my pre-match ritual. Anyway, back to you. Pan de queijo. So sorry. Pan de queijo.
Yes.
Oh, how do I say it?
Pão de queijo.
There you go. See, they're so much smarter than me.
I've never seen GB look so small on camera before. Those are some big men around what is a very normal-sized human being.
Hey, we got some tall players. We got some tall translators.
And I've seen GB on AEW. He didn't even look that small. Good grief. Let's get into the second half. Furia up 2. Big pistol coming through right now. Especially, I think, if you are 2G, just trying to get things back online, because the start of the first half was exquisite. Tempo was the name of the game. Immediately counteracted, though, by Furia. And even though there's a little bit of a back and forth in there, Furia really started to dominate the narrative of how that half was played, and they're not going to slow down here. Immediately through the fast lane, flashes all throughout, but Gobera backside of the site able to connect for the first blood. Couple of tags starting to come through the boxes. Gobera just barely able to stay alive. And Venom will put some pressure over towards Tree while Furia commit to getting on the site.
Yeah, great tailwind to be able to get out at the very least there for Gobera. Hot hands out onto Calm, and the blind on top of that. The flood is coming in quick.
Yeah, stopping Artisan from getting back over towards main is critical. Koala's got nowhere to go. Shy, well, you already know. Dark cover will fade, and there's the 3-man swing. He'll deal with 2 of the 3, but he gets the third one, yeesh. Not going to happen. 2G,
Okay, but even getting the two.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's
fair.
Yeah, 3 players looking at you. One was, you know, a little bit out of view for a second there, but regardless, nicely done at the very least here. And I think that I'm curious to see how these attacking rounds are going to continue to layer themselves. You know, on pistol, they can go for that very fast flood, knowing that on that A site, they're likely not going to have any of that stall power.
Yeah. There's also something to be told, like when you're playing with a Device on offense, you also want to try to just get on site as best as possible so your device can get set up for a post plan. So a lot of things to consider, but after the opening pistol falls, Fury will be just on classics and they will take their time this time around.
Little bait tap onto the orb there just to get some sprays, me a bit of information out for Furia. Doesn't spot anything in mid. Right now, Furia are still just playing very far back, expecting 2G to maybe go exploring. Hoping that they'll make a bit of a mistake here on defense. Not going to budge, though.
Yeah, this is also min-maxing your Phoenix right here, trying to get both orbs if you can. Just kind of a resource collection round right now for Furia. There will be an opportunity for 2G to choose to contest this if they want to. Gobera, just a couple of extra shots, but yep, there we go. Basic will farm both orbs. And now it's just down to, can you collect any more by way of just burst hitting something quickly and seeing if you can overpower the defensive setup.
Honestly, I was kind of surprised that they were comfortable with just giving those orbs up in that regard, but drone now out here on the B site, and with 30 seconds on the clock, it's going to be the execution.
Nice little slide out quality, but they'll find one. Those are good trades. Those are incredible trades. Oh, mercy. That's going to be a couple of weapons collected here on the B site with a post plant, and you have a lurk from Shy.
This timing.
You can hear the footsteps. QCK head in a swivel. Oh my goodness. Not able to hit the shots. Now all of a sudden, which is just supposed to be a resource round, turns into a huge thrifty chance for Furia. Genom by themselves. There are low health pools, but he's going to give it up.
Yeah, he has to. It's kind of crazy. I think my concern with this round from 2G was they gave a lot of respect to those eco weapons in the early round, allowed the orb collection to come out. But it's not just that. It's what worked on defense for 2G in their prior games was a lot of that defender-sided aggression. Like, I felt like we saw all the damn time that there would be players, it would be Brinks or Gobera, Shunem as well, like just pushing out. They'd somehow already be in spawn, exploring one side of the map, getting all of that information. That was missing here in their anti-eco.
I mean, talk about getting away with one here, though. If you're Furia, great discipline on how you choose the timings for your peaks. Really, really well done. So now all of a sudden, everything changes once again. After what looked to be 2G right about to tie this game back in, now you're stuck onto what was just the single Guardian that was saved. You're going to have economy boost like crazy for Furia, including the fact that Basic, give him one more orb, will likely be able to have to run it back by round 16. So great stuff here from Furia to recontrol how this map is being played.
Shadows traveling.
2G looking to gamble that stack on the B side of the map. It's only Shunem with the Guardian that was saved from the prior round. Sorry, invested. Anchoring that A site, and it's going to get dicey with the positioning that he's in right now. This timing is insane. Has a shrouded step to get out, a smoke as well to try to get into, but it's getting awkward.
Yeah, this is just an island play right now that Genom just has to do whatever he possibly can from this position. The defense is hard gambling on something towards B. There's the flash, there's the paranoia. Able to step up and still take care of the first one cleanly. Counter paranoia may lead to an opportunity to get some extra space, but not the case. Rifle picked up, thank you very much, says Artisan. And now it's just down to seeing if 2G can bully their way back on towards site. 3 players up top at Heaven. Here comes the curveball play. And really good. Cage coming through doesn't really deny too much from Furia. They will deal with that entire play, and FRZ will do nothing through tree. 3 rounds to the good now, Furia up.
Furia looking really comfortable into those post plans. Granted, again, for 2G, that was that eco round, right? They didn't really have too much to work with. While that Shannon was still able to get one. A really nice attempt to try and Shrouded step away there as well to try and live a little bit longer. Now that the weapons are coming back into play here, though, for 2G, I do wonder if we are going to see that aggression that we saw previously. And it's not unmeasured. It's always off the information of the other side of the map, and they go look to explore, and that's where a lot of their calling has come to fruition. Just that general information seeking.
The other key to that now, too, is the operator is out, so you don't have to worry about stacking. You can trust that Gobert can essentially isolate an angle on their own. So you did get an early feel on 3A main. Now it's a little bit of a delayed play as both Aldrones will pass each other here at B. Decent information, and that's enough for Furia, apparently. They're going to hit the run it back. Cage will slow things down, and uh-oh, that's a really good reveal off of the trap. Furia still able to come away with a couple eliminations, though. The defenders on the backside of the site not able to stay in position, and that's now Furia with free roam of B. QCK, Shenham trying to work their way back in. 2v3. Basic still playing over towards main. And you really can't afford to try to isolate here. You have to put the pressure on the site first and foremost. It's a nice throw early one, but the run it back that's earned is immediately countered, and Basic can just keep pre-firing the angle to shut down the round.
Shannon forced to save now here. Man, that is actually crazy how much value Basic's run it back ended up getting on that entry. That was the difference maker in between. I know Koala Noob does end up going down there, but Basic even triggering that trip so that entry could come in for Koala in the first place. The fact that he even survives and takes out Brinks at the end of that before it expires, just honestly crazy, the shots that we've seen come out from Basic so far today.
Yeah, it is also surprising just on top of that 2G fall 2 defenders on the B site, even though most of that play was coming through the sidewalk. I mean, you can see it kind of right in here. It looked like the defense is going to hold strong. But all of a sudden, because Basic survives in that initial run it back, he's able to open up the site beautifully. And yeah, that's a face palm moment right there. You get the run it back, you immediately hit it, but a hot hands is on your feet, you fall to that. And then an easy spam right afterwards. 20-7 for Basic. Put a leash on him. He is running away. And Fury is up to double digits, up 4.
We said how much scarier he was going to look, enabled for himself on the Phoenix instead of that KO.
Oh, here we go. Here's some of that aggression. 2G going to step forward, and I mean forward in towards mid. Now, Fury haven't committed to anything, and yeah, they've got protocols to re-clear this, so dark cover, Aldrone will make sure that mid is open. Somewhat, at least.
Recon not going to get anything other than the information of presence.
Can they set up a little bit of a bait and switch here to take care of the player in the corner? Yes, they can, right in front of the vice wall. Koala will drop early numbers, but the economy still has 2G pretty broken in this purchase. Neural Theft will be called early just to see if they can try to early stack a site defensively. Hot hands, dark cover. Another ping comes through. Artisan is a bit stuck on site, waiting for some help. Good trigger discipline from QCK. Does he find more? Yes, he does. Big double, and 2G have the numbers in a big way.
What an insane position there for QCK. Just ships in the night within the smoke. And a perfect pinch that Artisan had no idea about on that site. Spike down, it's an impossible round here now for Furia. A huge round for 2G to be able to pick up. They really only mainly invested into the operator going into this round, and it was a big risk, all things considered. Really nice protocoling. I think it was a great shout there on that B main pick with what you were talking about, just the little bait and switch.
Yep.
Those little things making the biggest of differences.
So a thrifty round comes through for 2G in a perfect moment. Like we said, we had to have that one. Resets you up not only in the eco, but also keeps you in this game on the scoreboard as we're getting late into this one. But being able to find that isolation before the vice ball picks up, absolutely crucial. And then, yeah, QCK, great trigger discipline, able to dance around the dark cover, knowing that Artisan is right in front of him. And Furia have one slip through their fingers there off of the setup. Weapons are still fine for the attackers of Furia, but this is a key round right here. You could possibly start to do some serious damage to the economy if you're 2G, especially knowing that Furia is very close to earning some ultimates of their own. We're going to get some early contact. And how about it, Zenom? QCK, aggression through A main, coming away with everything. finding the first 3 plus a lot of damage onto Artisan, and this round was over before it began.
Really beautiful combo there with the trap play here. Perfectly read out by 2G. A great call out from Brinks with that Cypher utility. Just keeping everything locked down on the other side of the map on top of Gobera, already being pushed out, having that cross there in spawn.
One enemy remaining.
And Gobera able to find one more. Shy now the last one left. And there will still be some money for a purchase here in the next round for Furia.
My ultimate's ready.
Most importantly, though, are the ultimates that are going to be coming up.
Hold on.
No, we're not. We're good. there's no way Shy wins this round.
There's 40 seconds on the clock. Okay. If he went back towards A main instead, I was getting a little nervous there. I can't lie. But Gobera is going to put that one to bed here. 2G, they get up to 8. Furia, they've had layers to, you know, their approaches, right? And I feel like we're seeing those moments with the 5-stack outside of A main. It's just not something that you can really do up against this 2G team with how aggressively they are going to fight. And even if they aren't necessarily propped and ready for one of those really fast rounds off the get-go with a read, their reactions with utility are always so good in those moments regardless.
Yep. I mean, they've seen just about everything on this map. They've played it a ton, so now Furia, you saw the moment of hesitation right there. What are we going to call the timeout? Yep, okay, we will. And this is a good time for it. I mean, you're dealing with what is going to be a last purchase. If you lose this round, you'll be back onto a save. You have the Steel Garden ready to go. You're close to an overdrive. You have the Hunter's Fury. These are huge tools for Fury. It just comes down to how much are we going to spend to execute, which is becoming an issue after the last couple of rounds have happened, versus how much do we try to bank on saving to establish some post-plant control, which they've been good with. I mean, their post-plant has been pretty solid. On the other front, yeah, Gobera hits one shot. He's got knives. Instant ability to try to get some extra force on any potential retake. So there are conversations for 2G. How much space do we want to give up versus how much space do we want to take away? And I'm glad that you're highlighting this because it looks like we're going to get some early action with the operator towards B main.
And swapping, right? You have Brinks now set up on the A side of the map, changing things up after that timeout from Furia.
Yeah, curveball over the top. Wow, Koala tried to punish. Bold, to put it plainly, did not have a lot of support to make that play happen, just kind of made his own call. And that's now Koala off the table, and that changes the dynamic of what Furia can even game plan at this point, because that's supposed to be your fast lane entryman, and now that you kind of lose out of the play through mid, this is what's happening after the timeout. Oof, don't love this.
Granted, I think 2G Brinks made a really great call to make that shift over Artscene, looking away despite having that back exposed. It's looking to be a crunch over to the A site. Tree will be available for taking, but the trap here with the paranoia.
There they are.
Yeah, this is 2G just setting up their defense on site. You can see it with the traps that are currently placed, plus also the spy cam location. Paranoia cuts across the cage. Zenom will find one, Gobera another. And this was not it if you're Furia. Never a chance to get things going. And like, I don't want to just point the finger, but Koala Noob thinking he had the opportunity to go try to punish a 1v2 is bold and honestly ill-advised.
I think maybe expecting anybody to be someone on a slightly deeper line. They hadn't started at a fast B for quite a while now. But really, it just came down to Brinks outcalling into that time. I don't know if it was necessarily Brinks' idea or Gabsh who made the call during that timeout that Shaw's picked out there for Furia, but the adjustment to have the anchor now on A and the aggression over here at B, catching the off guard.
We're going to go aggressive here. We've got the overdrive, so Furia going to try to force this round, and the early aggression is going to work out. Gobera on the back, and the cannot get the read at Artisan. And talk about just doing it the old-fashioned way. Force buy into the overdrive is going to work out for Furia into a 5v2. Now, FRZ, if you can find some timing, could very well spoil how this round is developing. And that's first one onto the spike carrier is huge. Can you survive through the double swing, though? No. And Brinks will say, yep, I'll take the op, try to stay alive, give Fury 11.
Nice shift in tempo to go and look to run it back, knowing that they're ready now for any trap play that might be waiting there over in B main, a lot more prepared, providing that supportive utility on the entry for Koala this time around. And into the next round here, we have a couple ultimates that have cycled up for both squads. For Furia, huge ults into the post plant there for Shy and Calm with the Hunter's Fury, as well as Steel Garden. Steel Garden can be used on the XQ as well, but honestly, I always feel it has more of that impact in the post plant, just to buy that time from the Fast Flood to come in.
Yeah, that's an interesting round right there. I mean, it happens so quickly that you're going to need to see a lot of it in the replays. But 2G, I don't want to say that they were unprepared for what was a forced buy overdrive setup. It looked like they were trying to bully it before Fury could hit the execute call, and they just weren't able to find the opening contact that they wanted. Now you can see it obviously by where the defenders have fallen. It's all through B main, so they were anticipating it, but not quite able to find the kills they need to shut down the play before it could get off the ground, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of that right here, because you have the hot hands, you've got flashes, like you're trying to get into position to stop this play. It's just Furia disrespecting the hot hands and just forcing the play to happen.
Not even just that, though, but also the paranoia that was thrown in support. I don't know if that was there the first time around, like 2 rounds ago. So just additional layers to ensure that is going to pan out there.
Now here we go, early utility dump at B main. It's going to lead to the commitment. Gobera in some trouble, but is able to stay alive and get on towards the B site. Artisan's going to commit. No, not to the From the Shadows. Hunter's Fury called in to support this play as Basic finds first blood. Gobera, what do you have for us in the backside of the site? The defense is rotating as fast as they possibly can. Brinks misses a huge one on the rotation. Shoulder scene. Gobera, you have to hit. Is able to find the first. And honestly, Fury is a bit stuck here at B main. They need to find a way to get through Boathouse. And at the moment, 2G have a good crossfire, and now Brinks is back into the play.
Art stuck with a spike here in logs. They have to be able to support him in this. Shrouded Step available, though, to get out.
QCK sees everything, but doesn't have the support with the secondary peek. Brinks able to trade things back. 2 versus 2. 40 seconds. Chance for Fury to create a little bit of doubt, but Brinks tracing his steps back over towards mid is huge. He will know that there is no exit back through mid, and Gobera can keep his head up.
And this is what 2G have been so good at on defense, is retaking this space.
This timing is everything, and now all of a sudden, the round tilts to 2G. Koala has to go quickly. Able to grab the spike. Takes the battle on towards site. Slides through, but Gobera hits the shot, and 2G are back to within 1.
Really nicely done there by 2G. Got to give credit, though, to Furia. It was bold for Art, even with the Shrouded Steps available to stay in logs, stay inserted and take that risk there. And they try to go in for the reclear. It does start to look good. But Brinks was really the one who put the nail in the coffin with that flank that you called out.
It happens so quickly.
And those are the reactions I've been wanting to see from them on defense ever since they've gone for that proactivity. We've seen 2G now start to chain these rounds together.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. 11-10 the count. Bit of a staggered buy situation for Furia. A couple of light armors, Guardian, Bulldog. Just about everything you could possibly want if you're 2G. Wall will be procced. The defense will continue to just keep themselves set up aggressively at B. No reason not to.
Such a valuable line for Gobera to be able to hold on to there.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Trap trips available over at A, and with how deeply it's placed in tree as well, Furia have no idea about its positioning quite yet. Both extremities completely locked down here by 2G, who are more than happy to give up mid. They have the camera for the information if they really do need it.
Yeah, Gobera is going to deny the Owl drone, but have to worry about middle map. And wow, Shenum's going to commit for the From the Shadows to get the defensive rotation back over to B. Spike still down. Furia looking to collect. And honestly, with the noise that's been killed, the whole map is still an option right now. And 2G, you can see are getting a little bit skittish about what's happening through mid.
I like the reposition, though, at the very least. It allows a bit more of that support in case they go for a spawn push.
Well, here's the fast lane. Gobera, what do you have for us? Looking to see if someone's going to exit over towards his side. Able to the shoulder of one. FRZ able to connect. He's been slow, but is able to turn it into one. And Gobera connects onto a second. Genum is able to isolate. And how about Gobera? He's pop and take with this operator. And 2G have tied us up at 11.
Gobera, the patience on those shots was so key as well, not to give away that positioning over on stairs despite the flood into switch, wrapping, trying to get over on the side of lane there from the side of Furia as well. Just a great hold by him and Shenum. And I love to see 2G standing up, having that energy, and Shaw is going to pop another timeout here for Furia.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little bit frustrating right now if you're Furia. It's just no room to work with in the first 30 seconds has been kind of the new nomenclature. 5 of the last 6 have gone to 2G. And what looked to be a start where Furia was going to set tempo, set aggression, and get themselves onto site to plant, that really hasn't even been close to an option lately.
What I feel like Furia are missing right now, and I want to hear your thoughts on this too, Shift. They're not really getting inserts on the other side of the map. I feel like those rounds that they've gotten on the attacking side have come down to Shy being in some of those lurk positions, catching out those rotations. And the last couple of rounds that we've seen from Furia, they're not going for that re-exploration. If they don't have someone inserted, they're not going for those re-clears. And that's where 2G, again, are getting all of that info.
I feel like there's definitely something in that because, yes, it does feel like as the round starts to fade into the last 45 seconds or so, 2G are not feeling pressure to have to keep their defense split. They're starting to get good concentration of knowing where exactly they're most weak and being able to give enough of an effort to where Furia don't have the ability of playing 2 things at once. I won't say it's one-dimensional, but it's just they're not able to put the pressure onto both sides at the same time because you're not committing device to lurking. You're trying to use things like device wall to stop early flank potential, but you're hard-handed trying to heavy hit something. And once more, we're starting to get some aggression that's immediately shut down in the first 5 seconds. Granted, again, you're on a very poor purchase right now for Furia, but even that, it's like we cannot even get to the front doors of these spike sites before 2G are able to earn some opening control with numbers.
Let's see if you're going to be able to get anything done, though, into this round. Contact play up over a tree. You have a high-low being held, though. Really hard to break that. One curveball available here, as well as the paranoia. It'll need to connect.
And that's just one layer of what is about 15 layers of defense that 2G have on this A site. Oh, we're just going to pre-fire it, no problem. FRZ! Easy 3-piece. Shy left, nowhere really to go. And it's going to be 4 for FRZ. And I'll tell you, Ashley, this is the point I want to kind of talk about. I've been sitting on this for a minute here, but now that we're dealing with a potential game point here, has it felt like there's been a neon in this offensive side of the map? Because it sure doesn't to me.
No, I think it's been hard. I feel like Koala has been bit more supportive in that kind of regard with the relay bolts, but even then, it doesn't feel like we really get to see them come out because he's getting shut down so early on. And that is where he was struggling the last time that they played Ascent. I think in that map, it was tough for Koala to really get anything started in that regard.
Oh, this is just not an angle you want to give away if you're Furia, but at the same point, you cannot just raw peek this if you're not going to put any aggression in the first 15 seconds when the barriers drop. And Shy will be aware of that. Arc grows to hold that position. Curveball comes through. That'll be some opportunity to play through tree, but once more, it's just a little show of force.
Drone's going to spot out the trip. Look how far back 2G are playing, though, because it's not just Brinks in spawn. You still have support for FRZ. Hunter's Fury's going to get ripped there on Catwalk.
Yeah, Artisan will be tagged, but that's a very early pull of the Hunter's Fury. Fury is still, I'm sure, are feeling like, okay, we can still put pressure through mid, but we're going to have to make a commitment on what we want to hit. And after that initial flash play over towards tree, it looks like they're going to commit that way, but FRZ is in position. Shock darts to come through, trying to delay. There's the fast lane. Paranoia right through the middle of it. And the defense is in a perfect spot to get a read on this. Relay bolt will come through. Jen will be the first contact. Not able to find the first blood, but is able to eventually tally onto another. Furia comes through with a couple of counters. Spike is still down backside of the site as Shy's putting pressure over towards Glass and wins a big one. QCK now currently stuck underneath Heaven. But able to find one, almost snaps to the second. Gobert, the last one left. 1 versus 2 for the map. Spike being planted on the backside of the site.
Both players so low.
And now it's time to see if Gobert can shine. finds the first, but not able to connect. Able to find the second opportunity. Now to the 1v1 with Shy. Able to find the hit, and oh my goodness, Gobera! Have yourself a second half. 2G will take their map pick of Ascent, 13-11.
Looking good here for 2G. The adjustments on defense as well. When those rounds were starting to get away from them a little bit, were great to see them playing their own game like we know them to. Gotta give a lot of credit though to Furia, especially what we saw on that first side of defense. They look a lot more comfortable, I think, with this composition. They're playing together a little bit more there as well. And you've also got a basic that was absolutely popping off.
Well, I'll tell you, that is an unbelievable second half from Gobera. Will finish top of the leaderboard, supplanting what was initially set up by Basic. And again, it's just another one of those maps that feels like Furia is putting together the right adjustments, the right reads, but then we get into the second half and it didn't feel like the same sort of adjustments were there after two different timeouts. 2G just doing what they do best here on their map pick. It's been a bread and butter, and they come away now with the edge of the series. And we were talking about how important it was for them to scoop this map up as well, for their confidence going into the remainder of this series with Split and Sunset up. That's huge. No confidence, I would say, if you're a Furia fan right now after dropping this map number 1, 2G cooking on their map pick of Ascent. We're to head to break when we come back, Split for map number 2.
Vamos lá, bola agora. Tem recursão basic, quem brilha levando 4K. Gobera com sobrecarga, é apenas o dentro da base. Gobera!
2G pull off a massive win on Ascent. They're up into Series 1-0. We're here now with Coach Gabshi. And look, Split's going to be map 2. Historically, hasn't been the best map for you guys, especially recently. Was there an expectation that you would be playing this in this series? But after that win, how confident are you guys feeling right now?
Bom, a split nossa não foi tão boa porque eu tava jogando, né? Então, mano, tipo, não tem como. Fogão é muito importante no mapa, por isso que a split perdemos alguns mapas no passado. E com certeza, a gente literalmente queria ser o primeiro mapa nosso, jogar Ascent de começo para ter a confiança pro segundo. Então, com certeza essa vitória vai dar muita confiança para nós.
I think the recent history has a lot to do with me playing. FRZ is very important for the team, so it's good that he's back, and I think he's gonna take care of it. And of course, it gives us a lot of confidence, right? We wanted our first map to be that one, our map, so we can go on the second one with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and they certainly look like you're gonna have that. Best of luck to you guys.
Welcome back. 2G, they started off strong and they got the win, but towards that beginning of the game, we saw Furia actually adapt. They started out with a new meta. They finally introduced the double duelist comp, and they came back in some of these rounds, Emily.
I know, and it looked so good. You have Basic and Koala kind of just being the dynamic duo, but looking at this bonus, actually, this is what started off with the aggression battle between 2G and Furia. It's the fact that they disrespected a lot of that Vi's utility. One duelist gets past it, the other duelist swings through it. It looked great, but then Furia answered back just the round after to kind of eco back into it. They had this really nice little trap set up with that Phoenix, and then even the round after that, going super aggressive with this Phoenix Neon play, sprinting through and being able to just kind of demolish 2G in their tracks, not even let them have a beat to think. And that's something that we saw a lot in that first half, is Furia just constantly going for these aggressive fights and getting away with it. 2G, not something that they're used to seeing, especially if you're looking back at, you know, your prep going into a match against Furia.
Aside from the double duelists, I noticed a lot on their defense. A pillar of their defense was Brinks anchoring those sites. I know he didn't get a ton of multi-frag stuff like that, but I feel like his cages and trips got so much value, and he stalled so much time for people to be able to flood. I noticed him getting like just a lot of value on the A site specifically. Like, he was able to play around his cages while he was getting spammed through the cages. He was stalling everybody. He's stalling long enough for his Omen to blind all the people behind. So I think he was a great addition.
Yeah, and I feel like the vibes were definitely high for all of them, and everyone on their team was doing such a good job in doing their role. They actually started their comeback in that second half of the game off of a huge Thrifty round. I mean, this round was kind of insane, getting a lot of those picks, but just in general, it felt like the vibes were back up. They were able to get a lot of those picks, and Gobera, he was going really good as well. The operator just doing so much work around the map.
I feel like the alpha male affirmations that Corbin was talking about just didn't work this map. But I will say, for Furia, I do think that the double duelist fits them a lot better. I really like that they're finally adapting to the meta. I feel like it's definitely their play style. So I'm interested to see if they'll also carry that adaptation of the meta into the next map as well.
I mean, I think it's just interesting looking at how aggressive they were with that double duelist comp and not being able to do that on the attack. And I think that's something that 2G greatly took advantage of, especially Gobera. When you have that op in hand and the enemy team aren't doing a whole lot of just aggressive plays going for straight up XX, it's so easy for him to kind of pick apart the original defaults that they were going into. I think that was a very big misplay on Furia's part, not kind of going for a little bit more XX, not actually fighting and taking for space early on with the utility and the agents that they had going into it.
Another one? Alexis?
A thirsty girl today.
Just so a bit interesting. Well,
gotta keep your energy up. Might be a long day.
How about we head over to Coach Shaw and see what he has to say ahead of map 2.
All right, Coach Shaw, that was a close, tight loss that you guys just suffered there on Ascent, but still lots of game left to play here. One thing that we did notice, though, is that you guys are running a lot of that double duelist now. Wasn't a thing you were running before, especially on Ascent. We weren't seeing any of that. Is that the look of the team moving forward? And also, how are the guys feeling after that, close loss? Are they feeling in good spirits?
In some maps, we try this double duelist and everything is more easy. I want to use this since this team start to practice, and I think we play very anxious in this late game, and we talk about this. We have 2 good maps. We scream a lot these maps in this week, and I think we just need to play more chill because we have good reads, but it is what it is. They play very good this map, and we have 2 good maps for us right now.
Would you say the atmosphere is overall pretty positive in the back there going into map 2?
Yeah, because we scream a lot these two next maps, and I think we have a good draft.
All right, Coach, always a pleasure, my man.
I mean, you heard it from the coach themselves. It did seem like they were getting a little bit anxious there, especially in that second half when things started to get a little bit closer. But when you're kind of looking ahead to that, the map 2 split, Ascent, they weren't even supposed to get that close in 2G's eyes. That's the map that they were dominating on time and time again, and that's a map that Furia hadn't found success on. But now moving ahead to split, this is a map that 2G, they're on the other end of that. They're the ones that have been struggling time and time again on this map, haven't been able to find a lot of that success, but we saw a new look out of Furia here today, so hopefully they're feeling a little bit more confident going into this map too.
I think Furia knew going into Ascent it was going to be a tough map. Like, it may not have been going their way just from the jump. They may not have expected to win that. I think that, you know, like he said, they've been practicing these next 2 maps a lot. They're definitely expecting to go into it with more confidence. I could tell on Ascent that they were nervous, especially when Gobert pulled out the AWP. Like, I understand how hard it is to default against a good AWPer. You don't get a lot of map space.
Yeah, and I think talking about map space, it felt like for Furia, they were struggling, like you mentioned, Emily, on the attack side. They were just contacting up and running that timer down so many times to the point where every time they did finally decide to execute, they didn't have that much map control. They didn't have that much space around the map, and they were executing with such a little time. They made it so stressful for no reason. So I'm really hoping to see that they're pushing that aggression into this next map of Split, because they started off strong. I think they're taking a lot of the right steps here for Furia, so I'm really interested to how they're going to play this.
Especially considering that this is one of the maps that they were able to run that double duels before. It didn't look great, but hopefully with their new kind of team chemistry that they're able to bring up just going into today, they'll be able to have a little bit more success. But it is looking like they, if nothing has changed, they will be going into a mirror matchup. And with how 2G are playing right now and how confident they are already with their identity, it might be a tough game.
Well, we are going to throw it to a quick break where we actually will see the map of Split playing out with Shift and Ash after this.
Welcome back. We've got 2Game Esports up 1-0 in this best of 3 heading on into Split. Furia needs to find a way to respond, because the last thing you want to do is to be the first VC team to drop to the lower bracket by a challenger squad. Tell you that. You gotta step up.
You're not wrong about that one here. And for the side of Furia on Split, they're going to be changing things up with this composition. Previously, they were running the mirror comp there to 2Game, but even then, things are kind of changing up on that side there as well.
Look, I just got to point it out. Like, this is immediately, if you're going to a comp change like this, I need to see Koala Noob adding the value in the kill department, because trying to step away from the Jet Raze combo, which they were running from before, at least gives you like a certain level of guarantee. Like, you can at least guarantee space with that composition. And this is supposed to be the same idea with things like Fastlane coming through, but like, that should have been the case on Ascent as well. And Koala Noob went 4-11 on the offensive side. Like, that's just not going to cut it based on what we're seeing out of 2Game right now. Like, they're well prepared, they're ready to go, and honestly, their comp can still deal with the Neon by simple way of delay and stall, just off of things like the Raze in the sky.
And the other issue that we saw on Ascent was they looked great on defense with that Neon for Koala, but it was the attacking side that was a bit of an issue. Some of the spacing that we saw coming through there as well. Not seeing the success when it came down to those first engagements there for Koala. And we also have, you know, Calm going to be on that fade. I just want to shout that out in particular because the last time we actually saw Calm play on Split was back in 2025, Stage 1 of VCT Americas with Leviatán. So it's been a long time coming to see him back on this map.
Dang. Almanac over here, Ash. Goodness. Where'd you pull that one from?
Did a little digging.
A little?
VLR treats me well sometimes.
Excavator style right there. Dang. Let's get this thing going on. We've got Furia going to be kicking things off on the defensive side. So all those conversations surrounding what they're going to be able to do on attack with this new double duelist composition will have to wait. I'll let you marinate on that a little bit, like a nice T-bone steak. Something of the nature. But I'm here for that. The other side, and like I get it, like the results on Split for 2G have not necessarily been great. I think especially when you look at kind of what had happened when they're playing up against Shopify, Rebellion Black. But hey, on one side of that, they failed miserably on the offensive side the first time they played. They came out and immediately repaired that.
Yeah.
So are there enough corrections to give them an early advantage here as we jump into map number 2? Let's go.
Immediate information seeking here into mid, and Gobert is actually going to go straight in.
This Boombot's going to get some value here. Gobert is actually going to find a little bit of chip damage onto the defenders who are trying to stack up at male. That's just a show of force, though. Nothing but a red herring. As this play through A ramps is the main muse for this A attack. And Fury are going to take a little bit of an aggressive step and see if they can get a little bit of information. They will stagger some of this offensive push, but the post plant's going to come back over towards ramps. And now all of a sudden, Furia have a lot of problems they need to deal with.
I love this call from 2G, the retaking of ramps, ensuring that flood can't come through.
Here we go, up close and personal. Koala's able to put some pressure onto the spike. You have to clear out Heaven immediately here if you are 2G, but Shy is making that a little bit harder said than done. Koala's already more than halfway onto the spike, and as Basic is able to cover, that's going to be enough for the defuse to come through, and Furia take the pistol.
Nice readjustment coming in from Furia, being able to re-pressure over at ramps, forcing 2G's hand to try and re-clear that space, making all the world of a difference there for Furia to find that opportunity, especially when that also meant that Brinks was going to be on an island on site after getting that plant secured.
Yeah, that's just an interesting call from 2G. I think you're absolutely right. Like, you just don't want your post plant to be in two separate pieces, so go help your Sky get back towards ramps, and then try to retake by getting up top the tower, but really nice individual moment from Shy to hold ground, allow Furia to still execute onto the site for the retake. Another quick offensive look coming through for 2G. They have forced purchased into this with full SMGs in hand. Koala nuke, Judge out, able to find one. Is that enough? Shy right there with it. Nice dash coming through, but Shy's able to respond and keep the numbers in favor of Furia after the trades are all said and done.
Keeping it super scrappy. Spike at least on site. FRZ God going to be able to get that plant down to get a little bit of change in their pockets here on the side of 2G at the very least. And this is about an impossible hold for him, right? Basic to clean that one up, and Fury up to 2.
Yeah, that's a nice start. That will put a lot of pressure onto the rest of this. We'll call it the first quarter into Split. 2G going to have to be on a save as the bonus is going to look very potent right now for Furia. Helps set this defensive side up very nicely for them.
2G. This composition that we've seen from them previously during the LCQ is a bit of a different story, right? Because they had Gab in instead. Then you also didn't have Shenum in play. Roles kind of, you know, traded around a little bit in that kind of regard. Now everyone's back on those comfort picks.
Boombot to clear out B-May is about to say with this stack. Furia looked like they were going to try to maybe take away that space right off the get-go. Instead, they're going to commit the paranoia to take that space away. That is expensive, but it does get them what they want. Dark cover replaced over at mid as the defense is going to rotate largely through ropes to see if they can give some support to Calm, who's currently going to have to be dealing with everything himself.
Prowler's going to find one at least as
think.
well. Yeah, that information. And then Trailblazer to go out. It falls off of site because they're more than happy to play that retake.
Whoa.
A big risk for Calm trying to sneak into elbow.
Agreed. I was going to say, like, there was going to be immediate help on the way back in, but now all of a sudden, Furia are scrambling for space, but Shy finds perfect timing around the backside of the dark cover. A new lease on life here for Furia's defense. Basic and Koala going to work together over towards ramp side. See if they can split the focus for 2G's post plant. Hot hands in the corner. Brinks is in trouble. He is going to burn to death. Nowhere to go. Now it's down to clearing out elbow. Koala with a shotgun is going to try to force it forward. Shy is going to find 4 in the round. What a heroic play through screens.
What a way to do it. Just being able to thread that needle to get those 2 picks. And then on top of that, you have the layers with the relay bolt and the hot hands coming out from Furia to ensure they're clearing out Brinks on that plant positioning.
And so far, it almost feels very similar to what 2G were trying to do on Ascent in terms of spreading defensive focus by way of hitting aggressively in multiple points of ingress. But kind of the same regard, Furia are not hesitating to play with aggression of their own this time. Getting aggressive either through A, but in particular that last round into B main. Even though it costs you your paranoia, you're still taking away space. It's forcing 2G to have to play a little bit more one-dimensionally. Viper's Pit already earned and spent in round 4 through the middle of the map, and an aggressive Prowler clears so much space through A. It allows Artisan to get a little bit of early help with all of that extra space already taken.
2G, Shannon holding such a passive insert over on the A side of the map, looking to dodge that utility. That comm continues to cycle. Hunt just went out. Does still have a Prowler available, alone on an island, but with the cut of noise from the other side of the map, you have the rotation now coming in through from Basic and Koala to support.
Yeah, I think Artisan's sitting here saying, like, I could just keep replacing this dark cover, and I got the paranoia to give myself space if you guys get some issues. Run it back spent by Basic, just trying to hold this angle aggressively. Now he's going to try to figure out what exactly is over this direction, and is able to see one in the corner. Seeing the raise may be enough to give you the indication that this is 2G approaching A, and now they'll know.
Just flooding into heaven right now. Shy trying to get a timing up behind the wall.
Ooh.
Ain't no way.
That is more important than it may seem. Because now Shy can lurk behind his play. Inserted deep, but all of a sudden the play on top of the site is starting to break down. Koala able to hang. Oh, and a really good paranoia comes through at the right time. Brinks now by himself. This would be a 1v3 trying to commit for the plant, but Koala able to get the final blow, and it's a 4-0 start for Furia.
Looking good. How many times, though, is Shy going to be able to get away with those kinds of timings, with the position, just really bobbing and weaving through that toxic screen, the perfect moment when that boombot was coming through. One of the second times now that Shy's had that opportunity.
One of those fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on you again. Really solid stuff from Shy. Basic also off to an exquisite defensive start, 6-1 in the kill feed. And it's just another one of those cycle, afford what you can type of moments for 2G, who have had a very labored start to getting things going, and Tendrilled was Zenom, nowhere to go. Koala noob for first blood. Basic able to get the orb. Everything is looking so good right now for Furia.
With his timing on the peak for Calm.
Yikes! Follow-up kills are good for 2G, and QCK may have just turned the tides here. Numbers and now weapons to be grabbed. Koala noob trying to save the moment. Relay Bolt Thief does not expect that QCK is still playing on top of the rafters, and a Basic will be left into a 1v2 from here. Good to try to go quickly, though, with it. FRZ able to scout out where exactly the position is, following down, able to find the first. Does he have the patience for the second? Yes, and 2G missed out on a window there.
A round that should have been unlosable for 2G into the post plant with the numbers advantage that they had, but Basic being able to get that transfer for the Red Bull clutch. 2G able to get on site at the very least thanks to QCK's heroics. But it's just wild the kind of day that Basic is having. Being on this Phoenix has been such a difference maker today.
Unreal stuff from Basic. Unreal stuff. Continues to be a little bit of a light in the darkness for Furia. And 2G are going to come off of this replay into timeout mode, and rightfully so, because we're still in this cycle of save by, save by, save by, and that is, oh, FRZ, brother. Oh.
Did we have to slow-mo it?
Yeah, I think we did.
Okay. I don't think we did.
That one's rough. A little windy out there on the A site. So 2G will talk about it. And honestly, there's a lot to talk about. I don't even know where you start right now if you're 2G, because if you try to break down what Fury is throwing at you, they've shown that they're more than ready to play with aggression on both sites, whether that's at B main or aggressively down through A in particular, not even worrying about contesting ramps, they're just taking it. So there are issues right now that 2G have to worry about. Are we fighting on the extremities? Are we going to try to put pressure on the middle of the map to free up some of the defenders that are trying to play on the outsides? Hard to say.
Definitely is. And Koala right now, he's been having quite the performance, at least on defense. He's looked so solid thus far, continuously, I think, throwing out great relay bolts, great fast lanes to try and deny some of that space, slow things down and catch 2G off guard. There's no denying that there. You're talking about, okay, what the game plan is there for 2G, but you also shout out how Furia have constantly been proactively clearing that ramp space, not allowing the lurk to come through. But for the first time now, Shenum actually is going to get that opportunity to cross. The Prowler will catch him out. But that is a little bit of pressure now that he's now placed.
Yeah, and there's going to be an interesting response here to see what Furia decides to do, knowing that Shenum doesn't really give you an indication on where 2G want to go, but if he's already up top towards ramps, you need to make sure you keep this position at A tower somewhat locked. You can't just give it away for free. And they're going to bring Kualanu over just to try to re-clear some of that space. But meanwhile, here's the play through mid. And I love this call. Hot Hands trying to slow. Gobert doesn't care. Showstopper's out, but it misses. The space is still gained, though, at top at Heaven. Defense will be playing off-site for now. No immediate tools for re-clearing in terms of ultimates, and QCK wants to get aggressive and gets away with one. Call back at mid-map, able to shut down the play through mid. Now all of a sudden the offense is a bit stuck on site, but they will plan.
Okay, how much is QCK going to be able to do in this smoke? Great flash out.
QCK not able to find more than that, though. 3 versus 3. Furia have the fast lane to try to work their way back on towards site. Good dissection of where this post plan is currently set up, but you still need to find the intel on where exactly the positions are established at. Gobera, immediately shut down by Basic. Koala will follow behind that, leaving it just down to Brinks. Able to find the first. Basic already committing to beyond halfway. Can't win the second gunfight, and Furia will stay flawless, 6-0 up.
These post plants are a problem here for 2G, unable to hold it. Furia flooding so quickly. And I think the other issue that we're seeing from 2G is a lot of these executions that they're taking the opportunity with are usually on the first layer of utility. And that also means now that Furia don't have to expend as much to try and delay those plants while they're coming in, and can save it for these retake scenarios so they can just overwhelm them on site.
Absolutely. 5 post-plant retakes for Fury out of the 6 rounds that they've been able to take. And some of this is just by finding ways to get into low number situations and making 2G stress. I don't think we've seen a post-plant with more than 3 players alive yet for 2G.
No, but that pick was huge coming out from Shenum. Really the first time that we're seeing the impact that we want to from him on this side of the map.
I like this call. Problem is, Brinks is watching the flank through B main. Basic does give you 1 off the run it back through middle. So re-clearing of that space. Com's going to hear some footsteps over towards A. If you could reduce this post plant again by finding a pick before the spike gets set up, that would be huge.
You also have the Nightfall for the retake.
Problem is, the post plant is so varied right now with the positions that they can hold. But it does look like this stack up is going to call the Nightfall over towards Elbow. Firewall able to come back into play to give some separation. And Basic is on the chase. They're able to find QCK. Backside of screens. Gobert is in some trouble here. As Com's able to tally another. And now Gobert essentially has to do something from this position, but not able to find a kill. Just down to Jenna. Able to spam out for 1, but completely flashed. And Furia are up 7-0.
It is insane the form that we're seeing Furia in right now. They looked good on Ascent. But I feel like now here on Split, we're seeing them even more synergized than we did in that map. On the first map of the day, they were warming up into it a little bit. Some of the spacing was off, maybe the utility usage not quite connecting the way that they wanted to. But right now on Split, everything is going their way. You can even see it, like the way that they're just peaking together, I think is such a huge difference to be able to make those calls for the multi-swings coming through to ensure that they have that support to guarantee those players on 2G go down.
Absolutely. And again, it's just like, you can also just point to the simple stats of like, this is another half of defensive Valorant that Shy and Basic are doing everything. Quick feel out through the middle of the map as we're back to limited purchase for 2G. Trying to make their play over towards Rams, but Koala's there to meet it with the judge. And that pretty much shuts down the execute in its tracks. Not much opportunity here, but 2G kind of forcing the square peg into the round hole, and Com will find one more before dropping. These are valuable trades, though, for 2G. 3 versus 3, and you also find a rifle and that judge in hand now.
Positioning here for FRZ could be key in catching out Shy. We also know how good Shy has been in retaking this side of the map, and of course, that Vent's position continues to be his alone.
All right, now it's time to clear out the pit. Oh, and that was one way of doing it, just spamming it away. Unbelievable. 2G have now faltered in 7 post plants in the 8 rounds that we've had.
Yeah. I think what's hard here as well for 2G is we are seeing them make the adjustments, trying to retake space into the post plant, have those inserts over towards Heaven, but Furia are just shooting back better.
Unbelievable stuff from Furia.
Already the second timeout now to be called here by Gapsh on the side of 2G. With just 8 rounds into this first half, and man, Shift. Furia have been cooking. Like the last time we saw them on this map was, I think, week 1 up against Leviatán. They've only played it once so far this season before going for this comp change into this play-ins matchup.
Well, and you kind of heard it there, I think, with GB talking to Shaw. It's like, okay, you guys are finally jumping onto the double duelist train. Like, where is this inspiration coming from, and why is it maybe taking so long? And there's just a ton of trust in what Basic is able to provide, I think. And also just, you know, maybe this is just a comp that is just easier to call for Com. You just, okay, here, I'll play on your initiator. I'll give you the info that you need to commit. Basic has done a really nice job with his curveball play. Koala Noob has now really asserted some extra dominance again, especially from the defensive side. So it just feels like the pieces are coming together a little bit more concentrated. You could even say the same thing about what happened on Ascent, just because their defensive side was so good.
I think with how this roster was built around Koala, him being that solo duelist was just so much pressure on him in a meta that really requires that secondary person to help you break into those sites. Yes, there are some teams that are able to make it work with the double initiator, but when you have a player like Basic who is so mechanically gifted, I know they picked him up because he was insane on the flash initiator, but on the Phoenix, my man is looking good.
He's technically
like,
still
it's crazy.
He's still technically playing a flash initiator.
Yeah.
He's just initiating himself. Great stuff. More aggression being shown by Furia over towards B main. They will get that space once again, even though it does cost them another paranoia, but that's fine. Basic will be that much closer to another run it back.
Art trying to sneak into Nail there. It's not going to matter. Trying to also help Shy out in that position, but 2G finally being able to overwhelm mid, something that they struggled with previously.
Yeah, I like this just kind of, again, if you're not winning the battle on the extremities, let's force the defense to have to throw commitment in towards the middle of the map. Koala Noob going to commit to getting onto site, speaking of commitments. 2, and he will be on an island. What do you have for us, Koala? How about 1? Here's the drop down from another. Basic is on the way in to help, and Koala has gotten great space back here. The only problem is the player lurking up top at tower. Crossfire setup being established. Basic with a fine 1. Information on the shoulder for FRZ. Brinks is so far out of this play right now, and now he's got to drop back down in, but has the paranoia. It will connect onto both players. Quick slide out, quick shot. Now down the 1v1 with Basic. Can Basic keep this flawless? Can Brinks get 2G on the board? Still playing off the spike. Basic will toggle. Brinks calls the bluff. Here's the footsteps. Advantage to Brinks now. All of a sudden has to swing through, and there's just not enough time. 2G finally on the board.
A much needed Red Bull clutch coming out here for Brinks. The IGL on the side of 2G. We've sung his praises, especially through the LCQ. He was so impressive, not just there, but of course within VCL Brazil as well, with how insane he is when it comes down to frying, and especially in those kind of clutch positions for himself as well. It's so good in that micro decision making. And now it's about this leader here for the 2G squad to be able to reinvigorate his team with this win, getting that round on the board.
You need these next 3, though. Getting out of this with an 8-4 would feel like an absolute miracle. Ton of ultimates available for Furia, but Brinks is going to hit from the shadows and get flashed. What awareness is this from Brinks? Haunt comes through, and now he's just got nowhere to go. Quick isolation. Artisan now on the other side of the map, going to have to try to read 2G, and there is nobody checking this position. 2G will still find at least one, but not enough to get the spike comfortably onto site. Last 2 players stuck at B tower.
See if they're going to be able to do anything with this, though. Trailblazer available for FRZ, and it's not going to happen. Just a spam into heaven here for Furia for 9.
And the money is broken again. So Furia looked like they're going to walk their way into a very comfortable second half situation. But this awareness that the From the Shadows is committed to in spawn is massive for Furia.
I mean, they really have no choice but to respect it, right? Can't allow him to keep that space for free. Try and fight back into it and ensure that they can take him out of the position. Now another mid look here. This is where 2G found success in the early round last time around.
This feels like just throw something at the wall and see what sticks right here for 2G. They forced their way into a first blood win. Furia are not completely broken by this, though, until finally there's a second elimination to hit the floor. Follow-up not going to be there for Com, and 2G will be able to rotate over to A for free. Artisan, does he commit to the From the Shadows to hold this? Yeah, he does.
15 seconds on a smoke, though, here for Art. So not going to be able to have that cover quite yet. Unless actually 2G give him the opportunity to cycle it up.
Oh, this could be massive. Basic gets a lot of damage in. Brinks will respect. And look at the quick play from Art. Oh my goodness. If he runs behind this play, this is still very winnable. Basic holds the first. Now comes back over to the backside and finds himself a second. To the 2v2. Showstopper is available for Gobera. Zenom able to find the Outlaw to connect on Artisan. So now it's just down to Basic, who has been anything but what his name would suggest in this half. But this is a different monster for a 1v2.
I like the reposition here for Shenum as well, ensuring that 2G could play that crossfire if need be. Instead, Gobera is going to reposition. This means that they can't quite help each other out, but that's why you see the shift back over to backside.
Able to find the connection. Does take a lot of damage. And if you're Shenum, you know that he's on 1 bullet of health. Yep, you just toss the snake bite and you should secure this round. There's just no way that Shenum can do any wrong there. And a thrifty round comes through. 2G get their second. But you have to win this next round. There's just no other way about it.
You do have to, but I'm still kind of stun-locked by that shot that Basic was able to hit. Sure, he takes a lot of damage, but man, really nicely done. I think the entry, though, for 2G in mid is huge. The way that they're using QCK with the updraft on that jet to be able to dash in and bypass the poison orb, which is where they were getting caught out previously when it was Gobera being that tip of the spear. It's made all the difference to get those picks underhand.
Holy cow. Look at this aggression from Furia. They take away 66% of the map, and Shy just has to spam the crossfire, able to take down one. That is everything you could possibly want from Shy. Viper's pitch is to establish the control at screens. Do not allow this post plant to scale deeper than you want them to. And so now you've got Furia able to retake Heaven control, and you've got a pinch on the back, and you've got Nightfall from the front. Everything that 2G tried to hit you with aggression is all of a sudden coming to a bit of a fold. QCK trying to step up. Furia on the rafters. FRZ will give you the first one. QCK still in position to deal with any rotate or cross, but Basic finds the elimination. 3v2. FRZ shut down to the backside of the site, and Furia clean everything up for a 10-2 half.
What a retake to come in here for Furia. It looked like it should have been a round that 2G could win. But the way that we saw Koala get that information in the pick on that wraparound was such a big difference maker, really changing things up there for the side of 2G into the post.
Yeah. What a half. Another one that Basic could throw into his virtual trophy case because it's an unbelievable display. 18-4 from Basic in 12 rounds of Valorant. That's about anything you could possibly want. Furia up big. We'll swap the sides when we come back.
So when I think of high-quality Sovas, think of my boy Com right here. And I need some lessons. I want to learn. What do you think is the most valuable thing that up-and-coming Sovas can incorporate into their game? And more importantly, how much would it be for some lessons? I tried to get Demon One to give me some lessons. He kind of turned me down. So help a brother out.
For high-level Sovas, like, honestly, just watch some of the top Sovas at the level, honestly. For you, I don't know. I don't know, GB.
What is it? First you Demon One. This is unbelievable. You know what? All my brother's trying to do is just climb up the dang ranks. You know, you hold the microphone, we're done here.
So welcome to my show. No, okay.
Some worthy advice right there. How do you get better? Watch more, period. So far, a lot to learn if you're 2G because Furia are dominating. An 18-4 half from Basic. Yeesh.
Yeah, 8 retakes that they found successfully as well. It's
yeah,
just
true.
Insane there for Furia. 2G have got to be picture perfect from here on out if they want a chance at split. Otherwise, they're guaranteeing that sunset.
Absolutely the case. So we'll see. Pistol must come through right here for 2G. Furia stacking the box towards B. Yeah, just a nice little plug and play here from Com. Just trying to keep the defensive focus at Male and force QCK to have to do something special. Lots of damage onto Koala. Able to find the first. Maybe an opportunity to isolate out of more, but runs out of ammunition. That's where Basic shuts it down. But Com does lose their life at mid. 2G will have the ability to play from the high ground on the retake.
Spike planted.
Okay, 4v3 scenario. Look at how far Basic is in.
What a read this is from 2G. But do they expect a second? Maybe not. Shakes off the flash.
What?
A little fadeaway shot from Artisan comes through. Holy cow. So now to the 2v2. Shy looking for the contact first. Keeping Artisan covered on top of site. Here comes the focus for 2G on their way back in. Able to find the first, and how about it? Wow, what a set of shots out of Artisan. I mean, initially you look at 2G re-clearing out dirt and you say, okay, you're crossing your T's, you're dotting your I's, but ooh, you forgot that J's also need to be dotted, and Artisan sneaks in undercover to find a couple.
That was insane impact coming out from Art. The fact that he's able to just hop and skip away after as well to ensure that he can keep his life on the line here into the post plant.
Let's go.
And now we're just looking towards sunset here for the side of 2G.
Feels that way.
They're feeling themselves. I love the vibes.
Gotta have it.
It's always good to see these teams having a good time on the stage. A little bit of that banter.
Well, 2G are in that very unfamiliar feeling, or at least that feeling you don't want to be familiar of, here we are, we're force buying. Pretty much from here on out. At least they're able to take some aggressive control, trying to get the lurker of Shy out of the picture. And Shy will make that a difficult prospect. They will at least trade out their life, that is fine. The rest of the focus for Furia is right back over towards Male, and Koala Noob is just gonna do Neon things with Neon. That will pretty much guarantee the round. Gobera and FRZ would have to work their way through a lot of layers, and it doesn't look like that's going to come through.
No, it won't. Gobera in a 1v4 scenario, I mean, He's able to get Artzin at the very least. Koala is low. He's got a lot of work to do.
This is the first problem. Not going to happen. Crossfire setup is easy. 12-2 the count. Furia on map point.
Comfortable here for Furia. I think that for 2G, we did expect them to have a bit more fight back. The first time we saw them up against SRB during the LCQ on this map did not look great, but they bounced back so well into that overtime, and they looked like they, you know, made a lot of those adjustments that were needed, really figured out where their holes were on both defense and offense, and how they wanted to play a little bit more dynamically, but right now they're just absolutely getting snuffed out here by Furia.
Yeah, and in that second time they played Shopify, they only won 4 rounds defensively and then stepped up big on the offensive side by taking 8. So the fact that they weren't even able to get anything going on the attack is just, you know, the candle kind of fades out to nothing very quickly. So now Furia still with a weapon advantage in what would typically be classified as a bonus. Are looking just to get this thing done cleanly. Koala will take a bit of chip damage. Haunt's going to make their way through. Jenem in some trouble, and Koala's going to force it. That's a bit of an ego chow right there. Jenem will punish, and the follow-up there from FRZ will give the numbers to 2G's defense.
Oh, they hear this, though. Those steps that were made by FRZ were absolutely heard by Com and Basic and Sewers.
Yeah, so trying to maybe isolate. Artisan will make their way back over towards spawn. Oh, and sees the shoulder. FRZ will be in a very tricky spot, but is watching the right direction and wins the gunfight.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Where?
I was
where
kind of,
are you going
I
with
was
this?
kind of surprised that he went for the peak when the other 2 players could have come in a bit of assistance, but FRZ gonna have to be aware of it. Curveball around the corner. Should be that, but with 20 seconds on the clock now, this is a done round.
Sure is. Okay, that's 1. 9 more to go. We have to sell the dream.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's tough in that regard. I think for Furia, a little bit of risk, but they have a lot of rounds to work with at the very least, right? Like, they're chilling.
Correct. You could come out and do whatever you want for 6 rounds before you have to start panicking. Okay.
We see that, and then there are those series where those rounds do start to fall away.
Actually, if this happens,
what?
I don't have any follow-up to that.
Okay, I thought you were going to go for, you know, I feel like usually the dudes on the broadcast, especially for VCT, they go.
Woohoo!
Good vibes. But I feel like it's usually like the bald buff that everyone says. It's like, I'll shave my head. If
I'm not doing that.
Okay. I tried, guys. Just let it be known.
I'm not going that far, although it feels like a pretty safe bet. Furia will still be able to full purchase. That was just the bonus, no problems. Full rifles on the other side, mostly speaking for 2G. Guardian and Judge will still be part of the recipe for 2G's defense. Not uncharacteristic, as space at mid will be early contested and then largely given away as there's going to be a 5-man focus to ramps.
This high-low setup, though. QCK has always been good on those tight angles.
Oh, okay. That's one way of doing it. That'll slow down the play and also take a big power piece out of position with Basic gone. FRZ able to follow up with the second behind this play, and the full gun round for Furia. Well, it's pretty much over.
35 seconds on the clock. Would take some grave mistakes there for 2G for them to lose out this round, but okay. They're finding a little bit of that confidence, finding that form now here on the side of 2G. I know the last round, they got a little bit more aggressive, fought forward into Furia, catching them off guard. This time, it's the spray that ends up bringing true there for QCK.
Nothing to lose your head over yet if you're Furia, in terms of like what you're seeing setup-wise, but it's calm, it's collected. It doesn't really swing things yet, but it's something right now for 2G. And I think the problem here for 2G, because of the score, is that is going to be essentially what they have to run for the next 8 rounds. Like, it's so difficult to come into this early and say we don't have the ability to play off of traps. Like, we really can't afford to lose a round in the first 15 seconds. We have to give ourselves a chance. And that's going to lead to opportunities like this where you can at least set up a crossfire to trade, but not having the ability to play with the normal aggression that we've seen from 2G because of the scoreboard could be a huge hindrance towards momentum that 2G are trying to build right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Furia. Both players split up. Art looking to give up that B heaven, control. You regroup alongside Calm.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Well, you hate to have to pull Seekers in this round, but again, you can't make mistakes right now if you're 2G. So nice collection of a round right there, even though it does get a little bit maybe menacing, forcing out the Seekers. But banks are good. There are still a number of ultimates that are very close to being earned as well, which is the big key in terms of how do you cycle this into the word comeback if you're 2G.
Well, I think right before the replays, we saw the operator come online here for QCK. Something to keep our eyes out on. And the thing is, with this op as well for QCK, I think what's going to be a little bit difficult is Furia. They have a lot of utility to push you off of those early angles between the curveballs, the relay bolts, Calm with the fade utility, paranoia, so many things that you have to deal with. But QCK, you know that he's also more than happy to take some of those risks there as well. There also are those opportunities to, hold some of those deeper lines, but 2G also do need to look to condition that pressure.
I agree.
To start.
Yeah, I mean, there's this. It's still a mountain to climb right now, and we are barely over the first switchback. If you're 2G, but at least you've got things that can start to develop round into round into round. Like, there's a very realistic guide right now that you can follow off of this timeout that can get you to 12-8. You've got ultimates that are tremendously close. You've got an operator in play. You have to know that you need to respect that basic is on a run it back. That's probably what a lot of the timeouts being called for. Let's not get blooded off of something silly like a run it back push. Let's try to set ourselves up to get an early counter. And right now, that may be just off of throwing a dark cover and trying to get a one-way peek over towards B main if you're 2G.
Holding the deep line. Hasn't really been contested before, and just around the corner, so that curveball won't hit QCK.
There's the sound cue. QCK is going to cue up the dash, miss the first shot. Presence established for Fury at B main. Not a commitment in terms of where the spike will be moving, but seeing it on Calm will likely mean that it's just, again, put a little bit of utility through mid, split the defensive focus, and then let's stack and hit.
So much pressure being put onto Vents. Furia trying to bait that heavy presence. 3 players now on 2G hovering around that mid control. It's just QCK.
Has to hit. You have to hit. This is all Furia saying, let's force him to have to hit a shot. Run it back a little bit to the D-counter. Prowler is able to earn the angle back. 2G will have a couple of defenders nearby. QCK, what a shot! Oh my goodness, follow-up from Brinks is good. Pinstripe, though, goes the kill feed until QCK connects again. Oh, now with Gobert finding a connection, the showstopper is there if you absolutely need it, but Shy is stuck in a 1v3. What a moment from QCK. Shy at least has the spike to work with. But 15 on the clock and a full setup will mean that, yep, there's the flash and QCK connects for 3. What a moment for the Jet player.
Looking deadly as ever, but the other change that finds 2G success on that B hold isn't just QCK hitting those shots, it's also the fact that 2G actually looked to support him in that endeavor. The previous times we've seen him anchoring on that site, it's been tough, but this time around, fully able to get out, have that support, look for the re-peaks thanks to his team.
Hold on a second. Now it starts to get a little dicey. Quick hit for Fury on the way over towards B main. Lots of pressure to Brinks. Has to call the paranoia out. Can he keep his life? Oh, teleports back into the corner. Furia don't expect this. The showstopper also connects. What a move from Brinks. That is so bold. And it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Shy now in the last one left. doing what they can, but a huge round for 2G.
Insane round there for 2G, and that is exactly how we got to know Brinks, especially on that Omen. It was plays like that kind of aggression that's absolutely unmeasured but also tactical at the same time, and the amount of times he's able to pull it off has been so impressive throughout watching his gameplay.
That is so bold to teleport back through the fast lane to the other side of the hit. So bold. Okay. Here we go again. No aggression this time coming through. Furia just going to try to put the pressure up towards mid. Looking like they're going to show some aggression there, but the Boombot will establish that there is no full hit here. Once again, Brinks finds himself in some trouble. Overdrive going to come through and not allow Brinks to do anything this time around. Gobera up top cannot find a trade, 4v5.
Retake incoming Trailblazer to clear out CT. Viper's Pit going to be procced.
Oh, that's a huge pick for QCK and Artisan in the corner. Now you've got the flash to make your way through, and Zenom's able to find Koala Noob through ropes. Basic will give you one back. You still have to clear out the pit. The knives will reset for QCK this time up top. Just making sure we don't lose any sight of anyone. FRZ clears out the backside of boxes. Now it's about clearing the backside of the pit.
8 to a flash.
You gotta find a way to go. They don't clear out B main. Com finds a huge first and then the second. QCK, last one left. Not gonna keep this comeback alive. Furia take map number 2.
13 to 5 here for Furia, bouncing back after an ascent that they started off looking so strong on, but they're split with the adjustments to this composition, allowing Basic to completely unleash himself over the last 2 maps. Playing that Phoenix has been incredible to see. I think Koala also on that Neon was a difference maker here on Split. The adjustments, we saw the improvements going from Ascent into Split in that gameplay too.
Improvements are easy to note, especially when you've got another duelist who goes 18-4 in the first half. I mean, insane pace being set by Basic. The lead too much to retake if you're 2-game, even though they gave it one heck of a try there in the late stages of this map. But that's going to do the end of map number 2. We're going to have Sunset to determine the outcome between Furia and 2-game. And I'll be honest, it feels like it could be a little bit of a curveball in terms of how this map may unfold. Doesn't seem to favor either team, so we'll see how the desk decides to break this one down. We'll see how much more Red Bull they've got stacked up on that desk when we come back.
Yo, what's up everyone? GB out here. Now, we're gonna come back and get to know some of our new talent, new casters out here. We got Ash. Ash, hello, good to have you over here. When did you first start commentating video games?
Technically back in 2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like very seldom.
Yeah, no, it's fair. What drew you to Valorant?
It was my first FPS actually.
No way!
Yeah, it's crazy. I started playing it during beta.
Yeah.
And then I went, I'm not playing this ever again. And here I am.
That's crazy. It was actually my first tac shooter. So yeah, so it's pretty cool to do. I mean, I hosted once for another game, but that's about that. All right, Shiv, what about for you? Even though you and I have been working together for
a long time.
Many years now at this
Many
point.
years,
When did you
dude.
first start?
I think my first like actual cast was like 2013, but that was like free-to-play nonsense games.
Yeah. Yeah, totally free-to-play nonsense.
I mean, they were the best. I mean, they're legendary.
No, that's awesome, man. What drew you to commentary?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. It's like random like happenstance type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like I was supposed to be a social studies teacher.
Yeah.
But like, who wants to do that?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. That's good, honest work, right?
Hey, to be fair, I was a social worker, so you know, I mean, look at us.
This is why we attach to each other.
Exactly. Well, all right, I'm gonna get out of these guys' hair so they can go ahead and do their thing. Look at them. I'm so proud of them, like a proud uncle.
Man.
Goodbye, everyone.
Vamos lá, bola agora. Tem restrição basic, quem brilha levando 4K. Cobeira com sobrecarga, é apenas o deixo na base. Cobeira!
Essa tatuagem que eu tenho aqui é um anjo. Nenhuma tatuagem minha tem um significado muito específico. Essa aqui é a medalha de São Bento, que eu tenho 2 flores, 2 rosas. E essa é uma que eu fiz uns anos atrás, que é o Wish Do, que também tem um carinho muito legal. E aí eu tenho 2 no pescoço, resiliência e uma flor, mas nenhuma com nenhum significado específico.
Welcome back after a really intense map 2 where 2G had a 5-round win streak to almost start their comeback. Furia looking absolutely phenomenal, taking that map 13-7. It felt like it was insane. I mean, Shift was asking about if there were more Red Bulls on the desk. Absolutely there are. Not only one, there are 2.
That's my house
here. That's where I live. That's your house?
Yeah.
That's it?
I'm in the process of building it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, you know, this is just a window. We're gonna get some walls.
It's like the foundation.
We're gonna get a door. Yeah.
I got you. Well, let's talk about the 2 players that actually build the house for Furia, and that is Shy and Basic. They were performing so good in map 1 and map 2, doing it multiple times in this series now. They've been looking so consistent.
And it's a great new look for Furia, right?
Yep.
Just as a team, you know, before when they tried implementing that double duelist, they had Artson on that secondary duelist back when they had EU, and even then they were having a little bit of struggles, but Basic stepping up to the plate on this Phoenix role, looking absolutely insane in a lot of these aggressive plays, specifically on defense. The trap plays with his mollies, he's willing to kind of take any and every fight, especially when he has this ult. It just looked fantastic. And Shy, on the other hand, stepping up for our first time ever, seeing him on that Verizon ascent.
Yeah.
Even though they weren't able to kind of take away that map, he still looked phenomenal, and that's something that carried over into Split.
I remember thinking it was a little bit awkward having Artson on the duelist role because it's not very conducive to like good calling, having the entry at the same time. But putting Basic might have been the best decision they've made ever, to be honest. He's owning on. He's almost averaging 300 ACS in 2 maps. That's insane. He obviously knows how to play this agent, even though this is his first time playing it on stage. So I don't know. It looks like he was meant to play this role.
I mean, I think it really contributed in the aggressiveness that Furia finally have. So it's really nice to see. I mean, 12 first kills on the side of 2G, but that didn't matter because Furia were so good at converting so many times. It felt like they always had answers back into the mid round, and I feel like that's mainly enabled because of how aggressive and how forward-facing they are and proactive as a team they're getting.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about top of show that Basic was that person for Fury, kind of stepping in, filling a lot of those gaps. And I think he carried that same mentality over on the Phoenix, you know, being that person to trade out Koala. You saw there, even though they didn't run away with having the most first kills, they still ended up closing out the map because the rest of the team was behind him, especially with Basic taking that lead.
Yeah, I think for this matchup right now, for this series, I'm really excited to see how this goes into that 3rd map. It's going to be really fun because we've seen both sides being aggressive, both of these teams being super proactive as well. But going into Sunset, I don't want to see what Furia's been doing and struggling a little bit with on their attack side, where they're not taking that aggressive control. They're not pushing for that map space, and Koala is just kind of holding back on the op a lot of the time.
Yeah, Sunset is a really strong neon and just double duelist map in general.
Yeah.
So I want to see him get more proactive, especially in that A main, baiting out util, being able to relay information to his team. They can get the B line. There's a lot of different options that they can do. I just want to see them get more proactive, like you were saying. I feel like, especially on Ascent, they were kind of stagnant. Like I saw them, you know, so far back on their
Yeah.
defense very often, not getting very many lines. I feel like Sunset is a map where you kind of need a lot of information because the map is so big, the rotates are so far, you have to make those aggressive plays.
I mean, one thing that I'd love to see is they used to run that double Senti comp that didn't allow for a lot of aggression like we've been seeing the past two maps. So a comp change, a brand new look kind of fitting into Furia's new style that they brought here today would be something that I'm especially eyeing out for. But on the other hand, you have 2G. During their entire stage 2 split for their challengers run, this wasn't the map pool. They were still behind. We didn't have it yet. And even in LCQ, that's a map that they chose to ban and not really get into it quite yet. So it'll be an interesting matchup seeing how much prep TG might have been able to kind of bring into it because they're on a short turnaround. How's that Red Bull for you?
Sorry, I can't hear you over the Red Bull being slurped over
It
there.
sounds delicious.
I'm sorry, I'm so thirsty, guys.
Well, that works out because we're going to map 3, so it is going to be a long series. Can Furia end the drought and pick up a win? Because map 3 is coming up next on Sunset.
Ash, I'm not sure if you saw on that little timeline at the top there, but you're talking about bald buffs and bets. Someone in Twitch chat was saying if Furia win this series, they're going to shave their head. Right now, Furia putting on a show, looking to do just that.
Was that you, Shiv?
It was me.
Oh.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay, damn.
Not my alter ego. Sorry.
I could wishful thinking on the desk here with my duo. But heading into this agent select, Furia are going to be changing up their game plan. They were previously running that double sentinel composition that the desk was just talking about. And again, leveraging Basic on that Phoenix. He's been insane these last 2 maps. This flex player turning into a Phoenix player. He was such an important piece of flexibility, I think, for Furia in the compositions that they were running previously. But now this double duelist allowing Koala to have that additional support.
Absolutely. Take the weight off the man's shoulders a little bit. And apparently Basic is just him. That might be the easy solution right now for Furia. Other side of things, and it's important to note, especially as we look at a map like Sunset, and I think especially knowing that 2G just came off of what looked to be a lot of post-plant opportunities. They won 2 out of 10. That cannot be the case here on Sunset.
No, definitely not. We'll have to see how that ends up looking in the second half, though. Here for Furia, the adjustment from the Raze to the Neon for Koala. We've seen how good it looked on defense. We saw how good it can look also on attack once we got to split for the side of Furia. But again, a lot of it has also come down to Basic having these unreal performances in both of these maps.
Absolutely the case. Only other note here, the most recent time that 2Game played this map, they played Contra and they won 10 defensive rounds with this composition. So some success metrics to at least compare and contrast with, as Fury will have the opening offense. Little show over towards mid and tiles for a moment, but it looks like this will be a pretty aggressive look towards B, unless we're just going to do some more resource collecting for Basic, which would be typical. And not strange. Definitely not strange.
That Contra map that you're talking about as well there for 2G was one of the times that I think we really saw Gobera come alive in some of these series there for 2G's previous matches within LCQ and VCL. And that was really what kind of unleashed him for this squad to get that confidence back and be in that duelist role so comfortably like we know him to.
Now you saw the setup right here. 2G were trying to contest by mid by seeing if they could get contact off the spy cam, but instead it's breaks up close and personal, and now a little bit further and far between. Able to take down the opening 2. But into sight goes Shy.
30 seconds
Would have to be the catalyst for success. Basic is able to keep the focus a little bit split. But Shy is going to have to do a lot. Able to find a nice connection for the first. Quick swing for Z to get the trade. 3v2. Congestion here at the choke point. Want to give the entry, but Gobert is right there. Shenum on the other side, and 2G take the pistol.
Nicely done there for 2G. And Brinks, again, continuously showing how good he is in those anchor moments. Whether he's on the Cypher or the Omen, it is insane how he's able to consistently hold his ground, no matter what space it is that he's looking to contest.
Good stuff. And I mean, we didn't really see it come through in terms of the execution, but the setup at mid, to have the curveball ready for a double swing through market and through the backside of mid is something that very well could be a success recipe for 2G in the future. But for now, take your weapon advantage and run. Furious just on basic pistols.
Trying the death ball approach here. You have one trip for the right side of the site.
Brinks, careful, brother. Steps into the Thunderdome and punished for it. Gobert not able to do too much with the Stinger at that range. Wow, great damage from Shy. Nearly able to take down the elimination. But the post plant is here. Scaling deep. FRZ is in some trouble, but the flash holds off just a touch. Paranoia also to make sure 2G can re-clear the backside of B. But this is a difficult problem to try to break down, even in a 4v5 where you've got weapon advantage.
Trip dealt with, though, outside of market, and there's...
Look at the flank.
Yeah, great wall, though, to cross front site.
But this is all isolated now into the front. Gobert leading the charge, able to find some damage, but will drop. Now the flank starts to come on through. The trades will allow Furia with the numbers. FRZ, 1 versus 3 situation, deals with the first. Low health pulls for basic, but is still able to win the battle, and Furia come away with another thrifty here in the series.
Really nicely done there by Furia, but honestly, that round felt more of a bit of a mistake in the setup for Brinks in that regard.
Agreed.
Playing back site on B, usually you see the typical trip crossing for front site. He was not in a position to actually play off that right side trip. That was mainly for the market player, but the way that Furia actually looked to flood onto stairs and take that smoke was something that Brinks didn't calculate, I guess, within this setup, expecting them to maybe give that a little bit more respect because they would normally think a trip would be there.
I like that call. Mind game's already starting to come through 2 rounds. Furia will be in the position of advantage now. Quick play for 2G, pushing up towards A behind the one-way smoke, but the damage is already dealt at B main. And honestly, this triple stack for 2G essentially has to work out, but obviously you can see the next obstacle they have to deal with. And Furia will envelop the play, trap it up, and not allow 2G to do much of anything.
Yeah, I don't know if Gobert is going to be able to get anything in this situation. Maybe Koala gives him one, but still quite a disadvantage with the kind of fight that he'd be taking with the Classic. Regardless, though, going down to a 3rd map here for this series shift, when you think about kind of the layers between these two teams, namely being Artzine and the other ex-members of MIBR that he's played with, it is kind of crazy to see them meeting back on the stage there. Artzine playing against FRZ and Shenum. Neither of those 2 players were on MIBR also at the same time, so it was really Artzine in those 2 pairings within those different rosters. That familiarity to be able to play each other again on stage within play-ins.
Also builds just a little bit of drama.
We love the storyline.
We do. Quick shot from Gobert onto Koala Noob, who was looking just to set the tone immediately on towards A. Defense going to step up quickly at main, but line drawn in the sand by the dark cover. Furia will get on site and try to play their post line out 5v4.
The aggression's going to come in, though.
Yeesh.
The collateral there for Gobert is insane to see.
Okay. It's not, you know, okay, it's not over yet, I was going to say, but
It wasn't pretty, but they made it work. They made it work.
It is just a bonus at the end of the day for Furia due to the thrifty that comes through. So for 2G, you can get the operator back, no problem. Brinks will pick that back up. We'll be tied at 2, but now we're going to start to establish how this first half is going to be played with a full gun run on the way. It's a huge first shot.
Yeah, it really is. Just on the sliding neon of Koala on top of that, but the timing. was crazy there for Gobert. Like, it could not have been better. The paranoia is getting ready there for Arzin, and the peak was just perfect.
This is a big one right now coming up. I've got a feeling if either of these two teams are going to start to establish that trap set play, we're going to get it right here in this round. And it looks like Furia may be the ones to establish that early aggression, trying to see if they can once more just keep Gobert a little bit more uncomfortable. But we saw what he's able to do with this operator on Ascent. I just would not be feeling confident of challenging anything knowing that Gobert has got this weapon in hand.
I have retrieved the spike.
Definitely changes the game plan for them, and for Gobert, more than happy to hold that A line. So much information on the side of 2G now. Drone not going to see anything. Could be great on timing.
A little bit of noise from Koala Noob just trying to say, hey, we see you throwing stuff at mid. We're still here. But eyes are up now at A. And Gobert is going to be tested. Flash being held. Curveball comes around the corner. Gobert doesn't dash away. Instead, it's a relay bolt just to make sure the space is still being held, and that's enough for Fury to respect it and bail.
Really like that support that was being shown there by 2G.
I mean, we have to throw something besides bodies at this if you're Fury. Gobert able to come back over to help on this play through mid. Basic able to get the spike, but nothing more. That's just way too simple for Shenum. Never dissuaded from the angle. And just sprinting forward if you're Koala Noob is just not enough to guarantee entry. Shy will get the spike, give himself maybe an opportunity for the 1v3. Toggles, seeing if he can bait out the defense, but time is going to run out in this play. And 2G will understand that we've done enough to stop this in its tracks and get ourselves our third.
Really nice discipline being shown there by 2G in the 1v3. Knowing that they could just buy that time if Shy didn't get that plant down. Now 2G finding that advantage. And that's after Furia were able to get that thrifty round off of them too.
All right, that's just way too simple though for Shenum. Especially if we're going to be committing extra resources eventually to get into market. Why not wait to do it all at once? But Koala Noob tries to set the pace and the tempo and just gets completely caught, and then the paranoia afterwards just allows Shenum to control the space for longer than you'd like if you're Furia.
Already seeing a little bit of frustration there from Shaw in the coaching booth. But we got to listen in here with Furia.
Yeah.
She popped cage already.
And
Smoke your market.
I'm ulti right side. Ready?
Cage, wait, yeah, we can go through this. You ready? Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
three, two. I hit two. Two on the right. Two on the right.
I can't go. Chance cancel.
I got spam.
Spike down B.
Nice, boys.
Mid dead.
Nice. 4v3, guys. Could be backside.
They're gonna peek us backside.
Let's fight backside.
Yeah, go backside now. Flank, I think. Flank, guys.
Together, guys. Nice.
One flank.
Omen and Phoenix
Omen
flank.
Flip, fight CT. Yeah, come market with me. Walk.
Wait, I'm gonna come CT for you guys. I don't see this guy.
Nice. Let's do flank.
Both flank.
I'm a smoke.
I 1 HP. I literally 1 HP.
He's out.
Spike
One
down
D4.
B.
Yeah, one side.
He's out, man.
Wait. This head.
I have neon all.
Right
Yeah,
side.
he's right side.
Probably you hold 1 second.
I'm holding right side, so
Omen could all CT.
Nice. Dinked.
3, 2, 1.
Nice!
Almost.
Bro.
Nice.
Oh my god, that's so...
Got away with one right there. I mean, you could hear the panic in Fury about how they were going to set up the ultimate, and then all of a sudden, whoa, there's two guys on our flank, but well held with low health pools at the very end right there in the 2v2.
Also just re-regulating after the energy gets a little bit heightened in those moments to be able to calm things down, to be able to ensure that they can take that round away. But the communication sounding solid as far as the information that they are relaying, though I would love to see the comms be less cluttered in those moments for sure.
Agreed. It felt like DEFCON 3 right there. It's like 2G will be on purchase what you can mode right here in round number 7. Overdrive is at the ready for Gobert, so if you do find good contact here with QCK, you may see the finger guns come out quickly. There's the Prowler. Overdrive will come through behind the flash. Koala trying to counter, not going to happen. First blood good for 2G. FRZ finds another through mid-map, and Artisan committed to the From the Shadows in the dark cover. Hello?
Really nicely done, though. Just the reactions with those curveballs from QCK making all the difference in those fights for 2G early on into B main, denying that space that Furia were wanting to contest early.
I'm still... Oof. I mean, this is a really good, in terms of, like, again, forced eco situation. How do we deal with something? How do we put together a win condition? You do it by way of getting good first contact, and they do that perfectly with that flash overdrive combo. But to see Artisan still commit to that from the shadows is odd, considering how the exchange happened at B main. It just felt like that was going to be the set play, and it's just like, well, I'm going to commit to it regardless. But odd, to put it plainly. 2G take a really key round away right there. And now get us to a 4-3 count late into the first, where Brinks is going to have a contact play here at Market, and he's going to respect that. I just need to hold this play. I'm the only player here at B.
More than happy to completely play off of site there for Brinks, especially with the heavy-handed mid control that 2G are looking for to ensure they can have those fast rotations. Shannon's going to need to be able to get out here.
He's got plenty of space in the paranoia in case things get tight.
Mid
Here
players.
comes our double duelist defense, though, for 2G. Koala's going to commit. Paranoia comes through. Perfect timing, but QCK misses a big window. Get us to a 3v3. Jen able to hold the position over towards elbow. And now it's just down to regrouping with Shy on this lurk.
The way he's walked out on site. Still a camera, though, for Brinks to go and check. May have spotted.
Brinks, once more, has to value his life in this moment. That's a really good deep trap, but Brinks is there to deny. Dark cover comes through. Spy cam able to get a little bit more information to confirm. And the post plant will be set up, largely leaning towards main. FRZ is able to get some space at Market. Dark cover to block. And FRZ is going to be the first one to try to make a move here. Can they split the focus, though? 2G need to create some noise from the backside of the site to allow FRZ a little bit more freedom on this entry. But they're going to wait for the smoke to fade first. Recon's going to come through just as it does. He'll need it immediately, but Zenom's still able to find one. Paranoia still being held onto, but it doesn't result into anything. So now it's just down to Artisan, as FRZ is the first contact, doesn't win the battle. And now it's just you got to keep your head in a swivel. There's too many to deal with, and 2G going to take their 5th round, go up by 2.
Yeah, Artzane 1v3, unable to stand tall against his former teammates there. Brinks on the defuse, and Furia. We are seeing moments, right? I think Shy does get impact out from his lurk, but the coordination when it comes down to these retakes and the timing, the communication on the side of 2G is such a boon for them in these moments.
Absolutely. I think just even on top of that, one of the big keys to success so far for 2G is that they've never really lost a site. They've always had, even if they're giving the plant up, someone's still nearby to make that post plant not feel so comfortable.
Yeah, it's really hard there for Furia in that kind of sense. As we get into this timeout that was called by Shaw once again on the side of Furia. I think the other thing too is we've gotten previews of both these teams' comms now across this series, and our preview into Furia, it was in those high stakes moments, they were hectic. But when we got to listen into 2G, it felt pretty clean, honestly. You can tell that there's a lot of trust in what all the other players are saying, but now that conversation, I think, about Shenum and FRZ.
Yeah.
FRZ won. He's having crazy impact on this map. Shenum as well, especially with those vertical angles that you were shouting out. And Shenum being that player that we were missing in the LCQ for 2G to get here today on the big stage of VCT. Someone that we've looked out for, and FRZ was that flex player. During that time, he could play anything.
Yep.
And it is so impressive now getting to see them back into their comfort roles here on the big stage.
And FRZ's really warmed up into the series. I mean, map number 1 at one point, he was like 4-12, but he's obviously having a great map here. 7 assists already through these first handful of rounds for Zenom is great news as an Omen player. It means your paranoias are valuable. So Furia will come off this timeout with a hero rifle in the hands of Art. And this is, I think, a big position that Furia need to continue to work on. They really have not put much pressure onto this A site, and it's allowing 2G a little bit more commitment of what they want to resource out in terms of how especially they want to play B market. They've looked really good at B market so far, and trying to stretch the defense is something that Furia, I think, really will need to do.
QCK has so much in his arsenal to be able to stall out this push over an elbow.
Oh,
okay.
Gosh.
That was disgusting.
Yeah.
Little
Basic
jiggle.
is able to get at least one back, but being able to shut down Koala Noob in that play is everything. Because now you're stalled. This is like playing through molasses right now if you're Furia. But a really good flash comes through. Jenna was not prepared. FRZ gets shut down, leaving Gobera by himself, and that might be all you need. Able to hit both shots with the Outlaw, and the reset will start to come through. Basic is chasing. And Gobera is going to get the reload off and hold the angle.
30 seconds left.
Now it's down to getting a read on where Brinks is. Able to find the initial shot, but can't connect the headshot, and 2G survive through the aggression of Furia again.
Really nicely done. Good recovery from 2G after Furia were looking to flood into that site and just absolutely shutting things down. So uncomfortable for the side of Furia. Even after QCK does go down, it was able to also buy enough time with that hot hands that divvy up Furia from flooding into elbow alongside Basics ran it back. Okay, I was worried he was going to leave him hanging for a second.
This goes here.
It's an expensive round right there, though, for Furia. At least Basic is able to get a couple of charges back, but now we've got an early run-it-back setup for 2G, looking to play aggressive behind that at Tiles. Did not expect that Artisan was playing this closely, and the Hunter's Fury makes things a little bit difficult for Shenum. And how about Artisan? Able to find two and the shutdown on the run-it-back. So now you got the neural theft to be called in by Shy. And Furia, just simply put, you cannot lose this round. You have everything you could possibly want to take this round to the finish line, including a Nightfall if you feel a little bit antsy about it.
You cannot count out these three players on the side of 2G, though. We've seen insane multi-kills and clutches from all three of them across today.
QCK is going to just try to make entry to A as difficult as humanly possible. Furia will respect it and back away. And I love this reposition from Brinks. Yes, of course, the middle of the map is wide open for the taking, but in terms of defending B, he's in a really, really solid setup to extend his life, possibly find one, and make this post plant maybe even non-existent, because there's nowhere to go besides staying on site.
Yeah, 2 trips to play off of as well.
Whoa.
30 seconds left.
Oh, if he finds one here, even better if you can get two. Oh, goodness, Calm. Lucky to be alive, but is able to get the post plant. 3v2 situation, Calm down to 8 HP.
And look, yeah, how much damage he was able to do in that scenario with FRZ still having a shock dart in hand, recon available, and 1 flash for QCK.
Gonna try to reapproach this through market. They just don't anticipate that. Artisan's watching the cross. Tried to sneak their way in a little bit further before using utility. They get punished. 4 in the round for Art and Furia. Able to get to 4.
And Art, even though he hasn't been, you know, at the top of the scoreboard throughout these last 2 maps before Sunset as well, it's the impact that he's always able to find with those picks in particular, the multi-kills that matter to open up these rounds.
Big round right there for Furia. Because it looked like things were about to go a little bit awry. And now we're into a full gun round. Gobera is going to be sniping on light armor. He'll be set up over towards mid. An early peek behind this cage for Brinks. Spy cam placed late for the attack. And both Cyphers are just having a little bit of spy warfare right now.
There's lurking mind games, if you will, but the first blood going to go over to Gobera, taking out Basic from the equation. Crossfire being held A main.
Yeah, this has been a problem point for Furia. Good relay bolt. Does affect. Hot Hands comes down a little bit late, but Furia will establish their presence and focus elsewhere. But look at Brinks' reposition after all of that spy versus spy action at B main. He's now set up at mid, and this is a great pivot point, especially with Gobera being able to watch B main with the op.
On top of that, the layers of the tripwires from the Cypher to be that contingency plan for Gobera if he does need to try and get off of sight.
Oh, and Gobera holds the scope, even though the face of a Prowler connects onto Shy. And now look at the long wrap through B main. Gobera will fall, though. The only question mark would be, does Furia anticipate this? And no, they do not. What a heads-up re-wrap from Brinks. And 2G put themselves on 7-4 going to the last round of the half.
And we've talked about it before. that it's those kinds of positions that you always have to be heads up about when you're playing a team like 2G. They love to take that space after you give it up, look for those reclears, and the timing was so perfect there for Brinks into that round.
Beautiful design, beautiful setup. The cause and effect, too, of Gobert able to find first blood on a basic through mid also allows that to happen. So it's like all of these little things are creating these opportunities, and 2G are getting the mature calls to put themselves into a position to continue to dominate around the map. And this position at A main is still such an issue right now for Furia. They have not really done much damage to control mid. They're really not making 2G sweat at all at A. It's been very calm for 2G, honestly speaking.
But how many rounds have we even seen Furia go B main to try and deal with that Cypher utility?
And now we're just raw peeking, seeing if we can find timing. It just does not feel like the design offensively for Furia is in play. And that just cannot be how that goes.
3 players left on the side of Furia. We're down to 1 Prowler for Calm. It's a contact play into market, but the op is still waiting.
Yeah, contact for Gobert is fine. I mean, he's not missing. He said, all right, happy to take these angles. Brinks able to find the information off the spy cam. Sets himself up. The hot hands deep really doesn't influence this defense too much. Overdrive, zaps the head of Calm. Basic with at least 1 trade, but it's going to have to do way more than that. QCK now back into the play. Nice snap to find Basic. Last player in the corner is Shy. Nowhere to go. 2G looking great through the first half.
Really nice coming out from 2G. I like the idea there. I feel like Shy, he did throw, you know, an aggressive trip, try and deny Brinks from that re-peek as well to assist. But 2G, they were running things here on defense. It was a bit of a struggle for Furia to find the answers, especially on that A main control, not quite being able to break through, and also not dealing with that utility out from Brinks early on the Cypher allowed him to anchor so comfortably on the other side of the map.
Brinks is playing some great Cypher play right now. Great island play out of him. Other note, as we're getting ready to swap the haps, Koala Noob goes 0-8 in first blood contact. That cannot happen as they set up for a second half comeback. Currently up big as we approach the second half of Sunset. And it just feels like another in the page of the Furia book of what is happening on their offense. We can consider that later. I'm sure the Red Bull mosque that's being built on the desk will have plenty to say about it. But on the second half here, this is where we can kind of at least turn back the book into what happened in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. And that could be really the Spark Note version of basic was basic. That needs to be, I think, a spark here for Furia as we get into the pistol.
Absolutely. And that comfort that we've seen historically throughout today, at the very least, from Furia on that defense side first. Having at least these 4 rounds to work with could be enough for them to look to come back into this map. I mean, it's only a 4-round difference so far, but let's see how this pistol starts.
Well, it's going to start with some aggression from Furia over towards Tiles, able to find the first blood. This time is Koala. Okay, maybe he heard me after the 0-8 start. 5v4 early for Furia. 2G going to have to try to navigate the waters here. And honestly, it may be on to see if FRZ can keep 2 members interested. He's able to see Shy. And a little bit of extra focus with that recon bolt. Gives some space to work with here for 2G to make their way onto A.
Yeah, contact play up. And the rotation comes through here from Furia, these mid players leaning back towards that A side. And I like this from 2G. They want to find the pick first.
There.
Oh, and they may have just seen the back shoulder of Calm with that ping that comes through. Koala, long-range shots into FRZ are good. But as they try to come back in towards mid, 2G are here. Paranoia's going to cut across the backside of the site. Here comes the crunch for Furia. Artisan's able to find 2 on the backside of the Paranoia. And it'll be just on to Brinks with the Frenzy in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, not really expecting it to happen there. He's done it before, but too much pressure there for Brinks in the 1v4. I think the idea was good coming out from 2G, but the timing there from Furia was great. I think the call as well to turn around together, ensuring that they're taking that fight with numbers, even better.
Absolutely. I saw someone on the break say, why is Koala screaming so loud? We don't know.
Hey, we gotta keep vibes up. We gotta keep vibes up for the team.
Gotta be doing something. But a big pistol there for Furia, looking to follow up, but there's going to be no forced purchase this time for 2G, so pretty much a heavy-handed approach and advantage for Furia in the anti-eco. 2G going to do some resource collecting here initially. Firewall will come through. Looks like they want to try to challenge, but Koala Noob, he's got a judge. Only finds 1 with it, though. Nice shot from Calm onto Gobera. Shuts down the play through Market, and now 2G are pretty much resting their laurels on this 3-man stack from B main.
Yeah, they just want to get that plant down for a little bit of money, if anything.
Okay. Reaction shot from Shy is good. Calm follows. And Genom is going to do what he can, but only so much will happen. Furia dropped 2, but we'll have still a lot to work with going into the bonus.
They definitely will, especially with that Spectre pick back up here again as well. Actually, no, we're not going to opt for the judge in this situation. Furia, though, now only within 2 from tying things up against 2G. Do you wonder what that aggression is going to continue to look like? Because he called it out in the first half. Koala Noob was going in, making that space for his team, but maybe the spacing wasn't quite right for the follow-up from his squad. If he wasn't able to get that first execution. Is this going to be something that we see tightened up now on defense?
Yeah, attempting to make the space, I think, is probably the more appropriate way of saying it to Koala Noob. But defensively, things are very different to assess. Furia have looked much better on all 3 maps so far. Obviously, it's early, but at least in the first 2, they looked much better defensively. One-way smoke at A will allow Artisan to essentially solo play the A site. Prowler to seek out what's happening at mid. Nothing home yet. And 2G will take their time on their approach. And I don't know. I would be happy to see them try to get some early utility battle and try to dump a little bit more over towards this A main hit, just to keep Fury a little bit off balance.
I think they're just hoping that Furia looks for a bit of information right now, but very disciplined here right now on the defense. RZ has the recon back up as well. Can re-clear into elbow to get that info?
I like this timing. They're trying to put the pressure on towards A, see if you can get the defense a little bit looser over towards Market, but there are still 3 defenders on towards this B-side. Koala in particular holding up close and personal, but are 2G going to commit behind this? They feel like you kind of have to with the time, and yes, they will. Here comes the first check. Koala able to give you the opener. Nice relay bolt, gives him the space, the separation, and the setup for the rest of his team. Brinks can only find 1. Genom able to trade at least another back. Gives an opportunity for the offense to still streak their way in to collect the spike and plant. But Shy is still in the neighborhood. Nice Paranoia cuts across, but Shy cannot convert. Art's in right there with it, and that will be the final 2 going to the Omen player. Furia back to within 1.
A huge round for Furia to pick up, considering it's the bonus coming out from them. And this positioning for Koala Noob was the nail in the coffin for this round, to be able to have that crossfire alongside basic and the relay bolt being thrown out just to delay that flood from coming in so that 2G could not help each other.
Delay, delay, delay. And now timeout. Ooh, very early for 2G. Very early for 2G. We've had 1 gun round, but I don't know, it's interesting to see both teams give so much respect to the setup at A main behind just a single one-way smoke. I feel like when we often get these double duelists, especially with the Neon in the mix, it feels like we're often getting kind of a battle for utility fight to see who can control A main, but both teams have really not preferred to take that battle, and instead we're getting these delayed peeks through market, these little poke and prods up towards the top side at mid. Like, it just felt very cautious almost in a way.
I think it's the understanding of the composition. It's nearly a mirror comp aside from the Sova and the Fades, so knowing that those trap plays can get so brawly and it becomes a bit of a 50-50 to try and take that fight if you're going to meet it head-to-head. Instead, trying to explore the rest of the map. What I want to see, though, from 2G off the back of this timeout is a little bit more of that beam pressure. I feel like that was the issue for Furia on their attacking side as well. They weren't dealing with that Cypher utility on the left side of the map, and it allowed that passive information to be held by Brinks. This time now, Shy on the defense to be that Cypher player. We did see, you know, the deep cam go out, but those early trips weren't hit whatsoever.
Yeah. I guess it's just interesting, like, kind of following through and finishing the point on the A main battle. I hear you. It's like, it is kind of a roll of the dice 50-50, but 2G have shown us that they're prepared to have that battle and to spend those resources and take those chances on prior maps. It's not the case so far. Early pickup of the orb for Basic will get the run it back earned. Paranoia will still come through for Furia, feeling the pressure on A main. So here's a little bit of that play, especially considering that we are into a stinger buy here for 2G.
Artzine's going to have to give up that elbow control, play a bit pulled back there over at A. Great insert from 2G, from Brinks in that elbow space. Going to be able to relay great information to the remainder of 2G, who are now shifting towards that B side.
I like the idea of Brinks trying to establish some pressure, though, on this lurk at A. Just comes down to, will that actually amount to too much? Because here's the hit on B main. Deep relay bolts and recon's going to be tossed out. Shy just getting away, throwing out shots. We'll find a couple of connections, but 2G will get the site. Koala's able to find QCK, trying to take an extra step forward. Big shutdown there by Shy at market. And now the retake is well and truly underway. Run it back and overdrive spend in this round. Feels like a lot, but Furia do find it flawlessly, and we're tied at 8.
4 rounds in a row here for Furia since we swapped over to them being on that defense. Now, for 2G, we got the weapons out. This is where we're going to see that timeout come to fruition for that shift in the game plan here. From this LCQ winning roster to get all the way to VCT Americas. Debut match, and they have shown a lot of bite so far, but now on the attacking side, 2G just a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, how about this? One way's not there. We'll take the space. Thank you very much. Instead, it was about trying to set up aggression for Fury over towards B main. So now you have to try to deal with the setup here. Get a curveball play. Shy able to peek around through with Basic. Great tandem duo defense over towards elbow, and 2G are going to be very stuck. They do have good flank coverage behind this, so you can still keep eyes forward, and they do have weapons to still fight this evenly, but this is still a very tough next layer to work through.
So many players on Furia already at A. I would love to... Honestly, I was going to say I'd love to see them take a beat first.
Yeah, just no isolation towards the backside of the site. Basic still alive and well on the A point itself. It just feels like this round for 2G just got a little bit out of hand. Nowhere to go there for Gentlemen. Back-to-back flawless rounds coming through for Fury again. Their defensive sides of these maps looking solid.
And the problem in that round, though, for 2G, when I was mentioning wanting to see them take that pause, just cut noise, put a little bit more of that pressure on the side of Furia, starve them of that information, I realized they weren't quite comfortable being able to do that because they didn't have presence on the other side of the map. It was just the trips to watch them, but they didn't know how closely someone was maybe encroaching from mid in case there was a flank coming through.
Nice! Good shit!
Would love to see in some upcoming rounds those inserts that we saw previously from Brinks, one side of the map or the other.
Stinger purchase again in this round for 2G. They haven't run it back to work with. And an Earl theft. very well could be valuable, especially with how the defense has set themselves up. Paranoia going to be spent here early by Fury to contest mid-market. Koala springing through the smoke. Ooh, and a decent effort right there for Briggs. Coming back to the play as Koala. Running back will be spent now. Furia trying to shut down any deep scaling, and that's a big shutdown on the QCK. They're going to find more behind this. 3 straight eliminations in tow. Jenem will get one back, but he's stuck on the wrong side of the site. Brinks has nowhere to go but forward, and that is into the teeth of the defense. Absolutely well received. Furia now on double digits.
Furia getting loud up on stage on top of that. With
Koala's getting loud.
Man, 2G, these 4-1 splits are not doing wonders for them. It's just not working out. I would love to see them kind of spread out a little bit further around the map and try to work those picks, but it's been a bit of a struggle for them to find those opportunities. And now, look how contested this lurk is going to be.
Now 2G will have full purchase. Close to a Hunter's Fury. That could be critical towards getting maybe a little bit more freedom on these entries, because right now it's been difficult. And FRZ will earn it with the orb there. And you have to imagine that whatever 2G decide to do will likely be behind the execute call of the Hunter's Fury first.
But look at this setup that you have going on that B side. It allows for this really comfortable market hold from Shy, where he's more than happy to give up the entire site. And then the rest of the team can just continue to focus their energy towards mid and that A side.
Well, 2G will be noted through this deep position at mid. Crossfire setup for the defense to hold any further play. Market will be isolated though, and ooh, Shy will drop. What a follow-up though from Koala Noob. Timing on that peak is everything. Also sees, I think, a second player sneaking back over towards Tiles, but does not anticipate that Brinks was still going to be holding the longer angle. The rope up now going to be spent. Comp trying to punish their mid will be taken down in his own right. So now 2v4, but Artisan able to find 3. What? Oh my goodness. Basic behind the play, finds Brinks before he can get around the corner, and Furia grip one back from what looked to be certain death.
What an insane multi-kill coming out from Artzine. We're definitely going to be seeing that on the replay, because I got to get another taste of it. Up against his former teammates from MIBR, now forcing 2G into another timeout.
Unbelievable from Artisan. That is the only way you come back into that round, is someone finding a multi-frag. And the perfect Paranoia timing, and then to get a third before the double swing comes through is exquisite. Oh man, 2G are going to be kicking themselves. You dealt with everything perfectly.
I'm so sorry. Good shit.
Oh my god. Okay, different vibes here, different vibes. But I want to know who's louder between Shaw and Koala.
Koala.
Yeah?
He's coming through our caster mics up here, Ash.
Okay, but Shaw can't come through our caster mics up here.
That's valid. Yikes, that is, oh man, remember that round. That may be what breaks the camel's back right there for 2G, legitimately.
It really may be. Artzine right now topping the leaderboard for Furia, up against, again, a 2G that has 2 of his previous teammates within Jenem and FRZ. It is insane, the run that Furia are going on this defensive side.
It really is. What a heartbreaker. Now we're back to light armors and stingers. And this is just the old-fashioned hold W. Hold W, hold mouse 1 if you see somebody. And to be honest, the first good look at an A take that we've seen from either team yet.
More than happy to play that retake, though. Comfortable A take since Furia didn't look to contest early.
The thing about this, though, is you're going to get a handful of stingers at screens. This is how this works if you're 2G. Here comes the relay bolt push. Shy in the corner. That's going to be a weapon collected. Koala's able to find one back over the middle, but FRZ's able to get the Hunter's Fury to connect plus a second. This may be a bit of an oversight here by Furia. 2G are going to get away with one convincingly. What a huge bounce back thrifty round for 2G off the timeout.
And the thing is, with a squad like 2G, we saw it during the LCQ. It's rounds like that that can absolutely bring them back into a map and swing the momentum into their favor. A huge round there for 2G. You call it perfectly with a stinger play into CT, playing those close quarters. And especially layered with the Hunter's Fury coming out from FRZ COD to create all of the chaos necessary to make that work.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's not just the chaos, it also keeps the contest alive
yes, the
at
zoning.
A main. It just allows those stingers to afford the ability to commit to that play through screens. What a bounce back for 2G. So now a really crucial gun round comes through right here. Basic able to get another Orbs one off from a run it back for the defenders. As Brinks puts some pressure on Market. But that's all that is a show of force. Is there any contact here between our Omens? I don't know if Artisan saw that little barrel flash.
I don't think so. It's a crazy 1v1 right now. The Omen cams. No one's gonna bite.
Well, I like this. Again, just 2G keeping pressure at mid. It's going to force some movement around the map just a touch. Prowler does not see much. So the focus for the defense is going to have to stay pretty aggressive here at top. And 2G will back off, and they're going to hit over towards A. Artisan, what do you have for us? Oh, and he hears all of it.
More than happy to back up. Turtling onto site. Rotation coming in from the rest of the team here from Furia.
The Paranoia already cut through, but it only affects the back half of this play from 2G, so they're still keeping this play alive at main. There's the fast lane up. In towards the site they go. Calm able to find the first blood. And there's no immediate follow-up behind this. Scattered fights all over the backside of the site. And at the end of it, it allows Basic an opportunity to hit the run it back. And that will be all they need to get to match point. Furia up 12-9.
Nicely done there by Furia. Art being able to get that information and completely back up to play that crossfire on site alongside Calm was huge for being able to deny Gobera that entry. 2G feels like they're scratching their heads now on Sunset, this attacking side. We've seen different looks from them. Previously, they were going for a lot of those 4-1 splits. We saw the 5-man plays on those eco rounds there as well, and a bit more of that mid exploration that has come through. But I think it's been so hard for this 2G roster to find any openings here.
Any openings.
It comes down to how Shy is anchoring on that B site. Again, giving up so much of that space and allowing the rest of Furia to look to group and take these fights together.
Yeah, and it's been a nomenclature point across really all three maps. Shy has been unbelievable on the island. Run it back is going to be used by QCK to get aggressive through mid. That's going to force the defense back. That's free entryway into B. Shy's able to shut down the run it back pretty quickly. The wall will stop any further play through mid. So now again, it's just about how does Shy rally the troops on the site that he was responsible for. Spike going to be planted 5v5 here.
Nightfall only going to be able to catch out QCK into Market. 5v5. Flood still not coming in off the back of that Nightfall.
You got to be careful on this counter flash though. 2G are heavy stacked on the entryway towards the backside of the site. Initial exchange leads to a pinstripe kill feed, but Fury we're going to have the numbers as it's just down to FRZ for the 1v2.
Timing.
Slides, now known. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Fury are going to have to move quickly. There's the first jump peak. FRZ gaining the space. Both players weak. Really good dark cover to come through. You have to work your way through the utility. Artisan's holding at the halfway, but Artisan, he had the knife out for a moment. Is there enough time to fully get the defuse? Have FRZ done enough? Yes! It's about as close as it gets in a Red Bull clutch for 2G to stay alive.
FRZ being able to win that out up against Artzine. Absolutely insane. Getting that pick on Calm and just being able to stay so measured in that moment.
One enemy remaining.
It's absolutely huge. Up to 10 now, double digits for the side of 2G. 2 rounds away from taking us to overtime.
Oh, Shaw can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Yeah. That kills me.
Weapons are still affordable here for Furia's defense. Overdrive probably not going to be needed unless it starts to get messy. 2G going to stack the box at mid again. And I love that we're keeping the pressure through this venue of the map because Furia have had to commit resources to making sure it doesn't get out of hand.
Arzine has also been a very solid anchor for Furia on the other side of the map.
This is great space. Arzine stepping up, able to find first blood. Oh my goodness, that's crucial. Plus the follow-up flash sets up Basic for another. 5v3, make it a 5v2, make it a 5v1. Brinks now, last one left. Furia handle the aggression at A main beautifully.
1v5, the first time that Brinks has stepped up onto the big stage.
Camera taken out.
It would be a thing of legend. But it feels like it leans more towards impossible than improbable. Here's the high-low stack.
Left.
Noise made, and there it is. Furia will survive through 2G, but I use the word survive selectively. Basic shows up in a major way on a new agent. The double duelist will get through the finish line as Furia will extend into another round of the upper bracket, sending 2G down in packet.
Furia finding their first win thus far this stage, and they are looking good. I think we did, have some questions when it came down to Ascent, that attacking side, but the macro really developed when we were looking over at Split and this Sunset, something that was kind of missing for this Furia squad previously. We knew that their micro gameplay, when it came down to the mechanics for this squad, the firepower, it was there. They had close games, but the bigger picture is what was missing, and today, it feels like Furia are finally getting those answers.
They're getting something. I mean, look, this is the LCQ team. You still had to go the distance into a map 3. You don't love that if you're Furia. Offensively, they have a ton of things they need to work through. Tons of things they need to work through. But you've got something to start building the foundation of the house on. And it's Basic and it's Shy. Those two together, undeniable in terms of what they're doing defensively. Not only are you getting the elimination participation from Basic, I mean, 18-4 in map number 2 to kick off the defensive side is nuts. But you're getting more security in your island because Shy is doing an unbelievable job on his own. The next recipe that you need to start to build, though, on this restaurant build is how do we get Koala more success on the offensive side of the map? Because I'll be honest, it's not great. Like 0-8 on first blood contacts on this map is not what you want to see. Like, we need to be better at getting these first contacts on the attack, but at least you've got something here for Furia to work with moving forward into a meta that has been largely dominated by Phoenix Neon.
It has been tough for him with the first kills and deaths there, that is for certain, but at the very least, you do have to give credit to the sense that even though he wasn't finding success in a lot of those rounds where he was kind of throwing his life away, it's a very unforgiving role to create that space for Basic to be able to get those multi-frags and do all the work that he's putting into the server.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, again, we've got something we can work with here if you're Furia, but as you start to get deeper into this bracket, you're dealing with squads that don't have those same issues. So lots of things to still consider for 2G. Kind of the same stuff. Some inspiration that can be built off of based on the performance they were able to put together, especially knowing that they were able to survive through a map 1 and nearly get to overtime here. But for now, it's GB down to the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with none other than Koala Noob.
Thank you so much, Shift and Ash. And yes, we're here with Koala Noob. If you guys are in the house, you mind giving us a little cheers for Koala, if you don't mind? A little love? Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Koala, man, congratulations. That was a tough game. But one thing that stuck out was you were on Neon every map. Is that the new thing moving forward? I talked to Shaw a little bit about it. He said you guys have some different looks for different situations. But should we be seeing Koala more on the Neon?
Yeah, I think like when Split 2 started, we honestly thought that Neon was dead. And we overestimated how
oh, you
how
silly man.
Was. So we approached comps in a different way. Yeah. Obviously, we got to be honest with ourselves. It doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was never a Neon player. This is not my role.
Yeah.
And I'm working so hard, and we've been waking up 8, 9 a.m. every morning, just grinding, just doing everything we can to improve my Neon and Basics new to Phoenix. We're trying so hard to
so is that what it's been? That you guys have just been waking up, both of you guys together, just kind of working together on how to build up and make this double duelist thing work?
Yeah, Shaw has been watching VODs with me and Basic a lot just to make us like understand the concept. Like it's very good, and you know, there's a lot of honesty in the scrims because you know it's a new comp. Like if mistakes happen, we're gonna talk about it, and you know, our Corbin, Shy, like everybody's very vocal about like, yo, I think you could do this better. And you know, I'm not gonna be perfect. I'm never gonna be a Spikeson, but I could be my own type of Neon player.
And I think that's important. I think that's a really important thing. You need to be the player that they need you to be, more importantly. So of course, with this win, you guys are gonna be moving on, facing off against G2. You know, team's looking good. Is a feeling now, especially after a little bit of the chaos and everything, that you guys are finally able to turn a page and look to brighter pastures.
Yeah, I mean, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. You know, it took a while for us, but play-ins, whether we made playoffs or not, we still would have started at the same spot. And you know, this is where like experience and you know just grinding stuff out comes into play. And you know, I'm very confident we can make a run. I'm never lying. I know my team has full hope. Like we really believe we can make a run here.
Well, Qual, appreciate you, my man, guys. Give it up one more time for Qual, if you don't mind, folks. And that is going to do it for us here. Coming up next, so great match. You got C9, you got Fluxo. They're going to be taking the stage in just a little bit. We'll see you then.
Thank you, bro.
Alright. So pistol first?
Yeah.
Alright.
Pistol first.
Pistol first, then rifle next.
Oh.
My sheriff is terrible.
Me too, bro.
Oh!
Nah.
Oh my god. GG,
nice,
bro.
bro.
So, Fluxo, I know 2Es is on the team.
O Xenon leva ele, sobra apenas o Twist contra 4 jogadores. Opa, olha o Twist! O Blitz vai aparecendo!
Tease was not loud by the time I played them. He was an incredible player when he was playing in the league, so don't really know what to expect now. He's still probably really good. And JZZ, he was on MIBR. It's been a while, but it'll be fun to play against him again.
I think they have a really good individual players. Oxy is a good example. I faced him already once and he played super good. It was really hard to stop him. So we have to be super aware in his game and Cloud9 game. I think they have a good game style. They're a good team together. So it's gonna be a hard match.
Welcome back to day 2 of play-ins and our second match of the day. It is Cloud9 versus Fluke Show. Athena here, back again with Emily and Alexis. That first matchup was kind of wild, but we're going into this. And Alexis, you like C9.
I do like C9.
You like them.
I was on C9. I was on C9
True.
White. I've got very fond memories of that time in my life, so I have to root for C9 contractually.
That's fair. I think I voted Fluke Show, so
happy for you?
I'm against you because until recently, Fluke Show, they were actually La Masia. They got signed at the end after qualifying for play-ins. This squad of Brazilian vets, they've won it at Challengers Brazil. They've beaten actually 2G to qualify for this spot, and they did it with a vengeance. It feels like this team has such a strong build and core, especially coming out from a team that just was not signed.
Yeah, I mean, also looking at their run that they had in Challengers, they dropped to that lower bracket, match 1, and then they had to crawl through and have an insane lower bracket run. And for me, that shows that they have a lot of composure on top of the experienced players that already come into play here.
I've scrimmed Flux Show a lot, I think because they're trying to avoid playing other teams in the play-ins.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, they're shooters.
They're shooters.
They are one-tappers. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think they're mechanically really strong, but I feel that way about a lot of the Brazilian teams. I feel like their mechanics are just always on point.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see if they are locking in going into the server today.
Yeah, and 4 of these players on Fluke Show are actually returning to this main stage. JZZ, Mazin, Paula, and Tuiz, they've all played before. The only exception is that new player on Zenatsu. First time for him being on the stage, but we talked earlier to Nyang. Another Red Bull is actually crazy. We talked earlier to Nyang, and he mentioned how all these players were really good to look for, including Zenatsu.
I think it's just crazy how their paths are so intertwined. Like, I think for JZZ, Mazin, and Paula, they all played on MIBR, and then Paula and Tuiz have also played on Furia. It's just so weird how far it goes back and how, you know, the strings are attached. The stars have aligned for them, kind of just coming together and being able to qualify through that tier 2 bracket.
Do you feel like this whole thing where they've qualified first seed and they've had experience before on the stage gives them an advantage?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like for a lot of teams coming from challengers onto the stage, like for example, M80, I feel like that they probably had stage nerves going into it, but I don't think these players will. Like, I think that they've kind of passed that hurdle and they can actually just go into it, play their game, focus on their strengths, focus on what they're good at, what they've been practicing in scrims without worrying about the extra pressure and stress.
Well, let's see what they're going to do with that pressure. Golden Boy actually caught up with Tuiz because he is back to the stage.
All right, guys, we're here with Tuiz. It's been a while, my friend. Good to have you back. You know, last time we saw you was with Furia back in 2025. Didn't go the way I'm sure you wanted it to go, but you're back. You're here as challengers winners. So how have you changed as a player, and what should the fans expect on stage?
I think I grew up a lot as a person and a player. I think all this time, bad and good, I had in Loud and Furia, I think helped me to improve as a man. So I think I'm really more mature, and I think all the things can happen on stage. Now for me, it's a little bit better to handle.
Yeah, well, of course, it's a blast to have you back here, my friend.
Thank you.
Maturity is something that we don't have on this desk today. That's for sure. We don't have any maturity here.
Speak for yourself.
What are you talking about?
Like I'm quite mature.
Yeah, I don't think so. But Fluke Show has been really, really good. And I think one of the main reasons is because they are full of veteran players. Everyone has been on the stage other than Zenatsu, which is what we were just talking about. But his debut is really important because as a rookie, he's not holding back.
No, not at all. I think it's been so fun kind of just watching his playstyle because he is that flex player for Fluke Show. You know, you see them run a lot of Sova, Phoenix, Raze, and he's playing all that, but keeping similar playstyles across the agents. He's kind of like the wild card for me when I'm watching him play. I feel like he's that player that is willing to take any sort of aggressive play or even playing slower. It really just depends on the round for this guy. He could be the one to kind of toss things up, especially going against Cloud9 today.
I love having a rookie duelist personally. I love having a rookie who plays these roles that they can just run in and get a bunch of kills. I don't have to worry about anything else. I know the IJO will handle it. I just have to get my kills. I love having that be my rookie player. I love it.
I think the interesting thing too with Fluke Show is that they're actually pretty slow on their defaults. They work the map really well. And I think that's actually how they won out versus 2G in that final game before they qualified. So I think the way they're playing it, the way they're setting up Zenatsu is really good. But they won't have it easy because guess what? Cloud9, they seem to have finally found their footing. I don't know what it is that's changed for them, but they got the big upset versus 100 Thieves, which I didn't expect to happen, but they're looking so much better.
I mean, I'm really impressed because 100 Thieves was looking like they were going to win it all, to be honest. 100 Thieves was looking really strong. So for C9 to be able to take them down, if that to start their kind of win streak that they're going on, I'm really, really impressed. I think that they found their team identity a lot. I think that the two rookies, Fireball and Jack, have definitely found their space within the team. They kind of know their role now. They're fitting in a lot better than they were originally. So I'm really excited to see what they pull out and if they can keep their win streak going.
I mean, I got to give a lot of success to kind of their whole mentality going into those last few games that they played is kind of going back to basics, finding their footing just together as a team and how to play together individually without having these big, deep strats and deep plans already going into a map. I think a big part of that was the coach swap we saw. We started to see them play a lot more loose, play a lot more reactive, and it's looked great so far.
I think for Cloud9, the biggest thing is Zelsis has constantly tried to build this environment of listening to each other and making sure the comms are all set. And it feels like every time we've listened to their comms, it's been pretty chaotic. But recently, that's when it started to click. It feels like the comms have been there, the environment's there, and the fragging power is there for sure. But when it comes to playing against Fluke Show, do you guys think they're going to keep that up? Or is there any kind of flustering you think might happen?
I feel like after taking a win against 100 Thieves, I would be really confident up against a team who maybe they perceive as, you know, worse because they're a challengers team. I feel like you're taking out one of the best teams in the league right now. You're gonna have a little bit of an ego going into this. I personally would.
That's funny. No, that's actually crazy because ego is huge and the mentality is huge, but Zelsis, he's always loud in the server.
But you can't go in underestimating. I think that's been the name of the game, especially for seeing a lot of these tier 2 teams kind of, you know, if you look at yesterday, M80, everyone hyped them up, almost overhyped, and then they fell underneath the pressure.
Whoa,
and I think here,
are you calling M80 overhyped?
No. In that matchup, they might have been compared to Envy, right? I mean, they were the underdogs, but they were able to kind of secure that win. And I think as long as Cloud9 kind of keep at the same pace, stay consistent and not start to panic, that's where they should be able to kind of see it through.
That's a heavy agree on that part. But we're actually going to send it to Golden Boy to check in with Fireball Ops.
All right, so last week I was watching you guys go up against 100 Thieves, and I could not help but see how impactful you were on the Cypher. And it feels like it was certainly like a missing piece that this team had needed, and it led to that victory to you guys against 100 Thieves. Do you feel like that was the missing piece for the team? And if not, what was?
Personally, I think it was deeper than that. I think everything's really clicking for us, especially in practice. Jordan Zelsis has been calling amazing. Veer and Emmy have put together great game plans for us, and us as players, we just have to follow it and just execute their vision, and I think we're doing that.
Would you say this is the most confident that C9 has ever felt?
For sure.
Nice. I love it. Love to see the confidence, baby. That's what's up. All right.
The team synergy is definitely there, but both of the rookies for C9 have started to pop off at the end of stage 2. We saw Fireball, we saw Jack kind of get back into the form that we've seen them usually play at in challengers. What do you send that to?
Listen, I genuinely think it's them going back to basics, playing a lot looser, because in those last 2 matches was the first time since they've gotten picked up where I've actually seen them play like they did in tier 2. I feel like before they were kind of just trying to fill in the gaps and play their role in the set strats or setups that they had. Like there was this time where they were running Viper Cypher on Summit on B and they played full retake. They didn't even play off their trips. Something wasn't clicking. But here in those last 2 matches, we saw Fireball going for these lurks, finding a lot lot of insane 1v1s, especially in that match against Crew. And we also saw him anchoring and thriving in that. These players, including Jack, have great decision making once they're able to have that freedom to kind of think for themselves, play for themselves. And that's exactly what we saw, and we need that to continue today.
Maybe this sounds a little bit like cope, but I actually think we can't underestimate how important it is to get comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
It feels very different. As someone who's played on several different stages, each stage also feels different.
Yeah.
So being able to get comfortable literally like with your chair height, desk height, like stuff like that, it actually can create such a big difference for these players. So I think also part of it is just them getting comfortable in this environment and playing in front of a crowd, playing on this new stage. And it really feels like they're coming into their own.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a look at the predictions really quick to see what this desk has gone for. And oh my God, it's C9 across the board. I gaslit you guys. I was trying to bait a reaction about the Fluke Show comment, but C9 across the board. I don't know about you guys, but for me, the past 2 games that they've played, the past 2 games that they've won, it really cemented that they've built the correct foundation going forward. And these 2 new additions, Fireball Ops and Jack, have done such a great job going into it. And I think the main reason for that is they're just finding their form, like you're saying, within the server.
For sure, and I think that's going to be really hard to go up against a team that's already running off that momentum. Fluke Show, they have been running off that momentum, but they've also been on a little bit of a break considering that they didn't have to go through LCQ. They've had time to kind of sit back, kind of cool off a little bit, and now they're going here, having to face a team that is finally coming into shape. Not only that, but if you look at the Tier 2 team success rate so far, they have been struggling, so they would have to make a great upset here.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with their growth from these last 2 matches.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting, but we actually have Cloud9 and Fluke Show ready to take the stage. These 2 teams, they have so much to prove, but for Fluke Show, they're coming in hot with 4 veterans.
Yeah, they're really looking to try and find the success that they haven't before. We have so many different weird variations of teammates that we've seen from the past. They know each other, they have experience with each other, and they're hoping to bring it all together today to try and find a win and try and find a Tier 2 team to actually have that success on the Tier 1 stage here in Americas that we haven't seen so far. They've been looking great in their run so far. They've been keeping composure. They look like they're ready for this matchup against Cloud9, but it's still a tough opponent because they're starting to find their way here.
Yeah, they've had a lot more time to prepare as well because they did win from challengers. They qualified to play-ins right away, did not have to play in that last chance qualifier. And they beat 2G, who in that last game got it really close against Furia. So we're looking at Fluke Show to be that first team to bring a win onto the stage for challengers.
We've already seen some really, really great improvement from C9 in their last 2 matches, and I feel like it's obvious to me that they've put in tons of effort in and outside of the server. That being said, they definitely shouldn't go into this match underestimating Fluke Show, like you said, Emily, but I do think they should be confident going into it, given the amount of growth that we've seen from them as a team in these last 2 matches. They're really implementing, you know, what we call the Zelsis way.
The Zelsis way, the Aussie way. They've heard it all at this point, but I think now we really got to give a lot of credit to Veer for being able to bring these players out of their shells, bringing them back to life on this stage. And hopefully that's something that we're going to see today is Cloud9 riding on that momentum, continuing to improve every single match after match. That's really going to be the key here is for them to come in confident. Don't change what they've been doing. That's been working. Just build on top of that.
Yeah, sometimes the smallest things make the biggest difference. And for C9, it's been that foundational turn. But looking at these maps, Lotus coming in first from Fluke Show. They've picked that, and C9's going to start on the defense. Breeze and Split coming up afterwards, though.
I mean, it makes sense. To be honest, for Fluke Show, or what they used to be La Masia, they had a great map pool. It felt like there wasn't a map for them that they didn't thrive on. On Lotus, they were 5-2. On Breeze, 4-1. Split, 6-1. So that being said, though, Cloud9, that gives them a lot of footage to work here. They have a lot of prep coming into it, and even though they haven't had the same success that they wanted on the map, this is a new Cloud9, like you were kind of saying, Alexis.
While they had that prep, I also feel like they were prepping a lot of Summit. Like, they tried to play it these last few weeks, and it didn't go their way. So I'm wondering if they've, you know, lacked practice in these other maps that Fluke Show is so good at. Fluke Show.
Fluke Show.
Fluke Show.
Fluke Show.
I think I said that
Not
wrong.
the player, the team.
Yes. But yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Fluke Show kind of has strengthened the map pool here because C9 has kind of been gimmicking a bit with the Summit, trying to get it right, but they just didn't. They weren't able to. They ended up banning it here.
Am I seeing a Yoru on Oxy's screen? That's a little crazy.
That's kind of wild if that's true.
I didn't think I would see it this time around, but I guess we'll never know until Agent Select.
Well, you know what we were talking about earlier is that Yoru is still valid. We
Really?
We are convinced. I think this was
We are
yesterday, actually.
convinced.
We're convinced Yoru is still valid. He still works. Someone needs a one trick.
But do you,
You know
think
what
it's
I
like
mean?
one of those agents that are kind of more of a one-off? Or like you use it once and then pivot later on?
Yeah, the thing is, for me, when wildcard picks come in, I'm always worried because it means it's kind of a band-aid fix going into it. We can't be sure till we see the comps or the agents up on the screen, which is coming up shortly. But it's just a band-aid fix. That's something that I kind of struggle with, but we are getting the double dive duels from Zenatsu and Paula. These two players we've talked about a little bit. They've been really good with that movement.
We don't see a lot of Waylay on Lotus lately.
Yeah.
It's either like Raze solo duelist or like double duelist with Neon Raze. We don't see a ton of Waylay. I really like that pick. And yeah, you were right. Oxy on the Yoru.
Wait, it's the solo duelist.
It's the solo duelist.
Okay, that to me, a little bit sus.
No, I don't like that.
A little bit sus. I mean, maybe they want flashes. I don't know. I feel like if you want flashes, you should opt to play the G2 comp and just swap Faden for Sky.
Yeah.
This feels a little bit weird. I feel like map control is going to be kind of difficult. Like taking that rubble space, usually people use, you know, the Neon Stun, the Nade.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be kind of hard for them, but we'll see.
Well, let's get it into map 1 and send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get this one started then. Cloud9 versus Fluxo, and it's going to be an intriguing one, to be honest, as well, because this one's opening up. It hasn't gone the same way that it has in EMEA. No. We've seen the Tier 2 teams really winning a lot, and we're going to see if that trend continues in Americas, where the Tier 1 teams, the partnership teams, have been doing pretty damn well.
have, yeah.
And listen, it's Cloud9 going up against the Brazilian Revenge Squad, where the old members that have played in Tier 1, some familiar names if you've been watching from the very beginning, going up against this Cloud9 team that are revamped, refreshed, I think, as well, with some great ideas recently.
I think for sure this Fluxor team is just full of players that they're returning faces, Brent, but those faces got bruised so badly last time they were up on this stage. You know, these are players that have been through the mill on squads like Furia and squads like MIBR in 23, 24, and now alongside Zenatsu back to see if they can land a counterpunch.
Oxy's got their gate crash layer down so he can posture a little bit early, but we'll be getting into it. Bits and pieces here. A lot of emphasis being placed over towards Oxy, and that's going to be a double dash in his face with the right click. And the classic does the job. Parla's going to be good for it.
That very overwhelming double dive is going to be something that Fluxo completely rely on. In theory, Cloud9 were ready for that because they have this Viper wall ready to play retake, but Oxy just couldn't get out.
Hard press now, Zenatsu. One young face, at least fresh in terms of playing on the Tier 1 stage.
Yeah, he is 24.
Yeah, he is 24. That's why I had to correct myself. Esports terms. It's getting a bit up there here, but Cloud9 are going to be ramping up to see if they can go for the retake. The Thorns are going to be stifling them for now. Paranoia onto the one side, alongside the Horns into the back. It's the wall that actually just defends, but these are shots in the dark. Still, it clips one into the head. That's going to be the defuse, though. Still being stuck. Vix on half, already with that smoke up. The shots are rattled, but they are going wide as anything. And that is a pissed around. Stolen away, straight underneath them.
Fluxo just playing their own game there, backing off, looking to play that post plant over towards Mound, not realizing that with Vic alive and with the wall still up, you can't reliably play a post plant like that. And I think those are the small details that may end up telling a big story in a match like this. Especially when C9 have been giving a lot of credit to Imi's anti-stratting.
Yeah.
Coming out with a pistol round like that does seem to indicate to me that they've got some very clear game plans.
We were speculating, I mean, a desk definitely speculating about the Yoru just before we jumped in. I was hearing a lot of disagreements with it, but
yeah, well,
with how much they've been thinking about the anti-stratting, I was thinking, well, is it something to do with the Vice? It gives you great options to play against that.
I think also the Yoru, on defense, you can get into fairly advanced positions and still have a gate crash to escape. The gate crash has been buffed recently, right? So it's not it's not as tragic as it was early.
It's like 20 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not.
Don't quote me on that.
It's not as good as it used to be. It used to be a full 30, but it's not horrible anymore. And on the attack side, like you said, you can take a bit of rubble space for free, as if you were a chamber. But also, it does interact with the Vice quite nicely. Here's the pop.
Okay, I mean, double dash straight past it. That judge is not going to be good at range, and Zelsa's going to be taken out as a result of it. It's a player advantage here. Fluxo can jump on the chance.
It's that same double pop idea with the two duelists, and it's overwhelming for Cloud9 again. They thought they could shut it down, and they got caught there.
Feels dangerous, doesn't it? Around like this now. Fluxo not going to be making the same mistakes here. They are pressed up onto the site, not going to be playing this one all the way back. Cloud9 launching their way forwards. Towing onto the site for now. So the C is going to be laid in through the back. A lot of damage done here, but that judge needs to be dealt with. Somehow it comes down to this. It's just Vic now, left in a 1v2. Has to deal with that horn, but he's going to be revealed in the process. Stray shots. That smoke just does not go far enough here. Fluxo, what an answer back immediately.
Vic ran out of bullets, couldn't even contest. Diabolical situation where he's saving 19 armor and a Guardian. Fluxo have responded instantly, couldn't get out of that situation with the guns that they had, but they'll be fine about that. Honestly, that's not too bad at all. Getting the round on the board. Let's take a look at how this actually happened. Fireball Ops gets caught. Zelsis, I think, got team flashed in the middle of this as well, potentially. Because he just didn't spot the players flying past him. That setup on site dismantled. Parla looking good on the waylay so far, getting these deep entries into C.
Just like that, they're going to be back into things. Lotus is a map. Fluxo are going to have to play this in certain manner, especially when they're not running the Viper. Wall up though. Cause for concern, they're spamming for now.
This team has some really bad luck on the anti-ecos.
Yeah.
When I've been watching them in Brazil, it's rounds like this that are devastating for them because they just get lured into the traps.
One waiting on the other side of things here, but hopefully there it is. With heavy weaponry and outlaw in the hands, couple of rifles too.
Well dealt with.
Yeah, it's going to pave the way, isn't it, to a bit of success, so.
They did go forwards into the stacked site, but this time able to bait those swings out of Cloud9 off the back of the flash from Fireball Ops. And Fluxo clean up.
Spike planted.
Parla's 2 away, 1 away now that you got the plant down from having a waylay ultimate that could be pretty good at keeping this momentum going forwards too.
Yeah, stringing ults together. Still just trying to figure out whether or not he can even die from the spike from this position.
Yeah.
He's worried about trying to avoid Parla. He knows the game that they're going to be up to. Trying to sidestep a door. Oh my god, okay, just takes him out.
Well, I mean, if you take him out, you still give him the ultimate.
Yeah.
But fair enough.
You can't really reclaim the gun either, so he is watched and surrounded. There's no hope for him here.
He does need to die. In theory, actually, it would have been a nice idea for Mazin to even keep him alive in that situation, but he was making his way towards the spike explosion. Would have gone down in either spot there. And now Parla does have that ult online. Situation for Cloud9 here where they need to stabilize. Because that round, and it's been a very clear theme here, it's been C execs.
Yeah.
It's been just, let's pop into C as far and as deep as we can with Parla and Zenatsu.
Listen, if they're not fighting over C mount, they're getting all the space for free.
Yeah.
Able to walk all the way up to the choke again, and there's, I mean, yeah, Cloud9 are not setting up too much, are they? It's just Fireball Ops. Thorns are not going to be doing much, I think, when they double dash over it.
Yeah, Zelsis might get there with a snake bite, but you could say the same again. It's Zenatsu that you would need to take down, but Parla's going to be in on top of it. And look at the angle for an ultimate right now. You could catch Zelsis and Fireball Ops.
Yeah, the potential is there.
Nice to see Zenatsu there trying to bait out a Ice Wall. That was something that they were honestly terrible at in their most recent game, and they catch Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, confident onto the B-long line. But then as that door opens up, he's going to be falling prey to it. Oxy. Not having a great time so far.
No, a couple of situations where he should have been able to escape probably, but didn't have the gate crash available, couldn't get backwards fast enough. All right, this is one of those spots, though. They know that the wall was not on C, so it must be either front B or over towards A. But they have not spent the time to bait it out at B right now. They're probably just going to send their duelist in alone.
Yeah. Parla's got to refract too as well, in case there was a little bit more behind this.
Yeah, that's a nice way of dealing with it.
Victor trying to step up to most of this one. That's not ideal. So that's just going to be falling almost immediately, and so is 2Es. 25 seconds left. Convergent pass off to the side, but that TP will not save you. Stiz is a straight there. With a dagger to the back, takes out Vic. Plan still needs to go down, by the way. There's 15 seconds left, and it's a mad rotate, but nobody accounts for the corner.
Devastating attempt at a retake for C9. That spot gets so much value, but usually for the defenders, not usually for an attacker that's inserted themselves. Brutal. having all three of your retaking players have to go through the door over towards B and come through B main is already pretty ridiculous. This is a nightmare beginning for Cloud9. If we're going to talk about the maps a little bit, though, I think both teams... Good lord. Good lord.
Okay.
If you're looking at the maps, I think both teams will be fairly happy about this. From C9's perspective,
oh my god,
the next two maps are the ones that they can focus on. Breeze and Splitter where they beat 100 Thieves. Breeze and Splitter where they beat Crew. C9 will be happy that they can win this match 1-2 anyway, even if they trip up on Lotus.
Trade up and over again. You're right. Apple-wise, it does get interesting. Oxy, what's the plan here? Well, does claim himself a kill. He's looking to see if he can get a little bit more now. Bit of supporting YouTube potentially from the team. How is he still alive in this spot? He is not being pressed out of the position. Fireball Ops there with a share, but eventually all cleaned up in the end. Fluxo can keep this one moving forwards. 4-1 currently. Steamrolling. All smiles.
I'd be thinking about taking a attack timeout here for C9 at some point.
It's got to be the case.
Via's the new head coach. They made that swap around, dropped Timmy down to assistant coach, brought Via up. I think it's rejuvenated them, honestly. C9 have had some better understanding of what they want to be doing on maps. Had some nice understanding of what opponents are going to want to be doing. But right now, they need an adjustment. Maybe just believing that the team will have what it takes with Oxy picking up the op to challenge on C. But Fluxo have gone in the other direction immediately.
Yeah, full-on aggression over towards that A-rubble angle. Big reveal, Jack. I respect that. So went over the smoke still. JZA is just contesting up to that front B space. Zelsa's taken out. A lot of damage goes either way. Fireball Ops looking for the right time to strike on this one, and there it is. Unaccounted for onto the angle. It's a good return, though, at a fire. Zanacha straight on top of it. Still sidestepping. It's Vic. Trying to avoid the eye. We see the overdrive that popped off. Zanacha, though, is 11 HP, and he's cautious of this one. There's thorns all around you. Gotta be careful. B main control. Shot goes wide. Oxy looking and hoping to clear this one up, but it's a player disadvantage situation again for Cloud9, and retaking with the op is never ideal.
Look at the crossfire that C9 have to get through here, though. Between Tui's and Zunatsu. Are they just backing off?
Yeah,
Are they just leaving this
they're
completely?
just leaving it to save, aren't they?
I mean, if Oxy had hit the shot there onto JZA, then they would have had a really good opportunity to get back in. But this is another disaster round here for C9.
Yeah,
At least they'll keep some of the weaponry to be able to work with, but I'm saying hit the big red button here for sure. And I might have been thinking about doing it a round or two earlier.
It's not looking inspiring.
Fluxo keeping it fairly simple, to be honest. One gun removed, but Vic's going to be able to keep his, and Oxy kept the expensive one. Fluxo have demonstrated they can hit C. And now that conditioning means that C9 have got to go and change something up. This time it was put the operator over on that area of the map. I mean, that is a bad miss. For a guy that has been dominating in his last couple of games.
No timeout?
Still no timeout.
Time to jump.
I mean, maybe they're trusting in the process.
Trust the process.
Finding over that C-mount here. They got a Viper's Pit. Oxy's immediately TPing all the way around. Vic with a deep TP onto a rubble is punished. Let's take a listen in.
A porta já saiu. Deixa eu falar, guys. O Alp pode ter rodado A, tá? Ele rodou, ele tepou. Rodou A, menos 80 na escada. Vamos ser.
A gente vai terminar o round C, sim. Mano, junta C vocês. Deixa eu B aqui. Só junta C vocês, hein.
Mano, pega essa orb e eu ulto o bomb, tá? Quer smoke na boca? Não, já tá.
Vou ult
aqui,
Se liga, galera. Presta atenção. Eu vou fazer um fakezinho no B, vocês entram C, tá? Só pra segurar a rotação.
Troca de arma comigo, Twist. Vai aqui, vem cá. Troca aqui atrás pra não ver. Vai. 2, 3 e foi. Mano, eu...
Me dá o time, por favor. Eu preciso de um smoke pra mim, tá, Twist?
Tá. Só pedir.
Você vai smocar o Secret. Você vai smocar o Secret.
Tá bom, só pedir. Vou ensinar na esquerda. Eu vou ensinar a esquerda, vocês estão na esquerda. Fechou.
Ligou o spin.
Tô pronto. Agora, guys.
Pode entrar aí.
2, 3 e foi. Esquerda, guys.
Céu,
Morto.
Céu, comigo aqui no B.
Vai direita. Tô com você. Tô do seu lado, só vai. Abre CT comigo? Vai. 1, 2, 3.
Vai e B.
Vou plantar aberto.
Mano, a Vice vai querer abrir a porta e ultar pelas costas. Volta pra trás, volta pra trás.
Eu ulto ela. Calma, relaxa.
Tá bom. Cuidado do base CTR também, tá?
Tá, vem cá. Eles juntaram. Tá. Eu tô cachoeira pra comer tempo. Tá, vou cravar base do J, tá? Base é do...
They're all gonna be bad side. I think you just wait, Cam, let the Ural clear this, and then you cross and ult. Push it, go to push water.
2.
Go back.
Two.
You know now, Cam. One bend, neon bend.
I'm holding.
Ben dead. I'm ulting mound.
Yeah, there should be no guns that are deep.
Was left in deep.
One enemy
I'll bang.
remaining. Last player
Get it out.
standing.
Save.
There we go. Flux shot again, putting another one on the board.
Zelsis got absolutely destroyed trying to anchor over there. It's magnetic. The stun and the saturate together have just been finding the right target. One of those pieces of utility has been finding the right target and opening the door completely. Look at this. Jumps over the top. Had Zelsis not been stunned here, I think he probably gets both. Because he's in a really good spot. One of those players is vulnerable. But when you're stunned up like that, you just don't have the bullets fast enough to be able to deal with anything there.
No. Gotta start finding over that C-mount or something, yeah.
Finally, Via's going to hit the timeout after his team is down 6-1. It might be a little too late even, to be honest with you.
Inclined to agree, but you never know. Might be able to turn things around. I mean, one thing I'm noticing is Fluxo looking like prime DRX in 2024 champs. They are hard execing into these sites. They are getting away with murder onto the C site. And I guess the answer before was putting an op in Oxy's hands, but then they weren't leaning C, and then he was left guessing, and then they were constantly playing retake all the time. They're in a troubling spot.
Yeah, I think also what you're seeing is that C9 have tried quite a number of different things on C. They've tried holding in passive positions, but they weren't passive enough, and they were still getting jumped on.
Yeah.
They've tried holding close to the choke point, and they ended up getting messed up as well. And they've also tried opping over towards Mound, and those, unfortunately, were the few times that Fluxo went in a different direction. And so, Via's now given them another alteration to what's going on. The buy is not great. They've got 2 Bulldogs coming into this. They don't have ults to work with because they just failed to see retake with all of those big ults. It's a dire situation. C9 starting off here very rough.
Full by kicking off. That is a committal of the ult. He's all the way in their spawn, and that has just sowed chaos. Everybody having to clear out a picture. Fireball ops though. Got a sight set on it. Paranoia. Push them off the line. Everybody from Cloud9 is actually grouping up to see if they can clear this guy out of the way. Double dash forwards though. This has completely cut up the site, and Cloud9 are forced to retreat.
So he probably needs some help. Want to try to connect with Tuiz. Tuiz actually comes back to the rest of the pack. Oxy trades out.
They're refighting together again. Just traded out. Oxy going down. Plant still not down. Look a little towards it. Cloud9 have got players in position, and with the kills flooding in, potentially a real good chance. Plant finally now committed, but the Halo bullets eventually connecting straight through the wall. No kill claim, but they've softened up these targets. Parla got to step up. We need to see some heroics here. Just hoping for an answer, just barely the shoulder, just missing out. 35 health left still. Util needs to be dealt with as well. Players deep onto these sides, shoulder to shoulder. Fluxo are finding it difficult now. They are all weakened, bloody and bruised at this point. Swift Breeze going to be bringing down most of them here, and Jack is the one doing the cleanup. All swinging together here. Good discipline in the end. Cloud9, they finally get around to stop this momentum.
That was a much nicer round from C9. They didn't lose anybody early. There was nobody on site that got massively overwhelmed by some kind of exec utility. Fireball Ops prodded over towards Tuiz in spawn, and then thought, nah, not worth it, and decided to just play the 5v5 retake, applying lots of pressure to the plant. These players were chipped down so weak when they finally got the plant committed. I think that's quite a nice way of applying pressure to them. If they're going to spam C hits like this, C9 may have come up with the answer. That's a groan from Jack, I think, because he was 1-7 before this round, and he's finally had some impact.
Love to see that. Okay. Looks so. They're going to send it all the way towards A, but our horn reveals quite a lot, and it primes up Oxy straight for the shot! And why not? Second one for the Troubles. He's breaking their angles at this point with the gate crashes, but that's a head clean off the shoulders. JCC will answer in kind.
Zels is still with a snake bite here, and Jack with the C's.
Contacting up. All the way forwards, and they've already gained all that space. The Uto's going a miss! What a white face, Celsius. Really squaring up, trying to get involved now, but the ults are now being committed. Steel Garden. It's going to be overlapping. Finds quite a lot of space over towards the B site still. It's Fluxo the ones that are going to be taking risks. Already down a player.
C9 grouping up. They don't want to contest Heaven just in case somebody was tucked into a weird little angle.
No one else going to be committed here. So Vic just looking to see if he can gain some information.
Did he?
Not too sure. What a cracking shot. It's Vic's head. Clean off. Parla! He's not stopping!
Oh!
They can't remove him!
How's he done that?
He's unreal right now!
14-7. This is the guy, by the way, who you've seen before at the Tier 1 level, joined mid-season to two teams who were already in the dumps. This guy has had the most brutal Tier 1 showing up until this point, and he is out for blood. He joined MIBR midway through 2024 when they were already in a massive slump. He joined Furia 2025, one of the worst teams we've ever seen in Valorant. He was 1-8 prior to coming here today, and he is out for blood.
Taken over with something to prove here. Half of the course of almost all the Brazilians here on this squad. Wasn't joking when I called it the Brazilian Revenge Tour.
Yeah. No kidding.
Something to prove. Conversion pass going to be used to push this one back. Cloud9 were just flipping the door, making it feel like there could be a bit of a squeeze onto it. Still no plant down, but Fluxo looking like they want to try and fight into the back of the side. Zanatsu's way ahead of the paranoia. Blind's going to be dodged and avoided for now, but that's going to be an overwhelming amount of ute. Hold on, the guns. A couple of rifles and the bandits doing the work, and these players are unaccounted for, not looking in the right direction. Single to praise you want, Cloud9. It's brute force that gets the job done there.
Well, two things to note about that round. One is that it's the same way that C9 won a round earlier. A full 5v5 retake on C. Don't allow anyone to die when the exit comes through. But the other part is, man, it's one of these thrifties that has just been a nightmare for Fluxo. They fight so heavy into spawn on medium-ish range angles, exactly where C9 are dumping utility. It just feels like not the right way to play into a team that doesn't really have guns. Oh, now they do. Oxy's got the op back online.
That's flipped it, hasn't it? Completely.
It's given C9 a breath of life back in, because if they can make a 7-5 half, that's more than they could have hoped for, frankly, when they were 6-1 down.
Back with the operator. Very deep line over towards the C-mount area. This was point of contention. Fluxo again, though, just avoiding this.
For now, they're actually headed back in this direction.
Gate crash fading away, though. Dissipating.
Oxy's going to have to throw another one out, I think. Yeah, here it comes.
Waiting for the right timing on it.
He's caught a beautiful timing.
Doors opened up, and Parla's gone as a result of it. Backs his way all the way up to the side here.
There's some value from the Yoru pick.
Yeah, I'm already finding it.
Bit of a lurk play from Zanatsu over towards A. And it would be Vic to try to clean that one up. Might be a B finish, but that's where Fireball Ops has been anticipating the finish the entire time.
The wall hasn't been baited.
It's the first time that he's dumped all of his Vice Util on B, and they've been ready for this final finish.
Double Thorns, we're seeing a lot here. Vic spots the presence, and Neon might be pulling players out and around, but here, Fluxo looking to make the most of this one now, but a spam down onto the line, and it goes up towards heaven. They're all falling before the Utils even popped off. Just the slightest of angles. Oxy can work with it. One bullet left, though. Got to commit to that reload and the plan. Finally down. Gate crash. So a deep angle is spotted, broken out. Not going to be allowing him that luxury. Clone going to be broken, but Oxy's still here, paving the way now for all his squad. Forwards, though, not looking. Up to heaven, the trade is there. It's Vic now brought into that 1v1, but does he anticipate this timing? It's Tui's on the wrap of his life. Inspired by Com, perhaps. As Vic is left guessing. Trying to put the time pressure down onto it. Smoke overlap, deep TP inside. Vic, the fuse, doesn't get off of it. Sticking, sticking, sticking! And the guessing game of Tui's does not work out.
He was miles away from where the spike was planted there. Tui's wrapped so far around, he lost track entirely of where the spike was actually on the B site. Vic with a smoke. Seen him get away with these earlier in the map as well. It was a little bit messy, though, from C9, this one. Vic's just full sticking in that situation.
Everyone take a deep breath, and let's play with some fucking confidence, okay?
Yeah. I think we might have muted...
No, I respect the effort, though. I do respect the effort. We got to pump these clips out fast, man, because already the round is kicking off. Zanatsu down and out for the count, and this is the final round of the half here at Cloud9. cordoned off really over towards A. Looking to absorb most of the aggression. Victor might be in a prime spot to really do some damage. Just respects it. Doesn't want to overstay. Spamming away, but he's still committed, and there's no one else to help him out. Up towards heaven. Clone's going to be broken. Parla feeling to be disengaged in through that drop. It's a lovely fight to be taken here, and the trades are not quite there. How was Parla getting this done with just a Spectre? A lot of damage done. Jack and VALORANT left now to pick up the pieces and make what they can with it.
Ooh, the one-way misses? Might actually be an opportunity there.
Hectic. Nightfall committed. You might as well expend absolutely everything. Lovely shots, though. Reaction times on point for Tui's. Could be just staring at that 8th round here and now, despite the damage done. This is a prime position. Hold on, that horn though reveals. And
what a mistake.
Yeah, Jack is crispy with it. Immediately capitalizes, jumps on the chance, but how did they contest and how did they get around this? Crossfire setup, nobody willing to give the game away. Nobody willing to peek. Tui's is the healthiest of the options. Swinging wide and already takes down his mark. Damage done, 5 HP. VALORANT now left guessing, but he has to get half. It's the only win con left available, and JZZ has played perfectly.
Really good closeout of what ended up being a bit of a difficult round there. And Fluxo closed the door on C9. Has a small stumble towards the end, but otherwise a dominant half. The ideas that they came in with really worked well. The double duelist, Parla in particular, 16 and 10, outshining Oxy. Doing it with a Spectre in that final round? How on earth did he get those two?
It's absurd. I mean, already, series is living up. This map not going to basically any of our expectations. We'll see, though, how it ends up on the other side of this. Currently, Fluxo, they are playing like a team that did not fly thousands of miles just to go out early. They are giving it to Cloud9, 8-4 here on Lotus. Coming out with some stellar ideas, to be honest. The double duelist, high octane action, and it's working. It overwhelmed Cloud9 early on, barely giving them time to breathe.
Yeah, there's a reason why these guys did so well in Brazilian challenges and earned their spot here to fight against the big teams. It's a return to the big stage, as we said, for 4 of these players. Parla, in particular, seems to be like a fish back in the water. Yeah. Tui's, though, a former winner as well in Americas, returning here. I'm interested to see how this composition works on the defense side. They're going to look to try to get aggro a little bit, but no refract prop.
And we'll see how this one's cleared. There's an acknowledgement there. Vic, straight on top of it.
He had a great idea about that.
The pressure's already been absorbed up into a different direction. Mazine is just sprinting up through B.
Yeah, look at this push.
He's all the way behind them.
Are they going to be
aware of this at all? I mean, this timing is so rapid. He just saw, I think Zelsis just retreating, and there it is. That's a spike drop down in their laps. They're still trying to hard commit into most of this one here, but a stun is even excellency on display. JCC eventually removed the trade there, but this is turmoil for Cloud9. It's chaos, and they can't seem to really make the most out of it. Still, as I say that, the kills do flood in.
Yeah, that's a rough one from Tui's. He probably shouldn't have committed to that with Mazine trying to wrap back towards him. Would have been a nice time to drop back and just play the 2v2 and threaten that Mazine could be on the flank. The one advantage that Mazine has is they don't know where he's coming from.
Cloud9 just happy to double up, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they've got an idea now.
They'll be able to spot this one out. That's a lot of damage, though. Two of these players are low. Cloud9 not out of the danger just yet. Mazine tapping away.
That's not going to do anything with the orb up.
Yeah, it doesn't really reveal too much at all. This orb from Celsius has really just cooked them. Maybe just using that to see if they could exec into the C site.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird orb to go for in the first place, but he was able to wangle his way around it and come out with some results. That's C9 winning both pistols in this map. It didn't help them in the first half, though. They immediately ended up giving it away. Good round from Celsius, actually.
Yeah.
Getting some crispy shots there.
It was looking dangerous for a moment. Navigated, though, pretty nicely.
This is where I think on the attack side we could definitely see, yeah, this gate crash play. So gate crash used and you go and take some space for free over towards A. You're looking to just see if they're going for a rubble fight. If they commit heavily to rubble, Oxy can disappear. If not, Oxy's got a really good position for the rest of the round and realizes that they're playing a passive defense on A. And generally from the games that I've seen of Fluxo, they do play very passively on the A side. They're actually, as much as they're explosive on attack, they're one of the more passive teams on defense I've watched coming up from Tier 2. They don't take as many risks. I mean, you see them here in their own spawn on a gamble.
Yeah, that's the eco stat. They don't want to give away too much. But, okay, just popping out towards Heaven. Oxy has a little gate crash in the back pocket, so he's going to be able to rejoin the rest of the pack. Now, he only spotted a one. Didn't give away entirely the game, but here they're still going to be using the Uto. Cloud9, Diligent shown. We'll see both Prowlers, not seeing much at all.
Got to get the plant down early, though, because
the
Fluxo are on the way.
Yep.
It's not a great plant spot either. You have to play on site here. Closer avenues, but it's only classics. Celsius.
Heard that one before. Celsius, he's twisting and turning now. He's only got that Spectre. He's going to be at least getting the one down. Rifle towards the back, Jack. Happy to help out. Once at least broken. Flash in your face. It's Cloud9 just trying to make it as difficult as possible. That's a Guardian, and can happen. Tap, though. At some point, got to try and swing into these fights and eventually cleaned up. No cause for concern.
Nah, pretty good. They managed to keep a Vandal and two Guardians into the next round as well, so C9 will be feeling pretty happy about that, especially with how badly the first one went on their defense side. The follow-up round was a disaster. Celsius, in fact, is even one away from getting a pit online, considering he got that plan.
Vandal skin's kind of nice. I'm saying, serving. Let me get that shit back, though.
I love that. What Vandal skin is he talking about? Hold on.
I don't know, but Celsius he's demanding it back, but he's got the Guardian
No,
now.
it's the Oxy POV.
Yeah. I don't know.
Looks like they're setting up for some kind of, at least, if not a B default, maybe even a B pop here. They've got the Vice Wall covering an A push just in case someone like Mazine went on a crazy walk, like he did on the pistol. There he is, though, picked off.
Yep.
A bit too easily.
Pala could be in a very uncomfortable spot here. He does have a potential exit. He wants to lightspeed dash and get the hell out, but...
Dude, get out, brother.
Stay in his ground. He's standing his ground. He wants to just... Listen, you'll take C-Mount off my cold, dead body, apparently, and he's squaring up. He wants to try and fight him. It's going to be down...
Oh, he's got it.
Saturate down. He's called for it to squeeze. Fluxo, who dominate him through B. And with it, the spike drop down. He's way ahead of it, though. I believe on the other side of the door needs that flip switched, and it's Cloud9 the ones that have to somehow reclaim this. It's gone far too wrong for them.
It's
37 seconds left.
It's a very, very weird round. I mean, C9 are going to have to commit down mount here, open the door. Presumably, Pala will fight them again. They're going to run out of time here unless they go really quickly to get this spike back. Good smoke, though.
Concerned, yeah. Going to be blocking off the angles. Change the weaponry. Spam! But no one accounting for this one. The tiniest of gaps still. Fireball ops. Twists and turns, takes a head clean off. There's 12 seconds remaining. You've got to get a move on now.
They will have pit.
Got to get that plant down, pit down.
Do you go for it?
Do you? That's the question. There's barely any time left, and guess what? They're still onto the side. Two is straight there. The pit's down. Spamming, spraying away. It's a panicky situation. But all played for at the end. 2Es. Finds his mark. 3 kills in a round for him.
God, what a mess of a round there. C9, I think, could have committed with their Mound players way earlier to try to punish Parla. And instead, the Mound players backed up, and Parla just took the fight to the B players. The saturate has to be respected in spots like that. If you're grouped up in a corner, you are gonna get hit with it. It's not bad for the economy of C9, but they had a chance to actually win that round. Invested a big Viper's Pit towards the end as well. Came out with nothing.
And that's not ideal. I mean, talk about ways to try and fight into the C-mount aggression. Just walking underneath the one-way.
I mean, we were hearing from the desk that they were critical of this composition because they were wondering how you're going to take mount control. That
stun-locked me.
I would ask the question, would you like to use any utility?
Like smoke at the floor, maybe? I genuinely, I was stun-locked. I couldn't believe they were just dry swinging into a one-way.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the thought process was there from C9. I mean, they must have thought that because Parla fought so heavy over mount control in the previous round, he wouldn't do it again. And it was just going to be fake.
Well.
And Parla was playing on the A side of the map a lot.
It's going to be a long 50 seconds, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is... Let's take a listen into the comms. One of those
let's not.
Zowie, though. Listen, any opportunity to gas this guy up. He plays quite a passive role on the team generally. When you watch him play on Split in particular, actually, he's really safe in his positioning. And that's kind of a bit of a throwback to his role when he was playing for Loud. He was a very supportive player.
Yeah.
But on this squad, he is the guy with the most experience, the most tenure, the most success as well, which is hard to come by, actually, on these rosters that have the Tier 1 Brazilian talent that have now fought their way back up through Tier 2.
And they've had a hard time of things, I think, in a lot of their careers.
It's brutal.
Yeah, the collective tissue between a lot of them, to be honest, is that they have been, a lot of these players being thrown into systems that weren't working well in prior years and expected to try and, come up with some return of the investment.
Parla's story is absolutely brutal because when he joined those teams, he already knew those teams were bad. And he was asked to come in and...
do the impossible.
Do the impossible or look much worse than he actually is by playing on a bad team. And it's really tough. So it's great to see him here have his moment. I think his Neon's even better that he's going to be playing on Split if we get there.
Slight jiggle. Is a just contesting early. This time no one-way though.
Still a crazy light take of Mount. One Prowler.
Yeah, not too much at all really being used. Zelsa's going to be seeing that. It was a big contention over towards a Rubble. And that's the Eurotech.
This is what the clone is really good for, putting pressure onto Jersey's setups. They're not going to break the thorns, but they do bait out the wall completely. Having said that, though, this is where Parla's Waylay can get into really deep positions. He didn't even burn the Refract.
No, so has full utility available.
He's being very greedy today, actually.
Oh. Okay, I mean, Jack's just throwing a horn as a paranoid off the back of it, yet Oxy also squaring up towards A, and Fiberlops finds his target. Every single fight going the right way of Cloud9. Credit to the observers, that was a tough one.
All across the map,
yep.
Different members of Fluxo are toppling. Celsius will be very happy he got bailed out by his team there as well, because he got pressured right as his Viper Wall dropped.
The double face forwards as well, too. He's overwhelmed onto the angle.
If C9 could make every round look like this, they'd be having a walk in the park. Everything worked for them everywhere all at once. I think they've got a very clear idea of what they want to do, which is going to find this Vice utility, bait it out, and then explore the rest of the map. The challenge with that is actually getting mount control in the first place, apparently.
Yeah.
Because that's where C9 have stumbled in a couple of these spots. Anywhere that Parla is fighting, there's going to be pressure, there's going to be resistance.
We'll see, they're hunting out, trying to root out where the gun could be. All moving in the wrong direction for it, though, so Mazine's going to be nice and safe here. Carry that rifle into the next. This team has traveled an awfully long way. looking to really make their mark on a tier 1 stage where, for a lot of them, it's been denied. Cloud9, though, are going to be slowly clawing their own way back. There's a funny element to this game as well. Okay, that's the way you want to take it.
Crazy peak.
In that we're talking about the tier 2 teams versus the partnership teams, the tier 1 teams. There's more of an argument that Cloud9 are a tier 2 team with the pieces they've got in. Via,
with how they've been performing, is
had
that
a few months in tier 1 as a head coach now.
Oh, right, I see. The experience.
And the team too. Like, I mean, you look at the pieces they've got together.
No, I agree. This is a roster that was pulling deeply from tier 2 to begin with.
We'll see it now. Clash into that rubble. Palado, that operator, not accounted for, and the light speed. Yeah, that's perfect distance. Straight out of danger. Back to safety onto the A setup.
Great catch onto Oxy. Now, if they want to go for a B pivot, they're going to need Fireball Ops to scale up B main, and that puts him in the danger zone because Mazine is watching here.
Mazine is watching. This angle is nasty. Off ankle. Had to even fight any of that one. Switch is going to be flipped as well. Reinforcements arriving at his back. Mazine's going to be helped out here.
Might want to go back out into A at this point and just leave Zelsis as an insert.
There's about a minute left.
It's not a good spot in a 3v5 for C9 to try to navigate.
I mean, surrounded.
Fluxo have also got information in lots of different areas. The Vice Wall has not been broken. Deep position from Zenatsu.
It's a bizarre one. State of the round.
Here.
Going back over towards B, but they know they've lost control over towards B main, so it's just difficult, really. But look at the positions. Fluxo are all over the place. Got angles onto every avenue outside of B.
30 seconds left.
Plan that was going to be committed. How do you win?
How do you play the post plan? Yeah, you need to fight for something together, but where and what?
Yeah, I mean, it's very passive from Fluxo.
It's a nice haunt to let Zelsis get a better position in B main, but they're still not looking to actually equalize the numbers here.
Oh, it's committed. Sidestep, though. It's not going to be any connections, and Fluxo going to be moving from that direction now, and it's all the attention up towards heaven. Jackdo realizing it. Timing to be taken. He's just getting off the line here. It's a paranoid at sweeps. That's going to be denying all the vision now and more. Fluxo taking a fight forwards here. Overwhelming now, and they've got the bodies for it. It's Mazine who's leading it. One hell of an entry. Paving away now forwards. Time still of the essence. There's a chance, a possibility, but no, Vic is not swinging to take that fight anytime soon. They took the time with it, didn't they, Fluxo?
I think that's one of the things, actually, that Fluxo deserve a lot of credit for, is that they don't overheat in spots like that. I think that's one of their biggest strengths on the defense side. It's a double-edged sword, though, because they also don't take very many risks that I think can be exploited on some of their maps. I mean, there's 4.5 seconds here. Did we need that in slow-mo? It's not that much time pressure, guys. But yeah, I think they are very, very good at playing disciplined in spots where they control the map. If you think about, for people who've watched Brazilian Valorant for a long time, early doors with Brazil, they used to have a term called jail Valorant.
Yes.
Where they would all just be running around, taking random fights all over the place. Scrappy, high tempo, fun. And now you're actually getting these squads.
I miss those days.
Which are playing with a bit more discipline and even at sometimes maybe even being overly cautious with it. We're highlighting Zenatsu here. He's the player who's having his first shot at the tier 1 level from Fluxo. He's a player with a really weird agent pool, actually. He plays Duelist for them on some maps, but he also plays a lot of Sova for this team. So he's a flex where he only plays Sova if he's playing Initiator, or he'll come in and play Duelist for them. Here on this map, he's playing the Neon. He goes and plays Phoenix on some of the other maps as well. Plays Raze, I believe, on Split for them too. So a wide agent pool, but an unusual kind of niche agent pool as well. And he is going to be a really important player for them, especially on Split if we get there.
Now, despite Cloud9 winning 4 pistols, obviously the first half didn't exactly go their way. From round 1 onwards, but Fluxo are putting up a very decent performance so far. On the verge now with that operator, forwards now with a fract. That's a parallel that's going to be dealt with still with a blind. Extra bit of confirmation now. It does push that player back, so off and away from the line.
Oxy gets the ult. Do they recognize where the wall is going to be? Because in theory, there could be a wall right here as well. And the break of the fake out, just to make it feel like the wall could be here. Fireball Ops would be walking into the operator line, and this is a line of sight as well. High-low setup that C9 would have to navigate.
Well, propped up, the players are peeking way before it now. It's a stun, lay it down on top. Looks like we've got players into the right positions, but the same can be said for Fireball Ops. He's already got that residency in for B main. With Mazine dead, maybe a chance as well. Calling for the pivot once more, but he... Okay. See how many JZA is going to be able to get. Good diligence. It's going to be that dimensional drift. JZA knows that he has to try and fight forward. Just gets the one. He was stuck out into the open there. It was a pick your poison situation. He did well to at least get the one.
They're committing into this. All three players.
And the players are there. Rapid is the approach again. Oxy's left alone to his own devices. The angle is missed in terms of the reaction times, but it is just that aggression that paves the way again. Fluxo looking so damn clean. They had all the cues in the world, those deep ingrained positions. They knew exactly where the action was arriving.
Yeah, and just throwing in that little bit of aggression there is actually lovely. JZA walking forwards in front of his setup, gets such early information. He does go 1-for-1, and that's fantastic to be able to pick up Jack here, but frankly, I think even if he died, he got the rotate happening early enough. And C9 didn't have what it took to pump the brakes and go in a different direction. They have now 5 opportunities, Fluxo, to end this.
Up to 12, one more round will all it takes. And now, bit of a setup now. Trap play, Paranoia held. Zatsu just jiggling. A lot of util though at his feet. Paranoia, stun, all going to be committed. Last lane as well, just to peel this one all the way back. It's pulled players all the way forward. Steel Guard are now forced to be respected. The guns are going to be whipped away. A bit of a misstep there. Oxy, gate crash deep in. He needs some teammates though and a bit of help as well to arrive. Steel Guard on their own. It's sidestepped. It's Oxy the one with despite his players. What the hell is going on? Flipping a switch now. Forwards is the fight again and he's ult expended. It's anyone's game, but Zanatsu has something to say about it. He's just tearing through the opposition. And it ends towards it. Lotus on a whimper here, but Fluxo all shouts. They're leading early against Cloud9.
It's their most played map for a reason. They were happy to get it in the pool. They picked it up and they delivered on it. 13-7. C9 with an unconventional composition. Oxy pilots the Yoru, but doesn't find the value that he wanted from it. C9 are going to have to pull things back if they want the victory. On the maps where they beat 100 Thieves and Crew, it's Breeze and Split up next.
Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one with the map pool as well. Breeze, we will take a look at it.
300 ACS from that guy, by the way.
Yep. Carlo just taking over, and it's going to be intriguing. I mean, Breeze, possibly one of the better maps as well for Fluxo if you've been paying attention to the VODs prior. Cloud9 are really getting put into a difficult position. It's up to them to see if they can bail themselves out.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
actually jumps right out thinking it was protected. Oh my God! Oxy doing Oxy things.
E tem que dar vantagem numérica, né? É um 5 contra 4.
Ei, o Zanotti, ele quebra mais 2.
Okay, here with Coach STK. First things first, welcome back. Good to see you, buddy. Secondly, what a win. Holy crap, that had to feel really good. Talk to me about the confidence that the team is feeling right now, but also who on the team are you really looking toward to kind of lead the squad and bring you guys that victory to close this out 2-0?
First of all, thank you. And I think that this map, we played really well. I think that it's a map that are really good, and they are not good on that. And for the leadership, Mazin is this guy, and Pala today was the first map was like on fire. He was like calling a lot of plays that we doing on server. So both of them are really good in leading the team.
Yeah. What makes this team work right now, and hopefully be able to get you guys to that next round of the competition?
I think that the dream that we have all together, we are like really close to each other. We fight for each other. We always like. Even in our run in VCB, yeah, was a really nice fight. So we are like a really nice group.
Yeah, you guys created that camaraderie. I definitely got the vibe talking to you guys for sure. All right, of course. Thank you so much, STK.
Well, that camaraderie got them through a tough matchup because Fluke Show take the first map 13-7. And honestly, my predictions are in shambles. Alexis?
Dude. Can you give me 1 second?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
Let her lock in.
I see. You good? You good?
Dude, that match was crazy. That was crazy.
That's really good insight.
Yeah.
Fluke Show actually took that map pick on Lotus.
Yeah.
But before we dive into how they won it, can we just talk about the C9 comp? Because I feel like that was one of the biggest imposter reasons for why C9 did not manage to get a good win on that
Listen,
map.
they were doing great going back to basics. This is not basic.
Yeah.
This is anything but basic. This is very niche, and I think you saw the ideas kind of trying to come to light, but it wasn't fully fleshed out. And honestly, I felt like they just made their lives a lot harder. Yes, Lotus was a map that they weren't finding the most success on, but I think that was before they made all the big changes to their coaching staff, to their overall game plan going into this, and it just looked really rough.
I feel like it's really difficult on C9. I feel like they were playing a 2-1-2 setup on defense, hoping that they would just walk into Oxy's op. That felt like their win con, like, oh, let's hope they run into me. And I feel like it was really stale. I wasn't sure what the plan was really. I feel like at that point, if they wanted that op pressure, they should have just played Chamber, to be honest. But I have a feeling that the reasoning is Fireball Ups isn't comfy on the Chamber, and so it has to be Oxy.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if he could stay on the Neon, still have that fast rotate potential, while also being able to op abuse.
Yeah, and one thing when you're looking at them playing that defense and those 2-1-2 setups you were talking about, they were never really going for space. Even when they had the op, they were playing more of a passive line. And like you said, kind of praying that, you know, Fluke Show ends up walking into them, and oftentimes they didn't. And then they'd be banking on their retakes that they never really got.
Now you have to retake with an op.
Exactly, and it just did not look great. They had no pressure, and the same thing carried over onto attack. A lot of the times they were unable to kind of get those first fights going and kind of overwhelm Fluke Show, like what we're used to seeing Oxy do, especially when he's on that Neon.
I mean, we saw Fluke Show win 7 out of 11 post-plants, and I think it just looked really good for them. And one of the main reasons why they were winning was because Paula was going absolutely insane. I mean, on that Waylay, he got so many multi-frags and so much space so easily. One, because of the C9 comp, but two, because of the confidence.
Yeah, and that's something that we honestly probably should have talked about top of show is Paula, because he's been this insane movement entry duelist for them this entire time in Tier 2, and he's done an excellent job at that. Every single time, no matter if he's on the Waylay, if he's on the Neon, even if he's on the Jet, they do a lot of that game planning around him and setting him up to get those first picks so that it just opens up the round for them.
Oh
wow. 6-7. That's so old.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
I really like it, I feel like Waylay has kind of slipped out of the meta a little bit, but I feel like Paula is making it look really, really strong.
Yeah.
I want to see people abuse this more, but it might just be that Paula is really, really talented on any agent, to be honest. But I really liked it. He had a lot of different looks. He was abusing those slows a lot. So I don't know, I really liked his playstyle overall.
Yeah, I think the way that he was getting so many multi-frags just really speaks a lot to how good he is in the server. But let's actually hear what Coach Veer has to say ahead of map 2.
All right, with Coach Veer now, and Veer, simple question, okay? Looked at the compositions, saw something I hadn't really seen before. Saw the Yoru. So the only question I gotta ask is why you do this? What's the game plan? But also, should we be expecting more of these, like, you know, different looks from C9?
Yeah, we kind of displayed our own strength. We don't really do a lot of copycat comps. The Yori was brought up to solve a problem that we were having over the season in terms of Vice on the map. So Yori is a direct counter to Vice, at least in my opinion. So we brought it out to help, you know, make the game plan a little bit more simple, not have to, you know, perfectly execute against the Vice. And we were just kind of struggling with it. So in scrims, it's been going very well against it, and it was working out for us. More than anything, that map, I don't think it was in terms of compositional. I think we were playing to not lose instead of playing to win. So that's the main adjustment we're going to be going into map 2 with.
Yeah, what did you guys talk about in the back there? Was that the crux of the conversation? Like, hey, you got to like adjust, you got to like wake up a little bit?
Yeah, very much so. It was about making our own plays, playing with confidence, no hesitation. We were just respecting them too much in general, and they haven't really done anything to prove that we need to respect them to that extent. So we need to just focus on ourselves, keep playing our game, and go out there and play to win.
You got to go out there and disrespect them. That's what you got to do. All right, thank you so much, Coach Fear. Appreciate you.
Yep, at the beginning of the show, we were talking about how maybe C9 would be kind of underdeveloped against this team, thinking that Fluxo wouldn't have that much to bring to the table, but they were proving wrong. And now we're going into Breeze, which I think is a little bit scary. It is C9's pick, but Fluxo, they've had so much success on this map in the past. They're really good on their defaults and taking a lot of space. And I'm a little bit worried that that Band-Aid fix from that first map, that might bleed over in mentality for this next map.
I will say Oxy's op is looking warmed up, and this is the op map. So at least at the very least, they have that crutch to kind of go back on, like, and just set him up with the op and just go crazy.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing that Neon head-to-head finally coming out in map 2.
True, and speaking of map 2, Brennan's Sideshow will be back with Breeze right after this short break.
All right, well, welcome back here. We're staring at Cloud9 currently, a map down against Fluxo, and they are currently trying to buck the trend that we've been seeing in Americas, where it hasn't really been the tier 2 teams that have been taking over as much. But currently, Fluxo was something to say about it. Now we're heading into Breeze, which, you know, could argue is actually a pretty good map for them. It was Cloud9's pick here.
Yeah, we heard from the coaching staff from SDK that they picked Lotus, Fluxo, because they knew it was also a bad map for C9. So they weren't necessarily picking Lotus because it's absolutely like Fluxo are dominant on it, but it's a good map for them and a bad map for C9. Great map pick. Breeze for C9, they feel confident on it. They just beat 100 Thieves on it. But I would say they are also picking into a good map for Fluxo. So this is where things change a little bit, because I think both teams are very happy about the next 2 maps coming up. And for C9, that means that they need to overperform, over-deliver. And I think that's going to be another challenge for them. I don't think it's impossible for them to do. We have seen the tier 1 teams. I'm reminded of Crew playing against Bestia, where they got dominated on map 1, but then they managed to turn it around and actually had 2 very one-sided maps. So the map pool can absolutely change the dynamics of these matches. But so far, I think Via's onto something. The coaching staff of C9 saying that they're giving Fluxo a lot of respect. And they haven't necessarily earned it just yet. I think, though, with the way that Pala was playing and the fact that he's now on Neon, I thought this was his best role when I was watching their VODs. His Neon is nasty.
See how this one gets started then. Fluxo, big walk up into elbow, and that's a big reveal! Oh my! The spacing not quite ideal for that. It's a round over in the blink of an eye.
What has happened there?
It's Vic doing all the damage.
Absolute disaster.
3 down because of him. It is a disaster, isn't it?
And Zanatsu, who was playing Duelist in the previous map, as I said earlier, plays a bunch of Sova for them, and this is one of those. And he's got no chance of cleaning this one up. A 1v4 The net is closing.
Yeah, the blood in the water. They know it. And look at that. I mean, talk about a drastic turnaround from the respect that was being shown on Lotus. Cloud9.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're right on the money. Via also correct in terms of just Cloud9. They were very passive, weren't they? Giving up a lot of control.
Oh man, Vic absolutely dominated with those shots there.
Not the case anymore, is it?
When Via was saying that in the coach interview, I was reminded of the, I think it was like 3v5 post plan they had or something on B.
Yeah.
Where they just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I think it's spots like that where they need to be coming up with a play in order to get themselves back into rounds or close out rounds. The most recent VOD that you can watch of Fluxo when they played in the grand finals of Brazilian Challengers, they struggled with the defensive aggression of 2G, the team that they were playing against. If C9 are looking to do stuff like that elbow push that we just saw on the pistol, I think Fluxo might have a bit of difficulty holding on.
Elsis, you're going to be swiftly overwhelmed there. Yep, didn't even realize that they've crossed up onto the line and dodging away. See the marshals in play. Oxys. No Scope's going to be doing a job, and even that preempting. Just a dart highlighting. Shots whittling away the opposition here.
Meanwhile, Zanatsu is hard baiting his team, just hiding behind the box, hoping that Fireball walks into him.
Okay,
and he
got
has. But 2E's is the one with the spike.
Yeah, alone. Here's the reload, though. And, yeah, catches Oxy unaware. Still, it's returned, at least. Jack gets the trade-off, and they spotted exactly what Zanatsu's up to. 2v1. He has picked up a Guardian, but Jack, sharp shooting.
And that's one of those spots where Jack takes the fight into Zanatsu instead of backing off and waiting to connect and play the 2v1. Looking to disrespect them a little bit, looking to take the fight towards them, catch them on an unexpected timing. It's still a pretty damaging eco round, though, actually. Only 2 players staying alive, only 2 Guardians saved.
Nice! Jesus. Woo!
Woo! If you're stressed coming out of that one when they only had classics, I don't know how you're going to feel at the end of this match.
All right, defensive aggression. You were talking about it as being a key win con. That is one hell of a snakebite lineup, and it just really cuts 2E's out of picture.
Yeah.
No attempt of a follow-up.
No, I think Fluxo are going to struggle with this style if it's what C9 are going for.
They've reacted well, though.
The walk into top mid is crazy.
Yep, and they've slipped the net. They've got straight past them. How do they manage this?
Go, go, go.
They rumble of the footsteps, though.
They're squatting.
Yeah.
They've set up residence.
Mm-hmm. Bonus round idea for Cloud9. It did generate the pick, but
it's so weird now
that pack mentality. They've given up the entirety of A because of it.
It's all just on timings now, though. The Fluxo players could easily get timing by the pack of C9 roaming around.
I mean, they're going to be calling the A is completely open, surely, at this point.
Mazine could be the playmaker.
Yep. And there he is. Mazine's going to be closing from behind, just looking for signs of life, and he's seen it there, twisting, turning, and no adjustment of the movement enough to save you now. Fireball Ops, though, still there, clean with a kill. They're still committing into
The whole of A is open,
You've got
guys.
all of A.
This is what I'm saying about this team's anti-eco protocols. They're driving me nuts. Parla has the whole of A. Please go back to it.
29 seconds left. You got to get a move on.
Oh my god.
Giving Cloud9 opportunities to get back into this bonus that should not have been theirs.
JZZ is so lucky to be alive right now with 35 HP. There's still a great chance for C9 to win this round. Parla must be begging, get a move on, guys.
Got the guns for it. It's just about how clean they can make it now. Parla holding towards the back of the site. Removing the amount of angles that he might have to adjust towards here. Forwards again. As the approach, just waiting for those signs of life, and just spots it out. And there it is. Fire into the corner. Is Vic going down? Fast lane. Faking like he's repositioning. And there it is. Eventually spray control under control. Zelsis at least claiming that one. 2v2 now. Time ticking. JZZ onto that angle and accounted for. Fireball Ops just peeking straight back in. It's damage done and leaves it to Zanatsu. But that 3-2-1 swing gets the job done. And Josh is grimacing. He's praying to something. I don't know.
I mean, JZZ was lucky to be alive in the first place after having almost walked into the V site to his death. So there is something, I guess, cosmically ironic about the fact that he then whiffs a little bit on Fireball Ops and gets punished. But I just think they could have played this round so much better than they did.
Yeah.
Fluxo. And they do get punished for it. The reaction was nice, like you were saying, the double walk-up off the back of losing 2Es. Mazine's play should just win them the round. Mazine's play and Parla's situation. But maybe these chaotic spots, losing their head a little bit on the big stage, They're getting set up with lighter weaponry for a B pop, and that is straight into Fireball Ops trips. Rounds like these, though, it's less likely that C9 are going to push on defense. They are actually still going for the walkout double doors.
Going to want to have to respect this one. Trips. Weapons, Fireball Ops. He's just anchoring, locking it down towards the back of the site. Vandal in hand. Tiger Rich is the environment here, and he's still just trying to lock on to the heads. He's swiftly swarmed, but he's got reinforcements arriving. Cloud9 in the right position now, spamming, spraying into the wall. Chases A again, lucky to be alive. 5 HP, but a snakebite will finish him off. Tui's probably not long either. There's a bit of a backstab from Vic, hunting and rooting out the stragglers. Very different from Cloud9. It's just much more decisive from them compared to map 1.
Yeah, it is. It's also, again, though, a map that they're much more comfortable on. You look at the map veto and C9, 100% of the time, you're looking at maps 2 and 3 as their way to be able to win the series. I'm sure they would have liked to be able to pick up Lotus. It was Breeze and Split that they were looking at mostly. Guns back for Fluxo. But because of all of that early success, C9 have a Harbor ult to work with on Vic, which means that they can play more aggressive. Vic can play on-site anchor positions and use his ult to stop a hit from coming through, whereas normally you'd want to be playing for retake. Thorns popped very early there at double doors from Jezizé, just stopping Oxy from taking a little look. And there are smokes everywhere to try to get Mazine up here. He knows that this gap exists because he exploited it previously.
Being filled up. Oh,
that's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
He has just bulldozed his way through that.
That was Oxy. Found even a player there, but Mazine, surely with the backstab, he might be able to be the difference maker.
But you need to apply... Oh, they're going back to pick up the timing.
Yeah, looking at it now.
There's not enough pressure from the pack, so now they've got time to go and clear the lurk.
It is. Like Jiggle, good awareness. Vic, Storm Surge, lay it down. It's damage done. Again, these players finding it difficult to get anything done at all. How do you move forwards amongst all of this? Snakebite's going to be laid down preemptively. That's way out into the open, into the tunnel. It's a double face called for.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Cloud9 are playing this one with discipline at the right moments and aggression as well.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice way of exploiting a team that's going to be playing slowly on their attack sides. Oxy is looking for any early opportunity to fight he can. This one, honestly, I think he overfought and overextended, but he still gets away with it because...
He looked like he had to adjust to the player coming on the left. He was not aiming at them.
No, he wasn't, but he's got the mechanical skill to still somehow get the kill online. But it's that as Fluxo cut noise, going back, and the little jiggle from Vic just to clear out that lurk spot is really delightful. And Zelsis and Fireball Ops are on the same page as each other. Even here towards the end, looking to push forwards and deny any guns. This is a very different look of the match. And on I promise you, Fluxo are actually pretty good on this map.
I mean, listen, I was watching them, I was thinking, oh, they got some nice ideas.
But they're just not being given the space to execute those ideas. And it is the same issue that was happening to them in Brazil, which is that they really struggle when the defenders push into them. If they're allowed to just run their own rounds, play their own game, Fluxo will come up with strats that will get you the win fairly often. Well, C9 are disrupting them.
Well, they're going to be sending it now. Full
Here's the
throttle. It's the B-split idea. And they're ready for it.
They're so ready for it.
Snakebite. Oxy's already primed, already ready to shut it down onto the one angle. It is great anti, isn't it? Done their homework, but can they stop the main brunt of the force? The question is, Oxy, it's one hell of a play. He's already leading it forwards, but that deep TP into the one-way. Mazine again potentially left unaccounted for. Trying to find his right timings. The smokes are going to be dissipating. That's a reckoning that rolls forwards, and Oxy's just blind firing. He's catching all sorts of players, completely unaware, but it does go both ways here. Adjustment just not there in time, and now Tui's left in that 1v2. Trying to retreat, but they are swinging, hunting and pouncing on a chance to bring down the opposition.
And I can hear the cheers from here when they secure the round. Up 6-0. I think Gimme is going to be really, really happy about any potential anti he's done on this one. This strat, where Parla goes solo up through elbow, they do it all the time.
Jesus.
And they were so ready for it. The snakebite at his feet, 2 players holding him. They recognized what that strat was and shut it down instantly, within the first 3 or 4 seconds of the round.
Yeah.
So, if you pull from the grab bag the strat book, C9 know what you're doing. If you play a slow defaulty round, C9 are pushing you. And this is the bind now that Fluxo find themselves in, and SDK is going to have to bail them out of. What is the answer?
What is the answer? Because the usual stuff you were doing to win, to dominate, to make this map a staple for you is all going wrong. You've got to come up with even newer things. You've got to innovate on the fly, really. And yeah, Oxy's going to be making it difficult for you. Breeze has been his playground recently. It just has. He's been taken over on a Neon.
Well, he's 9-3. He's got 9 kills in 6 rounds, which is pretty spectacular. That's a 1.5 KPR.
If you cast your mind back too, he was dropping over 30 against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I think his performance against Crew was even better. Like, he absolutely dominated the game against Crew. The last couple of weeks, those stats that we just showed you, he's been immaculate. And it's been great to see him come online to levels that you know he's capable of.
Yeah, thriving.
At the same time as the other players on the team, like Fireball Ops, I've been loving watching Fireball Ops in the last couple of weeks as well. His play on Split was remarkably good.
You're on the eco weaponry here, if you fluke shot, so see what you can do. Going to be stunted here. Cloud9 definitely not scared to rattle off the bullets.
Oh,
TP.
Fake teleport, but they heard it. They heard the fake.
Yeah, Vic's going to be aware.
That is not how you want to do that.
That's a hell of a stun. Just sidesteps and miss most of it. It's shoddily done, but it is put together at the end of the day. Cloud9 finding it difficult here, but at least with those weapons, surely should pave the way to success. Rifles in hand, but it has handed it back over to Parla. Now he's here, just trying to dodge and weaves it at him from the side. Jack, it's a cracking shot. Shuts down one of the real danger players, and Atsu was just begging for an opportunity. Damage done potentially to Vic. He's already pressing forwards, but he is being surrounded. Stepping forwards, 1v1! Rattling away with a Sheriff now. He's got that dart back online and a weapon upgrade picked up. Another tap. Big reveal. Jack's position noted. Peppered, brought down, but Jack!
Oh, man.
More than ready for the occasion.
Zenatsu had a lot of opportunities to try to close that one out. And Jack playing with danger. I thought that was going to be the round where C9's aggression, the disrespect, the thing that Via wants them to do was eventually going to bite them. Because, of course, aggression is a double-edged sword, especially on anti-ecos like this. If you're going to look to try to take your ones, you are offering opportunities.
Oh, a little scrappy.
It's a little scrappy. You're right. It is a little scrappy. But it's also 7-0.
Yeah,
in terms of the round score, it's actually pretty clean.
Would not have predicted this off the back of that first map, let me tell you. But as Coach Via was saying, corrections made, really. And not really talking game plan, more just attitude.
Look at the adjustment in terms of the defensive setup as well. Fireball Ops swaps over to A with Oxy's Op. A much more passive approach generally, except that Vic is getting empowered to potentially take a push in elbow.
They're going to get chewed up here, aren't they?
It does look like it.
Just trips if they don't have an answer for him. Slane looking for the signs of it. Oxy just posted up. Operator onto the one side. Shock Dust will rain down, but they've already caught the...
yeah, Mazine just called for them to come back to him on B as he dies. Brutal.
No rough left as well. It's going to be pointing out the players' positions now. 2 down, 3v5.
It's almost a save already.
It feels like it.
I mean, they'll have to give it a go. They're down 7-0, but...
Oxy's just absorbing the space off the back of it.
It's brutal.
They need anything they can get. 30 seconds remaining.
Fluxo have just not been able to put anything together in this half.
No.
Never been allowed to execute their game plan.
Completely shut out. And doesn't look like they have any intention of stepping forward onto A.
I did say it was looking like a save already, but I thought they'd try to go for it because going down 8-0 in the half
You do have a crazy loser's bonus at this point. So
yeah,
might as well go for it.
Imagine if the loser's bonus just got bigger and bigger every round.
Just, yep,
It never
compound
capped.
interest. Just.
Like, holy, look at this. Getting $5 every time you lose a round. I can buy 2 ops this round.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do not let this guy on the dev team.
Parla really thought there that there was going to be somebody on the high ground, but you're not playing against a Jet.
No.
You're not even playing against an Omen.
An Omen. Yes,
So
there's no way for anybody to get up there.
Who's he worried about? Why is he holding the high ground angle?
Great question.
Bizarre.
Mm-hmm. 8-0 early. Cloud9. pit layer down, a little bit of tripping as well, gives a bit of extra safety.
Okay, this
Zelsis
one,
to work around.
keep
Surely
it
it's got to
simple.
be it, right?
Progression smoke, pop A.
Seeing it now, ult's going to be utilized. It's going to be Reckoning rolling forwards, gliding to the side. It's Parla. He does at least claim that one. He's softened up as a result of it. But surely the player's in the right positions now. Thorns is about to shut them out. Shot through into the wall. It's gone wide. JJ's still alive. Stunned up. Wall's going to be fading, though. He's going to be careful of a lot going on. Swap around out of weaponry. Oxy wants to get involved now. Answering straight back at them here. Just trying to square. Ram almost hitting that one of a transfer. Just trying to take the timing pass. What a Steel Garden was just overlapped. Fireballops also involved. Still a 3v3, though. Make it at 3v2. Fluke show best chance they've had in a long while. Dart played in through the back, and Zelsis rapidly approaching now.
He knows that when JZA fell, there'll be no wall on the flank. But I think it's very ambitious to try to win the round with the flanking op.
Yeah, being watchful. Leaves Jack essentially alone. He's not going to have a lot to work with here. Just spotting. See if he can bait the swing, and Parla lightning fast in terms of the shot, but it goes both ways. Jack is straight there.
No way.
No, my goodness.
Oh, Fluxo had to win that one, and they did. In the end, they put the round on the board. But man, if my heart wasn't fluttering watching that.
The way Jack was playing it, felt like he was playing it to win.
At least, though, Fluxo also played it to win. They went for a double swing at the end with a really wide peak from Parla, and that played in the easy 1v1 at the end. Boy, oh boy, though. But Mazine closes it out, but his heart must have been fluttering too. They need an 8-4 here, really, don't they? If there's any hope whatsoever, they need to be able to close out all the rest of these rounds. I'd like to see C9 go aggressive again, and it is Oxy taking a run down elbow as Parla comes through double doors.
It's an overdrive now. It's going to be putting a squeeze onto these anchoring A players. Just smokes on smokes, though, and Vic is able to just find that slight pocket to play in. Mazine watching for the mid-aggression. Going for a bit of that pump fake. Zelta's already taken these players out. The trade is not there intact. It's whiffy business. Fluke Show are straight on top of it.
Well, they've been gifted an opportunity there. Fireball Lobs will be sad about that one.
That's a trade not intact. Jack is, okay.
He's doing pirouettes with his crosshair.
Yep, somehow finding Mazine. He's fast, isn't he? Straight through the wall. Door opens up.
Easy to bait that noise, though. He could easily be coming back through double doors. So Tui's and Zanatsu have got to keep a laser focus. What's the cooldown look like on the recon as well? Zanatsu might have it back.
Jack still wants to make a go of this one, even though time is ticking rapidly now, and the angles now watch for Tui's. Gets the information. Big reveal. No more swings as Jack has to wait this one out forwards, and as he's swinging from the side, it's a good answer. Zanatsu straight on top of it once more. 8-2. If you can string together a few more rounds off the back of this one, may be salvageable.
Yeah. I mean, they've kept it simple in the last couple of rounds. Bit of A pressure into an A pop. This one a fast A split. If you
Just
play
a little bit of movement from Mazine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit odd, that one. The faster you play, though, you don't have to run it down off barrier drop. But as long as you're hitting the sights in the first 30 seconds or so, you limit the amount of opportunity C9 have to push you and disrupt your hits. So I like this slightly increased tempo from Fluxo.
Same mid default here. Fluxo. It's going to be fake with the Omen, all trying to bait players into spawn! What is that?
What a flurry of kills. They all drop in an instant.
Target prioritization off the charts. Oxy was more than ready for it. Mazine trying to make the most of the situation.
And Mazine would love to have his ult to be able to recover the spike, but he used it in a funky way. Fake Omen ulting to dodge the drone from Jack. Zanatsu, though, picks up Zelsis and opens at least a little bit of a path to the spike. Oxy's now got to be on a swivel.
Cleared up, though, and with elbow accounted for.
That's all on the new guy, or at least the new guy to this stage.
It's 47 seconds. The spike is in double doors. It's just unwinnable.
Yeah,
It's got to be unwinnable.
It really looks like it.
Unless there's severe missteps by Cloud9. The way they're playing, though, not leaving anything to chance. Fireballops is locked onto the line. Hold on. ISO to Feist is already that one dink and damage done. But his players are lined up now. Just 5 HP to work with. Zanatsu, it's nothing much. But he's going to do the best he possibly can. ISO into the 1v1. Oxy, it's a mad retreat. A dash away. 17 seconds left. He knows he can play time in a spot like this.
He's also just got full utility.
12 seconds. It's dire stuff. Zanatsu has just got a full sprint towards it and needs to try and win this fight out. Oxy should be favored in every possible way. No time left at all, and Oxy just knows to run. Time just ran way far too out there, and Oxy, okay, claims his prize in the end.
A 9th round for Cloud9. They are looking like a different team to the one that took the stage on Lotus. That is the difference that your map pool can make. From the bottom of their map pool up toward the top. What a triple kill.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Just contacting into double doors. That is a little bit dangerous, but they were hoping they could trade that out rather than have Oxy run over him.
We almost pulled an Oxy kill 3 and lose the round. But we did it. Good shit, boys. Good job.
How often does that happen? Dude. That they have a name for it?
Yep, do they have a name for it? That's never happened before.
No, of course not.
Oxy kills 3, we lose.
For Cloud9?
Unimaginable. All right, run it again. Keep the game plan simple with the ult though. That's going to be going on both ways here. Alongside that snake bite, stunting. Looks like going to be finding it difficult now to find any way forwards. There's a stun that ricochets. Hunter's Fury from Zanatsu. He's just hoping to hunt for a couple of these kills, potentially press Cloud9 into uncomfortable territory, but it's just Oxy! Overdrive in hand, electrocuting them all. They can't stand their ground against all of this one. This should be just Cloud9 up to 10. Zanatsu again pressed into unwinnable spots. Left to do the most. It's just... yeah, toying with him. I respect it. They'll try and run him down now, though. Cloud9, 10-2, complete turnaround from that first map. A different team, dare I say.
Absolutely looking dominant, honestly. And Oxy, it's his playground. He's no longer the rookie. He is the vet who turns up in important situations, and he is running them over.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
All right, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's go now. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock, paper,
right?
scissors,
okay,
shoot.
all right,
I'm
great.
not like the new kids where it's like on 2.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, okay. You want to do best?
No, you said best.
All right,
I'm taking my win. I'm taking my win.
Unbelievable.
He's taking his wins. I mean, they're definitely on the right track, I think, as well on Breeze. Because 10-2, they are lights out right now. I mean, genuinely, the absolute aggression that they are showcasing is phenomenal. And, of course, make sure you scan that QR code on your screen and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN.
Might be on an express trip to Split here. I think C9 look like they've got completely the read of how Fluxo want to play, but also what their weaknesses are, what their strats are on Breeze. Maybe they weren't prepared for the Lotus pick. They certainly had some ideas there, but not the same level as we're seeing here in Map 2. And they've made it really, really tough for Fluxo. They haven't been able to show their level at all here on Breeze.
No.
They've just been stifled. I mean, Jesus, he's 1-11.
Yeah.
He hasn't been allowed to play the game. I don't think he got into a nice post-plan setup once.
Well, that's the start of the pistol round here. Look shot. It's the defense half that I was liking some of their ideas for. A bit of aggression here with a paranoia, but how do these players respond to this one? Straight through double doors. There's an instant reaction. Cloud9 leaving no stone unturned. Still, Oxy's going to be dealt with. Picking up in a bit of exchange now, but Vic surely accounted for, but still claims the kill. Zelsis tapping away. Lucky to be alive here. Zanatsu is going to be hunting him down and out. He's got the right angle, he's got the right idea of things. Already another kill found. 3v3.
Nice push.
And the plan is down. It's a great idea. Luxo potentially in a good spot now. They can claim a couple of more kills towards them, but the bullets just not quite landing in the right places still. Goes both ways. Softened up is the opposition. Jack now in at 1v2 and overwhelmed here. It's lovely work.
That's the pistol to try to make something happen here. 10-2 down. You needed it at the very minimum. But it's also going to take so much more. I really like the way, as you were saying, that their defense setups work in terms of that A main aggression. I think it's Sanatsu's play here, actually, that turns things. That ability to go and find the insert in double doors, who would be a nightmare to deal with later on. You can always get a chuckle out of us with a sped up coach.
You can. Yeah. I'm actually like a child of car keys in front of me. if I see a player or a coach sped up, I can't help but laugh. All semblance of professionalism is gone.
It's also nice to see JJZ being able to pick up a triple kill in that round too. Coming back in on the retake. They very rarely push areas of the map that are not A main. We're going to see Pala and Mazine fight a lot for A main with that paranoia, the stun, one way. But it's rare to see Fluxo go for aggression elsewhere. Pala is flirting with it over towards elbow, but this, I think, would be entirely the wrong round to go for it when he has a Phantom.
Against the eco.
So he backs up.
Mazine's angle. It's good work here. Paranoia. Adjusting for it. These Cloud9 players are looking to see if they can hunt out, root out, potentially. Fibelops has been a menace with a sheriff in his hands, and to leap through the discipline. Oh, God. Not again.
Oh, the anti-ecos.
Gonna be joking me. It's up to Pala to see if he can fix the problems now. Moving forward steadily. He's walking up now, but that is a drone that spots all from the high ground here. Still. Oh, they're just taking the fight together. Cloud9.
Maybe we shouldn't be fighting 1v3.
That pack mentality. It's working now, isn't it? They've handed over the weaponry. Josh is on his knees.
I can't believe it. JJZ's left in a 1v4.
How has this happened? How has this happened?
Do you want a real answer? Because they keep taking 1v5 fights when they've got rifles into classic players. Oh, it's a diabolical one. It's a dagger to the heart for Fluxo. But Mazine is just so aggressive. Zanatsu, fair enough, you know, but also he's throwing shock darts facing into all of them. Every single player on Fluxo takes a 1v4 or 1v5 at some point in this round. If you want a round to demonstrate how you don't play anti-ecos, you would take that one.
I don't blame the players at the end. They're trying to salvage a dodgy situation.
Sure. You could do it together.
Yeah, you could do it together. Might be better.
Okay. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, they were trying to recover a 10-2 half.
Yeah,
probably wasn't going to happen anyway.
You know. Well, hold on.
You don't like the Duma take?
No, it's less of that.
All right, there, though. A little bit of an eco push together, and Celsius himself tries to hold on a bit too much as the solo player. Should have given up that ground.
Cloud9 are going to be looking to overwhelm over towards these Bianca players. They're playing in close quarters, though, and that does put them in very uncomfortable territory. Fibelops has already got that level of awareness. Clearance into the corner, and it's good util. Storm Surge blinding up 2Es. Shutting the door out in their faces. Jack does not want to donate a weapon, so he's just going to be backing out and away, but the rest of his team's got their watchful eye up and around.
Yeah. Take that, Trip.
Yeah. That would be up to 12 for Cloud9.
Is Mazine looking to save the Bulldog?
Nah, well, I mean, there's no time. There's no time here. What do you want him to do? No clip through the floor?
Oh,
get to the B site?
Run at people.
It's just...
I mean, he's on a save, isn't he? So
yeah.
Looking for him to not be looking to save a Bulldog and no armor.
It's true.
But he does go down in the end there. They would need 9 rounds in a row here, Fluxo, to recover this and win in 2-0 fashion. It looks very much like we're headed to split. As Oxy puts on another incredible performance on Breeze. 23 kills over these 15 rounds.
Absurd.
He does just run people over on this map.
Yep. It's nice to see. I mean, there's a chipper attitude at Cloud9. It is nice to see. They've had a lot of weeks of doom and gloom.
Pala and Mazine again looking to fight over A main with Thorns to cover the A split timing. It's a classic defensive setup for Fluxo. Is Zenatsu a bit of a weakness? C9 look like they want to prod in that direction. Holding for any aggression, but it's pretty unlikely. Fluxo don't normally like to push out through B or elbow.
Yeah. It's very passive as the setup, isn't it? Deep drone forwards, trying to post some of these players up here from Cloud9, and spotting a lot of signs of life here. Stun, connecting off to the side. Zenatsu does just slip past. Don't see. Straight through the wall. Okay, Tui's though, yeah, in that close quarters angle. So able to get that trade online for Cloud9, and this is good space taken up. Pala is immediately going to be absorbing. Other side of the map, pressing Cloud9 into predictable locations for the rest of the team.
No noise made on the backup there, but also Pala not holding the angle.
Gonna be able to spot these players out though. Fireball ops, yep, top of the cannon won't save you.
Oh, nice work from Pala to be able to clean up both of those there.
Control, just jiggling away. Spike's gonna be reclaimed as Zelsa's in a 1v4. Tough spot really with 23 seconds left, especially with Pala just... That's not intended!
What the...
Hey, yep, straight off the floor. And, okay, quick cleanup.
Can we get an investigation? What was that bounced off? Some kind of cable on the floor?
I don't know.
I mean, that does happen in weird spots.
It does happen in weird spots. That's unfortunate.
I don't think he was winning the round, Brent.
No, yeah.
I think it's unlikely.
What makes you say that? You don't have faith in the Zelsis 1v4?
It's nothing to do with Zelsis. It's just to do with the 1v4.
Okay. Tell him that.
I love the way that Zenatsu played that situation. He takes contact against the Neon. Neon walls, you know that you're about to get stunned and slid on.
Yeah, wow.
What is it, a plank?
It's like off like a plank.
Or like a...
On the floor,
a
something.
grate on the floor?
We're going to get a closer look potentially, but...
Look down, Pala.
We're trying to figure it out.
It's the same defensive setup again. I mean, Fluxo do not change their defensive setups very much. If you walk forward, Celsius, you are going to get paranoid. This is a death sentence. No way.
What?
He's just 1v1'd the player that was dropping 300 ACS in the previous game, who was holding an angle.
And you would have won doubting him in that 1v4.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the snakebite, you would have won.
That's what I'm saying.
We should replay that round, I think.
Wait, actually get this guy out of here. Let's get this guy out of here. Yeah, Cloud9 out, ready to group up. Right there behind him. Cutting away the sound cues here. There's been no shift in the setup. NorFF is going to be revealing that it is just Mazine alone, and it should be nail in a coffin for Breeze, potentially, unless Mazine can do something about it, say something about it. He's already shots rassled off here. He's able to at least deal with the dart and back up.
Vic is also very late with the spike, but I don't think it'll matter too much. He just comes in now. He's got a Harbor ult to be able to play with. Should help them convert this 4v4. It's a tough retake for Fluxo.
Reckoning. Ready and primed. Also going to be expended here just to make sure that they secure this round, get this map done and over with.
Nice
Stop
position.
Just in the right place.
Yeah, great position to stop that ult.
Just like gapping to the side. Tui's was hoping and hunting for it. That drone up onto the high ground is going to be seeing all. Tui's just barrels over. Deals with Oxy handedly, but now it's going to be Fire Ops. Jack as well, just taking a turn and timings taken forwards. Ripping. Look, showed us absolute shreds. No real hope now, no real chance. Jason Zay, the time has run far too short, and we will be going to Breeze, or we will be going to Split, excuse me. It's Breeze that's concluded here, Cloud9, in a dominating fashion.
This was the map that they chose, and for good reason, by the look of it. We were talking about Fluxo looking good in maps that we had seen them play in Brazilian Challengers, but a different level when you're playing against C9 on a map that they enjoy playing here. They look very prepped, very ready, and it was another one of those Oxy takeover games too. Lots of opportunities for him to get empowered on a push. Started with an elbow push, and really, Fluxo were just shut out of the game from the very beginning.
Completely. We'll see if they can turn things around on Split, but it's a Cloud9 team that are looking renewed, rejuvenated really, heading into this third and final map. What can they do? Are they up to the test? That's what we're going to have answered after this.
All right, so you're back, Mazen. It's good to have you here, man. Pleasure to see you once again. What have you learned from your time away, and how ready are you for this opportunity at Play-ins?
Eu acho que o que eu mais aprendi no tempo que eu fiquei fora daqui, na verdade, quando eu estava aqui eu era um IGL muito jovem, então acho que é mais essa experiência como capitão na minha role. E eu sinto que a gente está muito preparado para esses play-ins e a gente pode conseguir avançar para os playoffs.
Yeah, back in the day when I was here first, I was in the beginning of my IGL days, so I feel a little bit more experienced nowadays, and the team is very ready for this play-ins.
All right. So that means a potential win?
Acredito que sim, que hoje a gente espera a vitória, né, e também fazer grande campeonato.
I believe so. We're expecting a win today and a very good championship.
All right, lots of confidence out here. Love to see it.
Actually jumps right out thinking it was protected. Oh my God! Oxy doing Oxy things.
E tem que dar vantagem numérica, né? É 5 contra 4.
Vem o Zanotti, ele quebra mais 2.
Tá, vou falar um pouco sobre minhas tatuagens aqui. Tem essa tatuagem na mão, que eu fiz com 16 anos, se não me engano, muito novo, né? Aqui, na minha mão, está escrito Carpe Diem, que é o mesmo dia, aproveite o dia. E é mais ou menos essa ideia que eu quero passar para as pessoas também. O meu braço aqui é uma tatuagem onde tem um bobo da corte, que simboliza a dualidade do indivíduo, tanto feminino quanto masculino. Eu gosto bastante de coisas esotéricas, então tem aqui para lembrar isso. Em cima tem um sol, que também significa iluminação. E no meu pescoço tem 2 flores, que são flores japonesas, lírio da aranha vermelho. É uma flor que simboliza a morte, mas não a morte do corpo, né? É uma morte mais espiritual, para trazer novas energias e tal. É mais ou menos isso. Acho que ficou um pouco extenso, mas é isso.
Welcome back. Cloud9 speedrun their map pick, bringing this down to the tiebreaker. Let's break it down, guys, because that was kind of a slam, and it feels like, Alexis, I don't think you should be on your phone right now.
Oh, I ran out of Red Bull at my house though, so I'm trying to order some more. So like when I get back, I'll have some.
Okay. We have a match on the line right now, guys. It's 1-1. Pretty intense.
Okay.
Tier 2 team could take a win today.
I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in.
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
And
you make a good point.
The chat actually votes Oxy for MVP, which
makes sense.
We really relate to, because we think that everything that they did successfully on the map was what they couldn't do on Lotus.
Yeah.
Going into Breeze, they were so much more aggressive. Do you guys think it was just the comps, or was it the playstyle as well?
I think it's a bit a mix of both, because I feel like with that Yoru being your solo duelist, you're very restricted on how you can go about taking those first fights, whereas obviously on this map, they had free range. All the players looked so good, especially when we're looking at players like Fireball Ops and the anchoring that he was able to do. It felt like anytime Fluke Show tried to go for a straight up exec, he was there. He had their number, getting multi-kill after multi-kill and just shutting it down.
I feel like on Lotus C9 really looked uncomfortable. I don't know if it was the comp or just their map preference, that they're not Lotus team. They looked way more cohesive this time. And obviously it helps when your duelist is top fragging, because my favorite strat is duelist go kill as the IGL, and I get to chill in the backpack, and that's kind of what happened here.
Well, fun fact, Oxy actually, his best performing map overall is Breeze. He constantly performs on this map with an average of 1.2 kills per round. The next closest he has is 0.8 on Lotus. So you can tell on this map, he's so comfortable, he's so aggressive, and I think with this Neon, he's really found his place on this team.
I mean, the fact that he's almost hitting 400 ACS here is absolutely insane, but I think that that's the kind of story that Breeze has had with Cloud9, is Oxy just being able to drop like almost 30 kills every single time. But even outside of that, we're going back to those basic comps, the comps that they were starting to thrive and starting to find their footing in, the comps where they're allowed to kind of have their own play style with each role that we see, and it just looks so fluid throughout.
I want to say something about the Flux Show comp, because I actually like the Vice on Breeze. The problem is it's really strong when you can get in that post plant, because then you can cycle, okay, putting Harbor Wall up, that's first, Omen Smokes next, then the Vice Thorns. It's really hard for them to retake, but because they weren't able to get in that position and like get the bomb down that often, it's really hard to get any value out of the Vice.
Yeah, and I think it was really nice because it was Oxy going and killing, but Fireball was also following up. Like he was there to get a pretty good amount. But let's actually follow up on the maps, because this next map coming in is Split. This is a little bit more interesting because we're talking about how C9 are so good with their team fights. Their defensive half was so good as well, and they're starting on the defense half for this map. Do you think that's going to play a big part into the momentum, Alex? Alex.
Alex. You could use that nickname for me. It works.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
true. Lexi. Red Bull Lexi. Okay, sorry.
Hey, hey Red Bull. I will say, I think they had a lot of momentum on Breeze. Like, they looked really good. I think if they can not get eco'd, it would be great for them.
That's true.
That is very difficult, though, and a very tall task.
And I think as long as they don't change too much going into that. Lotus, I think, was one of those wild cards. You know, we weren't finding success there in the first place. Let's change up. Let's try something new. On Split, they found so much success recently. I feel like even on their defense half, they were running a lot of these 1-3-1 setups that allowed Fireball to take that 1v1 towards that A main, take that, or have that Omen Vic take that 1v1 towards B main, and it looked flawless. And I feel like as long as they didn't change too much, they should be doing pretty good here. But on the other hand, you have Fluxo, and they are like 5-2 on this map as well.
Yeah, well, the map is ready to go just after this break. And let's not forget that the loser of this actually falls to the lower brackets of play-ins to compete a spot into playoffs. Can Fluxo score a win, though, in their VCT Americas debut? Map 3 is coming up right after this.
Let's get to it then. Split on the cards between these two teams, and Cloud9 have just ran all over them, genuinely. I mean, we've been talking to death about it. We've already seen it. Oxy go kill. It was a great success. Everybody loved it.
Yep.
And we get to see if it continues, really, or if whether Fluxo can put a stop to it.
I think we've got a great... Listen, all bangers end on Split. Has this match been a banger so far? It's been kind of two one-sided maps. But I'm hoping that we get a real clash of styles here. You've got double duelist on one side from Fluxo, very aggressive opportunities. Parla and Sanatsu do these big dives up mid really quickly to try to put pressure on the defending Vipers. And then on Cloud9's side, they've got a kind of a double sentinel comp where Zelsis and Fireball Ops can lock down areas of the map. I mean, Vic will do that sometimes as well. But then on the attack side, they've got the double lurk idea. So really, really different approaches to your attack side. A very explosive comp on one end, and then when the side swap, a very lurky approach. And I think that'll give us some really cool looks as to the different styles of these teams and how they pilot them.
See which one has the better grip as well. Cloud9 recently powered their way to a win against 100 Thieves on Split.
That was really impressive.
It was very impressive. There was a lot of very significant prep work you could tell that they put into that map.
Yeah.
They get it to them. So they have been turning a new leaf, really, Cloud9. Week on week improving here, and the challenge may continue. We're getting into it now, the stylistic differences of the compositions we've been talking about, and the old guard returning, really. A lot of these Brazilian players joining up, regrouping once more for another go of things here into VCT on the stage. This is their time to shine. They just have to grasp it here and now.
It's the double duelist that I got my eyes on. It's Parla, and it's the newcomer Zanatsu, because the explosive way that they were able to win on Lotus was by popping into those C sites and catching people off guard. Can the anchors of C9 hold on here on Split? I think it can be a little bit easier. There are smaller choke points that they're going to have to go through. This is going to be a fake on the pistol. Mazine loves faking. A lot of the time his Sky utility is used on the opposite side of the map to where his team are intending to go.
Just looking to insert Zanatsu up forwards. Cam, though, is going to be able to spot that it is just Zanatsu.
Oh, look, they're rotating immediately.
Yeah, they've immediately realized it's like fake
they know
pressure.
It's a fake.
Builds off into spawn, though. Some of them, and now they see it. The explosion forwards, but Jack ready to respond, and we're going to see it now with a util flying forwards. Stun as well as the rest of the team. Cloud9, again, the continuation of that pack mentality, just grouped up, following where the action is.
That's immaculate stuff. The recognition that that was a fake so early on.
I mean, maxing.
Yeah. Going and grabbing the orb in the middle of this. The cam from Fireball Ops is a really good answer, but also just understanding the tendencies of your opponent. That they do like to fake a lot with their Sky util. And the Sky, Mazine, the leader, he's now stood here with an impossible task on his shoulders. Try to win a 1v5 to recover a pistol round.
He's revealed his hands. Have to hope a couple of these stray shots go his way, but swiftly dealt with. Just with the ghosts in hand here. Pistol round early here for Cloud9.
And at the beginning of this stage, C9 could not find a pistol to save their lives.
They really couldn't.
It was an actual impossibility for them to win on the pistol. In this game, they've only lost a single one of them. And they very quickly turned that one back around. So great starts to these halves in general from C9. And a great opening here, showcasing some good prep, good defensive setups, really good quick reactions. And all bangers end on split. All bangers also have a Pausa Technica.
Of course, yeah, they have to.
That's how it goes.
It's obligated, I think. Yeah, as you can see on the stage, it's looks like one of the players.
Yeah, it's a mild audio issue.
On the show side of the stage.
Zelsis looked like he was thinking really hard there. I could see the cogs turn.
Yeah, was he about to stand up and fix it, the problem? Was that what you're implying?
I don't know. I'm really not sure.
Yeah. Into the action soon enough, though, as soon as we resolve this one.
Yeah, there's pressure on both of these teams, but I think Fluxo in particular, after you have such a great start on your map pick, you're feeling like you're on top of the world, and then that adrenaline crash as just none of your ideas are working on map 2 can be pretty tough to pick yourself back up from.
It's a reality check, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, audio issue resolved. Heading back into the game.
Yeah, there you go.
Very quick.
Sweet, we like that.
Seamless. Seamless. A couple things to note in terms of Fluxo's attack side if you haven't seen it before. JCC is very committed to these A-lurks. Pala and Zenatsu have this fast double dash up mid. But on this eco, they're just hoping, by the look of it, that they can bait Oxy into going for something aggressive here. Maybe they can play for an alt orb?
Yeah, some level of information given to Jack. Doesn't paint out the whole picture. Fluxo are not keen to really engage.
Fireball Ops has changed his cam position. And it can actually see over the top of some portion of this wall.
There's only JZA spotted there by the dog, so it doesn't give away the game. Now that's going to be giving things away. You see the Jet updrafting, up and away into that one. It's a cheeky idea. Love that one, but Jack is locked in and ready to go, but he just can't quite pull out the pistol in time. Fireballs, though, immediately taking up vicinity and a lot of this space forwards. The trade's pretty good. Cloud9 still have the better weaponry while we're at it. Gun's not really able to be reclaimed, and JZA can't do much on that high ground perch. Bring around the rosies. Mazine just trying to barely escape out. Hold on. Can't really slip the net, though, can he? Vic, though, is going to be watching for this one. Maybe if he was blessed with the right clicks, but we're not living in that era.
You can see there the threat that they posed, though, with the double duelist. They didn't have the guns to be able to execute it, but that dash in from Pala hides inside of his Cloudburst. Second Sky Flash comes out. This pressure right here. You can imagine a world where that starts snowballing, either because Pala gets the kill or Zenatsu gets the trade. It can be a tough comp to play against. Oh,
no.
Oh, the lid was on. The lid was on. We're saved from another tech pause. Hallelujah. All right, this might be that double dash up mid that I was talking about. No, they're just waiting for a reaction. Again, Mazine is going to be putting pressure with his Sky util in the opposite direction to where his team is looking to eventually try to take positions.
Very slow going. Just purely holding from sewers. Bit of a high-low.
Look, they're immediately re-clearing this. There's a question mark created at top ramp, and instantly, Jack with a flash, Zelsis goes and clears it, and now they know that that A-ramp pressure was fake.
Even using the dog.
Yeah. Just to make sure. I mean, and now there's no threat over towards A-ramp at all. And Mazine sends the pack away from him once more. The initiator utility is not for you guys. It's purely for the fake.
There's no follow-up of this, though. Doesn't really tell much on either side. JZA would be hearing that the Trailblazer was used, so that's why he's calling for the mass rotation. There is no pre-clear going to be occurring, but this angle from Fireball Ops could be everything. It's a very aggressive angle, but he's only got a Ghost to work with, so why not? And there it is. 2 shots. We'll clean it up. Pala straight in there with a trade. Fast lane, but no follow-up.
Pala's
the one with a
spike.
spike. Yeah. Just took note of that one. It's an unusual plant spot.
Nobody over towards A ramp to stop the retake from coming through. 4v4 and C9 have got bad weapons, but good positioning.
Yeah, positioning could be everything, as we've seen. It's the nature of split these days. Fluke showed the ones that are twisting and turning, feeling that they are penned in a corner, because it's exactly what the case is. The stun is good with the connection. It's perfect at that. Oxy straight in there with a Guardian, and this guy is not stopping anytime soon. Damage done. Finally stunted. This is still a potential now for Cloud9, especially with shots like this. The damage done, and
whoa,
Vic, he wasn't dropping down there. Maybe there was a world. It's barely handled. Fluke Show get it on the board.
Yeah, it's an important round for Fluke Show to be able to actually put on the board. But man, the ghosts were popping heads all over the place, and that's actually done quite a bit of damage there. There's going to be at least one player coming into the next round without a rifle, by the look of things. Or they're going to have to compromise on utility. Big aim dink. Jack almost being able to pick up Parla. Important kills, though, to put on the board. Yeah, they are going to sacrifice a bit of util. No boombot, no sky heal.
Deep cam into the corner. Has to be dealt with.
Weird scenario here where Parla is inserted, you know, into a little corner, just almost as if they're expecting an A push. I think it's really unlikely C9 are gonna A push on a mid-round timing like that. B main reclear makes a lot more sense. Oxy gets posted on a deep angle.
Exactly right. Cloud9 not wasting the space that they've been given.
However, they have given Zenatsu a lot of space in B heaven if he wants to go and take it.
Just sat there though. I don't really know what the objective is.
I think he will come back eventually to help with the B split. Jezis is starting to come back over here as well. Jezis and Zenatsu can meet up. Fighting B main is everything.
Flashes a connect though, and there it is. Paranoia's want to play off the back of this one alongside that stun. It's B main control. You said it, it's everything. Another smoke going to be layered down on top of it, but you've lost control over towards B heaven. It's a pain point here for Cloud9, especially if they want to be over-aggressive onto B.
I think this is fairly obvious that they're going for a play through B heaven right
30
now.
seconds
When you
left.
smoke it off like this, surely C9 are aware.
Feels
yeah,
like
they
it.
are.
Dropping down together, they don't really have a flash to play themselves in, and it's a bit disjointed here. Parla, though, still has found his footing onto the side. Needs the rest of the pack now to rejoin him. Moving forwards, Cloud9. It's Vic and Jack. Forwards now, time is of the essence, and there's not a lot to go around. Fluke Show have got to try and find a way forwards now with 8 seconds remaining. The plan has to be committed. It's Mazine into the corner, that ISO's a 1v1. Mazine not able to help out. Snakebite lay it down, and that is it. Damage done and more. Another round win. Added up onto the belt here of Cloud9.
Fluxo's success on Lotus came from double duelist diving onto anchors and destroying them. Where's that gone?
I don't know.
Where is it? Why are they now playing a really slow thinking man's kind of game where they're inserting people into unusual positions?
In those moments, you know, try to make plans go together, okay?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Little boys all grown up.
Well, listen, I don't need to be hearing that from Zelsis either. Especially with words like that coming out your mouth, but it's just... It's been a long day.
Don't do that to me.
It's been a long day.
Don't do that to me.
It's been, you did it to yourself. It's been a long day. 3-1. Let's lock in, shall we? Let's lock in.
There's a little bit of sting here. Hold on. There's knives. And there's a gun on JSSA. Why is JSSA not having the gun with the pack? Seems a bit weird to have that on the lurker. Again, Mazine using Sky Util that's not to set up his duelists.
It feels like they've lost the plot a little bit.
I don't get it, man.
It feels like they've lost the plot.
They feel very reluctant to just let Parla and Zenatsu off the leash.
You can afford to take a few more risks here, though, like you were saying, the Blade Storm. It's danger here.
Give Zenatsu the gun and just let him go.
Just send it a little bit. Seekers are going to be used at that minute mark. Clear up a lot of this one here. They're all going to be broken in through mid, apart from one there. There we go. Okay.
50 seconds. They've taken mid, but they don't have anything else.
Yeah.
They love going for 1-3-1 defaults. That is how Fluxo often play. But they're going to come back into a B-pop. Zelsis hasn't used a snakebite. Still fireball ops with everything to work with.
JSSA, you have
JSSA
fuel. You have fuel.
He's A lurking as his team goes for a B exec.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Palad's going to be shut down straight out of the eye. Clay Pigeon shooting out through the back of the side. It's the overdrive forcing the issue. And what a shot there, Tui's. It's a cracking one. Puts Oxy to rest almost immediately now. We're going to see that Cosmic Divide to split up the site.
Ooh, that flash was bad. Went into the smoke. JZZ might have a chance here.
13 seconds left. Tui's now picking up that upgrade. Jack being hard pressed now. Trailblaze is also going to be broken, just dodging and weaving here, taking a lot of damage though, and there it is, a round on the board.
Hard fought for Fluxo, but it's a shot from Tui's. That one Sheriff shot to shut down Oxy when he's in the middle of his ult is everything in this round. Absolutely everything. I'm not a big fan of the way that they set themselves up for Successor. I think they made it harder than it needed to be. They had their only rifle was on an A lurk as they hit a B exec. It's crazy stuff. But somehow, that trophy lifting caliber comes out of Tui's again. Hits the shot that he needs to be able to get them across the line. Pilot going to help JZZ on this lurk. They do this a lot where they have Parla and JZZ holding a kind of 1-2-2 default. Very strange, in my opinion. Because they're also, Parla and JZZ are not looking for an early aggressive time. It's still passive, but they commit an extra body over there.
It's like holding for aggression that's not really going to be arriving anytime soon.
Do they go for an A exec with Mazine this time?
It's Cam. It's devious. Might be able to catch the timing as well, spotting a couple of these players out. Yep, Fireball Ops wants to spam off of this one. Saw that they were crossing, and he's called for it immediately. Player's going to be returning now. Cloud9 trying to help out. It's Natsu. Satchel movement. It's going straight up into the skybox now, and as well, how are they going to be bursting through this one? There it is with a dash forwards. Eventually do find a bit of a pocket to play forwards and through and in, but Fireball Ops is just chipping away at them. Making it hard press, really, for them to get anything whatsoever. JZZ has gone for the plant onto A, and Tui's miles away.
Yeah, but he's an Astra. I think you actually can get away with that here if you're Tui's.
He's got to speed up. They're going to be aware, surely. They're going to be looking behind them. Now they've realized it, yeah.
I mean, the pull's on a 40-second cooldown, though.
Yeah, it's miles away now. Tui trying to get involved. It's up to the anchor players. JZZ, what can you do? Can you stand up to it? Not quite. Cloud9 have every angle covered.
I got to give a lot of credit to Fireball Ops. He's finding cams all over the place on A that are devastating Fluxo's play.
Big ult too.
Yeah, the ult was fantastic, wasn't it? Completely exposed what Tui's was going for. But the setup, he catches Mazine coming in off the trip. The cam spots all of the information and gives the defensive rotates tons of time to get there. That's probably the third or fourth round where his cam has spotted the A pressure. And this is a massive problem for Fluxo to deal with. And part of the problem is that they're trying to play this very slow, intelligent game on their attack side. 1-3-1 defaulting and hoping that they're denying a lot of information. Mazine constantly using his Sky Util away from the pack to disguise his intentions. But in reality, then they just walk towards Fireball Ops and he goes, lads, they're coming this way. Yeah. And it's as simple as that. Fireball Ops,
all out.
I have loved the way that this guy has had a glow up. When he first joined the team, this squad was having a lot of troubles. And you didn't really get to see the talent shine from him and Jack. Well, now recently, especially on Split, I've loved watching him on Split. Having Imi drop down to that assistant coach position and just give Fireball Ops a bunch of information about what the defending setup looks like and how you should best lurk into these spots. It seems to have empowered him, and his aim has been crispy. It's just been a joy to watch.
It feels like finally we're getting the best out of all these promising talent joined into Cloud9. Absolutely everybody is flourishing as a result of it. New direction as well. Via being put into that head coach seat, and honestly credit to Imi as well. A lot of the preparation as players have been talking about it is anti-shading. Pretty clear win cons, and we're seeing an adjustment of the setup on the other side of the timeout.
Yeah, very different. Anticipating that Fluxo would try to move away from the Cypher setup. Go for something simple like a B-pop.
They'd be right.
Yeah, especially if Zanatsu can pick up the orb. Like, this makes sense from Fluxo's point of view. A aggression for the first time as well. If they had gone for that double setup, maybe they could have caught Oxy here, but instead, they're getting set up for this B-pop.
He's the first one in. Yeah, I mean, it's the flash force to set himself up and not anticipating it. Fireball Ops wasn't ready for that level of aggression onto the one side. Zanatsu will punish. All the way into spawn here. Cloud9 all over the place here, but they are rapidly approaching him through spawn. Oxy is there.
Jizzes is holding for it.
It's an aggressive line, but maybe advantaged as well if Oxy's not ready for this one. The Bulldog, yeah, in play. He's ready. Intact now. Showstopper utilized.
In a 5v3. I mean, that shows you how scattered they are mentally. I think they just don't have the confidence and the bandwidth to be thinking about how they should be saving those ultimates. They weren't under that much pressure there, honestly. But fair enough. I mean, listen, end of the day, that was a bit of a weaker buy. They also come in with a very simple game plan. We are going to go towards B. We are going to pop onto the anchor, bringing it back to what was working on Lotus. Did it work? Hell yeah, it did.
Yep.
They ran down 5 all-ups immediately. I want to see more of that.
Keep it simple. Works out as well. I mean,
keep it faster as well. Yeah.
I can patch a bullet hole or
shows the state, I think. The tension that they're feeling potentially in this one. They were having to use ults towards the tail end of that one, but
yeah.
At the end of the day, a round win is a round win.
I think if we had seen this map go from Lotus to Split, we'd probably see them playing with a lot more aggression and confidence.
Yeah.
But it feels like that got beaten out of them on Breeze.
Especially when it's one of your better maps and it's just getting hard red. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Cloud9 had so many good ideas to shut them down.
Yeah. Gets in your head a lot. All right, so now splitting apart the setup here. 5 all-ups with some of his setup on A, and then a trip for Vic to play with a new box for the B Heaven player to spam off and get a kill. Interesting idea.
Oh, Vic. 75 health. Drop down here. Spotting some of the presence. The setup being peeled back to a degree.
Causes Zelsis to lean over, wondering if he needs to commit a snake bite. Jizzes here might try to activate, but they're ready for him. They're clearing him.
So they are clearing him as well. Just trying to peek off the back of that one. And shots on either side. It's 5 all-ups and one to claim that kill.
1 for 1 is not bad, actually, though, especially when it's the demon known as Oxy who has fallen. He dropped 400 ACS on Breeze. Get him out.
Increasingly obvious, though, where this hit's going to be coming through onto. Vic's already placed down that smoke. Didn't use that paranoia early. He's waiting for the next level of util to be used. And there it is. Flies forwards and it goes on either side. The rest of Cloud9 are already in play, but there it is. Great flash on either side. So that's just leaves with the 2. Vic playing towards the back, but he just keeps his hand to the open. Not ideal. 2Es. Can't capitalize in time. It's Jack that saves the day.
Jack to close it out there. He had a really difficult little clutch situation earlier on, and here able to clean up. Top of the scoreboard for C9 on that janitor duty. Oh, look at that. Cam catching contact. That wasn't really the issue. I really like, actually, the fact that they were able to still get past the trip at New Box with a flash for Zanatsu to play on.
Good hold, guys.
Come on, Jack.
It's closer, at the very least, when Fluxo are going for ideas like that, the B-pop.
Yeah, finding ways to get in, but
this is not going to be a full A committal, though, because Zanatsu's over towards mid. So they're still planning on just A-ramp defaulting by the look of it. They're not even committing the spike to this. It's going to be another one of these slightly slower rounds.
Gearing up. Slow walking as much as they possibly can up to ramp, but this is not the time for it. I mean, listen, Oxy's already on it.
Just as he's being cleared as well. C9 have been extremely proactive at clearing those A-ramp positions.
Hard rotating.
Yeah, they've got a read that it's going to end B. Like, anytime there's fake A-ramp pressure, it's a B finish. And they just know. Zanatsu's got to be the playmaker here up through B Heaven. Yeah. This is the gap that C9 is leaving.
It's a significant one. No one's watching Heaven this entire time. Zanatsu, it's a prime opportunity potentially to jump on it, but Oxy just turns his attention towards it and snaps to it. Straight to the dome. Zanatsu finished. And they're saving now at this point. 35 seconds left. Everybody just settling into their positions. Cloud9 get ever closer.
30 seconds left.
Fluxo get the whole of mid, but it just feels like they don't quite know what to do with it.
No.
They could run a B split, and I think it would be devastatingly good.
I mean, Cloud9 are so... I mean, they're all
in.
The
whole of Heaven.
Yeah. The entirety of B Heaven. It's a nightmare if you're anchoring B as a defender.
Yeah.
If you lose control of that space.
I think Zelsis has to be really cautious playing against this comp in general in mid. Like, mid is not an area that you can particularly defend. If you think about how Vipers would normally want to defend it with the orb and, you know, playing around that, both duelists can jump on boxes and see above your orb. They can run you down with some fast flash and dash play in mid. Zelsis has to give up a lot of mid control, so you can just take it. And if you just walk up mid, then you're going to be able to run really good splits. There is a reason why this map is called Splits. Nightmare for STK.
Yeah, STK contemplating.
Oh, haven't seen one of those before.
Second guessing.
Maybe heard something in the comms that he liked. You know, he was gonna call for just B hits, and then here's his team say it anyway. Fireball Ops fell to one of these explosive B pops before. Can they find him once again?
Again, he's going to be challenged. He's going to be watched for here, but he sees all that util moving forwards now. He's got at least the trips to help out. Big reveal. Oxy's all the way forwards again, running straight towards them, and he's just ripping them apart. It's 2 kills. Rest of Cloud9 trying to flood him, and JZC with a difference maker this time. Spelling it all the way out. That's a pit that's going to be dropped down. Gives him a bit of cover now into the 2v2. 2Es though, only on 5 HP. And that snake bite, that's going to be finding it. With the pit up, perhaps there's going to be a chance. Sidestepping. Dodging past the Trailblazer.
The dog's going to find it by process of elimination. They know where JZZ is now, I think.
Surely, but still obfuscated for now. Another tap to see if they can pull JZZ out into the opening. Doesn't have that snake bite! Snap it to the side.
He's done what he can.
He really has. It's Celsius though that has it under control.
You can see the way that C9 are adapting and learning over time. They've been caught a couple of moments in rounds earlier by that double blast pack and the flash play out through new box. You normally expect double duelist teams to go straight down the gut, but Fluxo have been doing a lot more of this new box push. And you see Oxy and Vic just read it completely here. There's a paranoia down the line as they flood out through heaven. And then Oxy's running around inside those smokes knowing that he could just clean people up.
Come on, baby, let's go.
C9 are fully in control of this. I mean, the score is still only at 7-3 right now. It's not like they are dominating with a 10-2 half like it was on Breeze, but they are the team controlling every aspect of this.
Yeah. Certainly are, and then finally STK hits the button. He was contemplating it earlier, didn't go for it. Wanted to trust in the team, but now feeling like they need these last few rounds.
Yeah.
Essential work needs to be done to just make it even
That's the second time as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? Which is probably why he was umming and ahhing about it, right? Because you don't want to be wasting it potentially, but it's not going to be a waste if you can get your team back on track.
If you can get another 2 rounds out of this, give yourself a 7-5 half to work with, and then you're going into your defense side where you have an idea of how C9 want to play it, it's still going to be very tough. This comp is an attack-sided comp. If you go in down at the half, no matter what, you are going to be feeling like you're under pressure. But listen, a 7-5 is better than a 9-3. Genius VCT analysis coming at you from Sideshow. You won't find it anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not like you need a university degree to do this, so.
Cheap shot.
I'm right there with you, buddy. We're in the same boat. We'll see it now. Aggression. This is what Fluxo were trying to wait for the entire time with a slow default, but just on the other side of the timeout, it's a perfect twist in the tail. It's being woven out here by Cloud9. Unanticipated. They've been passive almost the entire time, waiting for the fight to come to them.
Yep.
And now they turn up the tempo.
And they were just holding that in their back pocket until the second tag timeout was used. It's a great thing to go for. It disrupts it. It's pretty much like what was happening on Breeze. There is a massive gap here for Mazin to go forwards, but he's going to be so tentative. There could be players around any one of these corners. But if he can find a gap, maybe JZZ can come back to him. Maybe they can pull out some brilliance like JZZ's 4K in the previous round. He's got every piece of his util to work with. There's a chance.
There is a chance. You're being given this much space and this much respect.
The problem is the guy with the spike is also the guy that feels like he has to make the play. JZZ needs to get into a more aggressive position.
Get involved. That's a spike drop down.
Get involved, bro.
There's 22 seconds left.
Well, it's a save now.
Yeah. Definitely will be. Decision is made.
I
It's
think
not what you want to see.
Nah, it's very frustrating from Mazin's point of view when, you know, he's secured the whole of the B site and he feels like he could be in an opportunity to make a play, but he can't do everything.
No. I got to say, though, we've got to speak positives. Cloud9 be coming out with some absolute worldy of reactions outside of the timeouts.
Yeah. The two maps that they feel comfortable on in this pool, Breeze and Split, they've just been cooking.
Yeah. And the fast tempo play here just went the entire game. Fluxo just been expecting it, waiting, holding these very slow defaults, 2-2-1s, whatever you want to call it. And then they immediately turn it up.
I'd love to see Fluxo themselves do something fast. They have a very fast mid-take. I've seen them do it. But not in this game.
1-3-1.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Life potentially.
They team flashed.
It's an updraft.
It's a disaster.
Don't start. It's early days. No one's died yet. Mid control's going to be theirs. If Oxy goes down, he just wins a fight out. JZZ, that just... It's going to be easing up the pressure now from that A lurk angle. No longer a problem. Up through B heaven. It's all to play for now. Victor onto this high ground. That is it. Lovely is the entry. Zenatsu straight side stepping most of it now. Trailblazer as well. Going to be dodged and juked.
Look at Oxy on the flank.
He's so fast. He's already taken up residency. B main control is his. And listen, Fluxo are none the wiser. They are not aware at all. Two drop down, facing the wrong way. All that pressure, Cloud9. Create a perfect pocket to play around at Oxy. Quick to jump on it now, and it's a plan that has to be committed.
Zenatsu need to pick. If he can find a kill, he has the ult.
It's just a wall, though. Cosmic Divide slips past, though, and he's found an angle, potentially the workaround. Ult, now online, Showstopper. It's going to be used. Bleeding time off the clock, and with that, a kill found. Fireball Ops. Found, and straight down again once more. Fuse running out. Might as well fire a rocket. Doesn't buy you as much time as you were hoping for, but with shots like that,
what a round!
Who the hell cares? Fluxo, they potentially now have a lifeline.
What a round from Fluxo that was. They got themselves into a great position, and then they fumbled it a little bit with Oxy's flank, and then they recovered it with some incredible playmaking from Zenatsu and Parla, powered by their duelist ults. We do not need to see that part again. The rest was brilliant.
You can see the blade storms, though. Taken over towards the end there. That's a lovely shot. I mean, just a preempt as well.
Yep.
The swing in the face, it is sublime, and it's potentially given his team a chance.
All right, so Oxy, I was watching from home and couldn't believe my eyes when I saw C9 pull off an incredible win. And I mean, listen, I know you guys are great, but 100 Thieves is an excellent team. They've been playing great all stage long. What was that reaction? And how'd you guys feel when you walked off that stage after beating what was arguably like the best team in your group?
I will say, after the G2 game, we were a little shaky, but I'm not gonna lie, we caught our stride and we were very confident after the 100 Thieves win, so
yeah,
very happy now.
Okay, so look at that, so happy, so thrilled, so full of joy in life. Love to see it. Look at this happiness. Enjoy.
As a happy guy.
Yeah,
as a happy little guy at the top of the scoreboard.
It's nice to see Cloud9 have definitely turned around a lot of those frowns that we were seeing earlier on in the stage. They were in just a dismal state, to be honest, the way that they were playing, but they are looking a lot better week on week, and it shows, honestly. Good adjustments and reactions, but highlighting and focusing, I think. Fluxo, maybe there's a chance, maybe there's a wall. The pistol round brings it into more of a possibility.
We heard from the Fluxo players earlier on, and they were talking about the dream powering them through. Well, they are down at 8-4. The dream is hanging on by a thread here in the upper bracket of play-ins. And they are facing a C9 attack side that has lurk threats on either avenue. I think C9 are really good at piloting this combat. They put pressure on both outsides of the map with their lurkers, and then they have 3 through the middle. It's tough to play against.
There's a lot of pressure. JZZ just going to be conceding a lot of this mid space.
At the moment, the game plan is to have players taking aggressive contact behind this Viper wall and in front here. So if Azine can hold on, maybe they've got a hope.
It's a very committed position though, and he needs a bit of a bailout. That's what Zanatsu's job is, but as he tries to activate, now players are going to be swinging through and around. JZZ straight there, along with Mazine. There's a lot of damage done. Snakebite, these sails a little bit further forwards here, but Cloud9 just call for the pause. Heal in the back pocket. Bring Fireball Ops way back up. They've got to try and find a way forwards now. Plant's still not down. 30 seconds left. Now we're seeing that discipline.
20 seconds until Jack gets a flashback. It's that kind of thing that they're going to be wanting to play around, but I don't think Fluxo are going to give them the timing. Pala should be trying to fight this one. Got a Sheriff, got a dash.
All the way forward. They've got the right tools for the job. We'll see how they can get it done now. Ash starts going to be layered down too. He's barely there, but oh my! It's C9. Just circling and swirling around the site there. Just get one step ahead of it all.
The retake, like a house of cards, came tumbling down all at once. Ghost shots hitting between the eyes, left, right, and center. That's a tragedy. C9's pistols, though, have been immaculate. They've lost a single pistol. I guess they lost a follow-up of a pistol as well. But pretty much they've been dominating when it comes to these pistol rounds. Fluxo have never been able to start a half on the right footing. And that's got to hurt mentally.
Scout destroyed.
Making it difficult to get anything done. Just trying to claw their way to victory, but it's all been going wrong for them.
Vic holding a paranoia here, just in case there was any level of A aggression. But the A side of the map is actually the weak one.
Yeah, Fireball Ops just trying to scope things out, see where the presence is. They spot Mazine out. It doesn't actually give away the game.
No. You've seen one player jiggle peeking on either side. Hard to tell where the stack is. Fireball Ops, if he... I mean, it is a good idea for Fireball Ops to walk in right now, even if he dies, just to see if the stack exists. This is a really nice idea. He's the player that only has a pistol. When he spots these final two players,
yeah, there
all right,
it is.
Now he can accelerate on A.
That's going to confirm it. No, A's going to be weaker.
That's a good anti-eco protocol.
Straight in. Not holding on to a lot of the map control, though. Cloud9 all bunkering down onto the site. Going to try and fight for some more control. Celsius. This is risky.
Yeah.
With a rifle alone against potential eco, that's going to be swarming you.
He's got himself out into a decent position. Is he going to hear Tui's? No.
That's knife out. Slow walking. Tui's is looking to see if he can activate off his team's pressure now. He's going to flash forwards, and that it should be curtains. That's a rifle handed over. It's dissecting most of this site. Screens, though, still control there for Cloud9, and with the long-range weaponry, surely going to be able to find a way forwards. Time ticking. Shots still ringing out, though, as Anash trying to find it, and JZZ just desperately trying to get on board, trying to find a win con. Not that half earned. It has to be that full stick, and Jack knows it. Can run it down to the bitter end. 10-4 is the scoreline we're looking at.
It's an expensive one, but C9 will just be happy that they managed to convert it there. Zelsis getting himself into a solo position with a rifle did add a little bit flavor of danger, let's say, to the round. And it should give Fluxo an opportunity to come into this next one with a huge eco advantage.
Nice, boys. All right, it don't matter how we do it, it's that we did it.
It's an important mantra.
Yeah, well, knocked him down to the stingers. Looks sure we'll be taking every single advantage and win they can get, really, at this point.
Fireball Ops has just walked straight past Mazine and Parla here. Dog, can he
Trailblazers
dodge
missed
it?
him.
Oh,
Missed him.
What?
Just missed him completely with the timing now, and this is just Cloud9 taking over all the way through mid. Just swarming a lot. Oh, hey, up. What's going on? Parla second guessing himself.
Hello, what are you doing there?
Doing a spit take. Yeah, he's like, you're not on my team. Finally rooting him out, though. Still, this is a dangerous situation to be in. VCT has to be conceded here in the footsteps. Tui's was hoping for that lucky connection.
Yeah, he can't die here, though. They're going to have to try to play the 3v4 retake. It's going to be very tough. C9 have put themselves in a nice position to win this round.
I'm sure they're not.
I think Vic might have just slipped the timing as well. There's no way that Mazine thinks he's there.
They're not joined up.
Oh, look at that. What a devious timing that Vic has just found, past Mazine and Parla.
Smoke's going to be dropped down now, but it's going to be Vic as the insurance policy. High ground angle. Zelsis playing up top. He's going to be dodging a lot of this util, and there it is. A flash and a swing coordinated well here. Time again ticking away. And once more the options running dry. Decision again made for them. It is a heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah.
In which the way that these rounds are going, this Brazilian squad just cannot get anything done.
No, they're coming apart at the seams here. So. 2E's at least manages to hold on to the gun, but all of these incredibly important rounds, whether it be the pistol or anti-bonuses like this, C9 did not come into this one with goodbye. Everybody on C9 died in the previous. The weapon advantage was massive for Fluxo, but they just couldn't hold on. And they also demonstrated that they don't actually have a good macro understanding of the timings of the lurks, because Fireball Ops, despite the fact he didn't get a kill, just slipped the net up through ramp.
Straight past it.
While the actual action was happening elsewhere.
It's a hard committed position here by Mazine. Flash is going to be getting that connection now, but there's going to be plenty more action where that came from. Players are rapidly approaching his position. And this is putting a squeeze on. Reinforcements are going to be late arriving. Cloud9 have got full residency. The A side, there's for the taking. Should be that 12th round. A smoke, cause for concern, but cleared up nevertheless.
Vix the extra layer here too, another threat.
Yeah, forward onto the angle. It's going to be cleared. It's one way to do it. JCA puts his body on the line. At least going to be traded out. Main control though, still active as long as Zelsis is alive. Potentially could be swinging from the side, exactly what his team needed. It's Zaratsu straight from the top there, but Oxy trying to hit it with a transfer. Can't quite get that online, but it does just leave it up to Zaratsu, and there it is, Zelsis. Straight from main, up to 12 now for Cloud9. One more round is all it's going to take.
The story early on for this match felt like Fluxo were coming in with a lot of fire, a lot of passion, on a revenge tour to try to fight back against those teams at the top of the totem pole that have done so much damage to them in the past. Yeah, it's just another bruise here to add to the pile. Despite the successes of Lotus, they would need to win 8 in a row right now, and there's a great chance they're going to get 13 forward, just like they did on Breeze. They've been down and out in these final 2 maps.
Staring down the barrel at this point. That lower bracket is awaiting them with open arms. It's been hard going for them. Especially against this Cloud9 team that have just woken up, really. Map 2 onwards. I don't know what kind of pep talk they were given, but clearly worked.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Scout destroyed.
Ults online potentially to put a stop to any of this one here. It's a Trailblazer that's clearing up the picture. 2E's. A pixel angle forwards. Not start lay it down, but there's a pullback. Seeing if he can bait another fight out, and definitely feeling like he needs to take the risks. Leading into that individuality. He's doing a lot of damage in the process.
They need a hero play from someone like that. The most successful guy on the squad historically.
Pile of forwards, he's next up. Teammate at his back. Jack and Fireball just drifting in, seeing what they can get, and it's good movement. I mean, he hasn't taken any damage in the process. Avoided most of it now, and Aurora Fett is going to be pointing out these players' positions.
30 seconds
Surely this can't go wrong. I mean, listen. Taking over control of this one, 25 seconds left.
All on Mazine.
Pointing it out, it is on Mazine now. Just with the Bulldog, he's trying to drift to the side. Jack has already taken him out. Hold on, Seekers now pushing forwards. Fireball Ops now. Forward position. Is this going to be accounted for? That is the question. The answer is no. Fireball Ops. He might just put a stop to it. It's all on Parler's shoulders now. Bladestorm out. It's damage done. A weakened Jack just trying to run himself away. Fireball Ops trying to activate off to the side. And it is all gone too wrong. Too much in the end. The bright lights blinding. And Cloud9 standing up to that test. They shake off that map 1 from earlier. And they show that new form that they've been cooking in the oven.
An absolutely dominant performance, as you're saying. On the maps that C9 are comfortable on, they were clearly way better today than Fluxo. Looking like a very confident Tier 1 squad. Fluxo, I feel for the guys, I really do. This is a squad of players. For Zenatsu, it's a new experience. Getting beaten up by an experienced squad at the top of the scene, but for the others, it's got to be flashbacks to situations where this has happened before in previous years from 23 and 24. But C9 are looking strong on maps like Breeze and Split. they might be able to put a little run together.
No, they really might. Honestly, this team is looking very well put together currently.
EG up next.
Yeah, certainly.
I think that's definitely going to be a match that they'll feel like they've got what it takes to be able to win.
Now, they can be proud of themselves, I think. The improvements that they made week on week. Very, very good overall.
The way that this stage was structured, it's about the long haul.
It is.
Teams like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sucked at the beginning of this stage. But it didn't matter necessarily as long as they got better.
Yeah,
as long as they got to the point where they could actually do something when it came to these elimination matches, or at least games in the bracket stage.
Long-term mentality is needed, really, especially with the change in the format, like you're saying. As long as you don't lose grip of it, realize that there's still chances. Carolina proving it, really, at this point. I think week on week, they are looking better and better, taking it one step, one game at a time.
As it turns out, this is Americas, not EMEA. And
That's
so
crazy.
the Tier 1 teams seem to be doing a lot better here than they were in EMEA.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, with all that being said, we're going to send it down to the floor. GB is standing by to the one and only Oxy for our Verizon post-match interview, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate you so much. Guys, give it up for C9. Give it up for Oxy. Show some love to the brother. All right, man. Excellent job done there. Look, map one, little spotty there.
I don't know. We were a little shaky. It's okay though.
It's okay.
We're just getting back into the,
You got back into it over time, you know. Veer mentioned though that you guys were like looking to solve some problems with that particular composition. Is that like the mentality of the team that you guys are having right now, where it's like, it feels like you guys are all clicking, but now you're on to that next step of like, how do we like fix these things?
I mean, to be honest, not really. I feel like we're solving like a lot of things like in the server before, so now we get in the game. We don't have to think about anything. Yeah. And we're just kind of just playing and doing what we do. So. Yeah,
no, that's perfectly fine now. Of course, there is that, you guys threw out the Yoru there. Is there still going to be some potential surprises down there?
Maybe down the line, but
you gotta give me something, unbelievable. But look, talk to me about your personal form though, because you've been on fire, man. An absolute lightning rod for this team. They've relied on you many times. I heard we've won where Zelsus was like, Oxy got 3, we still almost lost around, but hey, we won. There's a very clear dependency on you because you deliver. What do you attribute that to? Is that just like your hard work? Is that the team? What is that?
I mean, to be honest, I attribute it to ranked, because I play ranked all day, every day after scrims. So I attribute to that, and also the team. The team makes it really easy for me to just play the game. So.
Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. All right, Oxy, I know, brother, you got to go to the bathroom right now. So go, run, get out of here, guys. Give it up for Oxy as he goes and runs to the bathroom. Let's go ahead and give him some motivation, and we'll go ahead and send it back over to the crew for match point. Thank you all so much.
Welcome to Match Point. We're actually here with, oh my God.
That actually scared me.
Do you know how long into
that actually got me.
That's not funny. I literally just built that.
Yeah, she did. She actually spent like 30 minutes on that. We're here with Zelsus and Fireball Ops. You guys, you are looking really good. That first map was a little scary, but it's fine because we came back. When it comes to in-game, you guys are looking so much better. What were some of the hard talks that you guys had to get to this point?
You want to take it away, Mr. IGL?
I like the way.
I think it was just a lot of like how we all see the game. Like I think philosophy-wise, we all agree on how to play the game, but I think we were leaning too far one way rather than like in the middle.
Yeah.
And I think at the start of this roster, it was too far perfect way, and then after what? After it was like the loud game before where G2, I'd say. Before or after G2? It was like after G2, we went too far. Yeah, it was the loud game. We pushed a little too far in we went too far like the ranked way, and then after that it was like, okay, well, we can find a balance here, and that's just kind of what we've been doing.
All right, awesome. Well, we're actually going to play a little game here, a little dice rolling game. You guys are going to roll the dice and answer the question that's on it. So Fireball, you go first, because we're at the...
Oh, I threw it a little too far. Oh, no. What does that say?
What does it say?
How does your
Let's
team
see.
bond together?
No,
that's that.
Wait, whoa.
Oh, sorry. I forgot how dice work.
Who is your biggest inspiration?
Who's my biggest inspiration?
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, my. Sure. Oh, stop it.
Oh, no, we need a real answer.
He was a big inspiration for me, but I will say...
Not anymore, though.
No, my
It's like, I've seen what you are now.
Nah, my biggest one is probably Nax.
Oh, I love that. That's
I've been watching for a while, and we play the same role, so
yeah.
I model a lot of my game after my thing. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're better. Just know that.
Jordan, you got this. Go ahead.
All right.
Make sure get some
Like, get some
of this
flip?
spin. Well, not that.
Okay. Dude, why are you making me get
I was gonna say
What?
get
No
like
problem.
What does that say?
Okay, let's see. Who have you bonded with the most on your team?
Oh my gosh. I do a lot of bonding with everyone.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Who have I bonded the most with? I mean, I think me and Oxy have gone through the most this year together, so I'm
That's
gonna
fair.
say him. But I think overall I bonded close with like everyone. I'd say like I
Yeah.
just like being close to my teammates. I like my family, so.
I feel like
That's
Francis
really
is your
cute.
little baby.
Yeah,
too.
Francis is like my little baby.
100%.
All right, let's do one more roll each. Jordan, go again.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
Oh,
and
that's
keep it this
crazy.
way. Who's your? Okay.
No,
Okay.
re-roll,
Redo.
re-roll. Run it
We
back.
gotta
Run it
go.
back. Run it back.
What is your favorite way to unwind?
Ooh.
Why are you laughing?
That's a good
Wait,
one.
why
are you laughing?
Yeah, why is it?
Why are you laughing?
What's going on over there?
Go ahead. It's your dice. It's your dice.
I would say probably going to the gym. I know that's not really
Okay.
like to unwind. What? Hanging out with Jordan.
was not my
you
fault.
guys.
Do you have
What do you
like
think?
So going to the gym.
okay, chill
Going to
over
the gym.
here really quick. Do you have like a guilty pleasure way to unwind? I feel like gym is like a very basic answer. Okay.
What? That's a good question.
I'm talking like, okay, I like to watch Love is Blind, like something.
Oh, okay.
Not
Is
like,
blind is a
Love is
guilty
Blind?
pleasure.
I think
Yes.
so, yeah.
I
Mama
go through a tub
happy.
of butter pecan.
Wait,
ice cream.
that's
Really?
That's my guilty
That's a
pleasure.
good one.
Yeah.
That's a
My
good
guilty
answer.
pleasure?
I like that.
I don't know if I have one. Probably just ordering some really bad food with the boys and just chilling out.
That's fair.
That's a good one.
All right, Jordan, you got
right.
us. Last one. Ooh,
Oh.
what is that?
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Oh.
I was gonna throw out retired, but I'm going.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm going till I'm 40. Where do I see myself in 5 years? I don't know. Maybe still playing. Maybe own an org. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Something in esports.
What's your org name? Give it to us.
You have one?
I mean, I have one, but I
Yeah,
can't say.
no.
Oh, actually,
don't
you can't
leak.
say it.
Someone's
Okay,
gonna
go
take
on.
it.
Yeah,
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 Someone will take it.
Let's just say I'll take over an org.
Oh, all right.
I
well,
think Jack is here. I don't.
Jack, if you're watching, I'm sorry, but Cloud9 is mine.
all right. Well, we're at the end of day 2. Cloud9 is now belonging to Zelsis. So let's take a look at the bracket. Obviously, you guys have moved forward. You're going to be facing against EG. We're going to be back tomorrow with 2 more matches, MIBR versus Crew Visa and Sentinels versus Envy. How do you guys feel about these 2 matches?
MIBR's taking it.
MIBR, and then
Yeah, you believe?
I'm gonna say. Actually, Envy been looking nice, but
They
I'm.
have.
What is he gonna
I
say?
can't not go for
All
something.
right, we'll go Sentinels. We'll go Sentinels.
Okay, well,
I think
that's
Envy's
big.
winning.
Okay, what about C9 versus EG?
Oh, C9.
Oh, see,
C9, of course.
All right,
Okay,
well,
Anthony.
thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
Congratulations once again. Thank you for watching. And here is the Samsung OLED Fast Replay. 2G, they've had such a turbulent journey to get to the stage today, but this team, they're not holding anything back and they're ready to prove themselves on the stage.
Shy dancing with the devil for a mini 1v3 on market steps. What a play from Shy. FRZ able to connect. He's been slow, but is able to turn it into one, and Gobera connects onto a second. And how about Gobera? Let's go! Oh, we're just going to pre-fire it, no problem. FRZ. Shy, nowhere really to go. 2G will take their map pick of Ascent, 13-11. Furia are scrambling for space, but Shy finds perfect timing. Koala with a shotgun is going to try to force it forward. Shy is going to find 4 in the round. What a read. But do they expect a second? Maybe not. Shakes off the flash. A little fadeaway shot from Artisan comes through. Holy cow. 2G on their way back in. Wow, what a set of shots on Artisan.
That little fadeaway, bro?
I mean, bro, it needs to work for me sometimes.
We'll just stall out this push over and over. Okay, that was disgusting.
FRZ gets shut down, leaving Gobera by himself, and that might be all you need. Comp trying to punish their mid will be taken down in his own right. So now 2v4, but Artisan able to find 3. Oh my goodness. Furia grip one back from what looked to be certain death. Artisan stepping up, able to find first blood. Oh my goodness, that's crucial. Plus the follow-up flash sets up Basic for another. 5v3, make it a 5v2, make it a 5v1. Brinks now, last one left, and there it is. Furia will survive through 2G into another round of the upper bracket, sending 2G down in packet.
And it's Cloud9 going up against the Brazilian Revenge Squad. This is Cloud9 team that are revamped, refreshed, I think, as well, with some great ideas recently. Victor's looking to see if he can gain some information.
Did he?
Not too sure. What a cracking shot. Means Vic's head clean off. Hala! He's a stop it!
How's he done that?
Well, propped up, the players are peeking way before it now. It's a stun laid down on top. The players are there. Rapid is the approach again. Oxy's left alone to his own devices. The angle is missed, but it is just that aggression. Fluxo all shouts. They're leading early against Cloud9. Take with the Omen ult, trying to bait players into spawn! What is that?
What a flurry of kills.
Fantasy Fury from Zanatsu. He's just hoping to hunt, potentially press Cloud9 into uncomfortable territory, but it's just Oxy! Cloud9 in a dominating fashion. Goes on either side. The rest of Cloud9 are already in play, but there it is. Great flash on either side. Zanatsu just leads with the 2. Vic playing towards a
Nice! Come on!
Firewall just drifting in, seeing what they can get. Forward position. Is this going to be accounted for? That is the question. The answer is no. Firewall trying to activate off to the side. Too much in the end. The bright lights blinding. And Cloud9 standing up to that test. They shake off that map 1 from earlier. They show that new form that they've been cooking in the oven.